not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Yeah, I started on a 50 mil lens. Now I'm about to bag 50 mil yen. I can shoot all day, I got stamina. Turtleneck on with my camera, yeah. Stay creamy, man, that's what they say. Shoes laced up and I came to play. Yeah, I'm first team, I'm a superstar. They call me cream, like Abdul-Jabbar. Yeah, you have to face it, let's get back to basics. I'ma take the shot like it's a vaccination. I don't have the patience, I'ma shoot right now. Yeah, we undefeated and you gon' lose right now. Like click, 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 swish. I can switch it up anytime like this. I'm a videographer and I'm on the verse. So when I shoot my shot, I don't miss.
I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot.
Yeah, kid noon, I've been shooting my shot, ooh. The into it, I've been moving the rock, yeah. My shit's wet like I've been using a mop, ooh. You get there, yeah, I've been proving I'm wrong. I've been taking shots and now I'm starting to stutter. Vision getting blurry, I should check my shutter. I'm the cameraman, I need my camera madam. Shoot my shot like a Mansaletta.
I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Feelings. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot. Take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot. Take the shot. Take the shot.
I not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Yeah, I started on a 50 mil lens. Now I'm about to bag 50 mil yen. I can shoot all day, I got stamina. Turtleneck on with my camera, yeah. Stay creamy, man, that's what they say. Shoes laced up and I came to play. Yeah, I'm first team, I'm a superstar. They call me cream, like Abdul-Jabbar. Yeah, you have to face it, let's get back to basics. I'ma take the shot like it's a vaccination. I don't have the patience, I'ma shoot right now. Yeah, we undefeated and you gon' lose right now. Like click, 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 swish. I can switch it up anytime like this. I'm a videographer and I'm on the verse. So when I shoot my shot, I don't miss.
I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot.
Yeah, kid noon, I've been shooting my shot, ooh. The into it, I've been moving the rock, yeah. My shit's wet like I've been using a mop, ooh. You get there, yeah, I've been proving them wrong. I've been taking shots and now I'm starting to stutter. Vision getting blurry, I should check my shutter. I'm the cameraman, I need my camera madam. Shoot my shot like a Mansell Adams. I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Feelings.
You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot. Take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot.
I I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Yeah, I started on a 50 mil lens. Now I'm about to bag 50 mil yen. I can shoot all day, I got stamina. Turtleneck on with my camera, yeah. Stay creamy, man, that's what they say. Shoes laced up and I came to play. Yeah, I'm first team, I'm a superstar. They call me Cream, like Abdul-Jabbar. Yeah, you had to face it, let's get back to basics. I'ma take the shot like it's a vaccination. I don't have the patience, I'ma shoot right now. Yeah, we undefeated and you gon' lose right now. Like click, 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 swish. I can switch it up anytime like this. I'm a videographer and I'm on the verse. So when I shoot my shot, I don't miss.
I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot.
Yeah, kid noon, I've been shooting my shot, ooh. The into it, I've been moving the rock, yeah. My shit's wet like I've been using a mop, ooh. You get there, yeah, I've been proving them wrong. I've been taking shots and now I'm starting to stutter. Vision getting blurry, I should check my shutter. I'm the cameraman, I need my camera madam. Shoot my shot like a Mansell Adams. I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Develop film, not feelings.
You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take shot.
I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings.
Watching the CICA Series PH fall season. It is the end of week 2 for the fall season, and Group C and D will be making their final attempt to rake in some Globe Cup points this week before taking a little bit of a break. Mika Fabs over here with Riku and Osiris on desk duty. And guys, you have to catch me up on what exactly happened yesterday. But before we do, of course, thank you to all of our sponsors. Thank you so much to Mineski Philippines and to Riot Games and to Globe Telecom. You can hashtag reinvent your Wild Rift journey like never before. Own the enhanced gaming experience on League of Legends Wild Rift with the new Riot Go promo. Register now to get exclusive champions, emotes, kill baubles, and a whole lot more. Just get it now via the Gcash app and the Globe One app. And you can experience gaming at full speed with the Oppo A94 with its Helio P95 chipset, 6.43-inch Full HD AMOLED screen display, 4,310 milliamperes, and 30 watts VOOC flash charge 4.0. Victories and ranking up will be easy. Live life at full speed with the Oppo A94.
At syempre, nandito din ang sekreto ng mga gwapong gamers. Kahit buong araw na naglalaro, hindi mo kang na-GG. Fresh pa rin at para fresh all day. Bring your clay game with you, Master All-in-One Clay Face Wash. It cleans 99.9% of germs, controls oil up to 12 hours, and helps prevent pimples. All-in-one. Bring your clay game with Master. Sekreto ng mga gwapo.
And of course, help yourself to the best seat in the house from Secret Lab. Outfitted with a built-in adjustable lumbar support mechanism, fully adjustable armrest, and super supportive patent-pending cold cure foam for maximum comfort, helping every gamer secure that ace.
Indeed, and of course, helping hosts and panelists stay up, discuss the teams as well, and stay comfy until we end, maybe at around, like 7-8 hours from now. And of course, Secret Lab, thank you so much. We just have to put that in there. And you can up your game even more as Virtual Hangouts Go Esports brings you events and programs like no other, starting with an apprenticeship program led by the pros, stream takeovers, and local and international tournaments. Just download the Globe One app and click on the Virtual Hangouts tab to get updated and get hashtag OL together now on the latest happenings on Globe Virtual Hangouts. Now, you guys need to let me know what happened yesterday. Let's check out our series highlights. I do hear talk of a reverse sweep. Chasing Dreams managed to chase those dreams. And I do think that Mermo ran into some trouble yesterday, starting with them. Yes, can you break it down for me? What exactly went down yesterday?
Yeah, there was a lot of interesting stuff. I mean, you brought up Chasing Dreams. They were able to get that upset up against Omega, making Omega's run, I suppose, so far, at least for the first round robin, maybe a little shaky here and there. But at the same time, we're taking a look at Fennel Adversity, still 2-0, or still at the moment 2-0 when it comes to series. So excited to see, maybe at the end of the day, will they still finish their undefeated, series-wise at least, streak at the end of the first round robin?
Yeah, I mean, you can see Final Adversity. They really know how to play against those aggressive lineups, the same as how Lakan really took everyone by surprise. I mean, they got the early as 2-1, and this time around, we saw also how well Final Adversity showing their own cracks, but it was pretty convincing that everyone right now in this group is showing some huge improvement. They are showing those different kinds of picks and champions that they are comfortable with. And this time, even Chasing Dreams also got 1 point against Omega. So there's no way that everyone right now isn't on their highest level. They are exactly at their best performance.
That's interesting, and of course it's a big deal to take a win off of Omega Esports, and because that belongs to Chasing Dreams. Do you guys think that this team in particular might be able to fare better in their match today? And do you think that this means it's only upward for Chasing Dreams?
I think so. I feel like the bar for Group D could possibly be either Omega or from DR. Of course, we're going to look towards Omega as the bar because, again, they finished 4th place from the summer season, and Chasing Dreams was able to take one game off of them, and as well as at least fight evenly when on their day number 1 matchup. So I feel like Chasing Dreams are in this to win it. Maybe first place, maybe second place at the end of the second round robin.
Yeah, there's still a possibility, especially that we are seeing a lot of close games. It's just that sometimes there are times that we are being dictated by just one team fight, and then that's it. So at that point, you need to secure there's no openings that being left out, just to make sure that you can put the nail in the coffin.
And Final question. Because we've already had 2 days of Wild Rift action over here. I'm very interested to know because this, like, the first games that we've had that are on patch 2.4, and we do have that very crucial, early game sort of mix up wherein we have the Rift Herald and the first Dragon spawning at the same time. Have you noticed any major changes in how the teams run their strategy? How are they coping with this change? And does it actually affect the early game as much as we foresaw?
Well, for me, there is a lot of priority now on the Corki just because he meshes well. If the Lucian doesn't work out, then Corki will. If the Lucian is banned rather in the draft, then a lot of these AD carry players would fall into this Corki pit, and this pit really meshes well with the 2.4 changes. And in the meantime, another AD carry that isn't exactly affected, the build isn't exactly changed, is Ezreal. And I find it interesting. It's still basically the default pre 2.4. And therefore, I feel like there could be some sort of evolution in the upcoming days as the teams get to adjust a bit more in the new patch.
Yeah, and in terms of the changes from Rift Herald, there's a huge difference because there are certain junglers that camping the Baron lane, making sure that they are gonna cover or get the early Herald, and then the team that's going to lose on the Rift Herald ended up also losing the Dragon because they have to reset. They have to wait for the timers. So it was a quick transition that you from Herald, you're going to take the Dragon as well in a jiffy, and then at that point it was a snowball onto the other side. It's kind of hard to answer towards the game.
Yeah, and we've also seen the, sometimes a trade, bit of a negotiation. It's like, okay, you take the Herald, we'll take the Dragon. There's a bit of that, okay, all right. For the early game, let's split. let's share the goods. We have had some matches wherein they have that very diplomatic sort of early game, but of course the goal there is the management of both objectives at the same time at that very crucial moment, and maybe not losing so many teammates in the process as well. Now we do have an interview for you guys for the pre-show over here. I believe we do have the team. How do you say it? The front runner, the one whose namesake is on the team of our first match over here. We have Mermo from Mirmooo Esports, and I actually have a question that I've been dying to ask this guy. Hello, Mermo, and the rest of Mirmooo Esports. How are you guys today? Are you guys ready for your match? I hope you guys are. Before anything else, actually, I need to ask you guys. Your logo is very unique. Can you guys explain what the logo is all about? And I guess your name as well. Why was the team named after you?
Actually, the logo stands for Kalista helmet, the M, the letter shape M. It's actually stands for Mirmooo, and my face is in the logo. So it's actually combination of Kaisa with the violet thing and the Kalista helmet. So yeah.
So that is your face. You are
Yes.
basically the poster boy of Mermo Esports. And can you explain to us a little bit about the name? I guess your name and why you are. It's basically your name on the team name.
I guess because during scrims, when we were using a different name, we can't find any opponents. So I think using my name has a catch, and like people know my name, so they want to scream with us or fight with us. Yeah.
Wow! So it's like it's bringing you a lot of good luck compared to your previous name. That's really interesting. Riku, do you have a question for Mermo over here?
Oh yes, hey Mermo, it's more related about the 2.4 patches. As an AD carry, how do you feel about the 2.4 changes? Do you miss pre 2.4, or are you feeling great about it?
I think it's very good, especially for AD carries. But for our first series, we were, I think, not prepared for the 2.4 because we were practicing the healing galing comp. So we were surprised by that because that the AD carries were like has high spikes that we can't heal or comp. So yeah.
Oh, yeah, that definitely makes sense. I love the naming. I love the name though, Healing Galing,
Healing
on
Galing.
the Seraphim Sona. I suppose it's great.
Yeah, and hi Mirmo, Osiris here. So the question is, I know people know you from League of Legends PC. You have a really good background towards it. So how's the transition from PC going into Wild Rift?
I think for me it's really easy because it's still League of Legends so it's just like what do you call this just literally transferring the game in the mobile, so there's no trouble for me or anything. I think it's more easy in mobile, but there are
Okay.
times that the mechanics for PC is I think easy because you can like for example Lee Sin. I think it's easier in PC because there are other skills and ward hops. I think basically Wild Rift is a easier version because Lee Sin doesn't need ward to hop. So
Yeah.
I think they're making it easy for people to use.
Okay.
Very good points indeed. Thank you so much for that, Mermo. Do you have any shout outs that you'd like to give, maybe to all of the supporters that you guys have out there, maybe to your teammates right behind you?
Shout out to my teammates behind me, and shout out to my family, my mom, and also thank you to PPGL and Globe for hosting this tournament.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Mermo. We are looking forward to seeing you guys in the Rift, and best of luck in your match.
Thank you.
All right, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. That was Mermo from Mermo Esports, and yes, I can sleep now at night. I finally know what the logo's about.
Those are void marks.
Yeah,
Yes.
Void Marks and Callista helmet.
Yeah,
Because we were talking
confirmed.
about it, right? We're like, oh, did
yeah.
that come from like Trademir or something? And then we're like, oh, is that Aries marks? Is that Kaisa's marks? Is it just general war paint? We finally know, and we finally have confirmation too. It is Mermo's face. It's
Yes.
Mermo's face. All right, let's have a look at today's schedule. We know that Mirmooo Esports are up first, and they will be up against Fennel Adversity. Here are your other matches as we proceed throughout the day. Leonit Esports versus Lakan. We have Jamie's Esports and Chasing Dreams, and we have DR Esports versus Omega Esports. Which matches are you guys looking forward to the most? I know that match 4 seems pretty exciting because it's pretty much the battle for supremacy for Group D.
Yeah, I had to say the same thing, but I feel like third match would be very exciting as well. Especially we got to see Chasing Dreams managing to get that upset. Of course, Jamie's Esports have yet to score a point in the current standings, so I'm sure they're hungry to win today, and especially that today is the end of the first round robin.
Yeah, and I'm really looking forward to the fourth match. The same as what Yuko and Infinity talked about, is that it is the cherry on top or the dessert for this last day, because this is the two undefeated teams and they are the ones who's asserting dominance, and it's only one person who's going to finish the day.
Yes, indeed. And of course, we have 75,000 Globe Cup points on the line per series. So rest assured that every single series here at the Sea Icon series, series does indeed matter, because that is 75,000 Globe Cup points that these teams are taking home. You know, and because this is the last day of the second broadcast week, I feel like, you know, these teams are really going to make a scramble, especially for Jamie's Esports and Mermo Esports, who I believe yet to get a point on the board here. And you know, for these teams in particular, I wanted to ask you guys what they need to do in order. I mean, like, these are very teams that are very raw at the moment. So for some of them, it's their first time in this kind of tournament, especially for Wild Rift. What do they need to do in order to sort of like level that up as we review our group standings? What do they need to do, these two teams, in order to get on the level that, you know, maybe the teams on top are?
I know it's pretty cliche to say this, but comfort picks, I'm sure, because this is their way to sort of I wouldn't call it test the waters, but gauge on what else they can do within the series. So first game is a totally important game where they can adjust, especially when it comes to the draft.
Yeah, and especially that in terms of drafting, there's so many choices right now. There's so many openings that being left out, especially with the Ragas being picked multiple times compared to summer season that it was being banned mostly, and there are also the traditional marksmen being landed down into the rift. So the options is there. It's just that the win condition has to be achieved in order to get those wins.
Yeah, and I really do feel for these teams, especially for Mermo and Jamie's Esports in particular. Chasing Dreams, you're a little bit exempted because you took one from Omega. That's a lot. So I'm not including you in this group just because of that. That's bragging rights for you guys. But for these two teams in particular, it's again the first time that they're in this level of competition, perhaps, and particularly for Wild Rift. And at the same time, they did have patch 2.4 to suddenly adjust everything. And while all of the other teams had to deal with the same thing as well, the other teams might have had more resources. Maybe they have a coach on the line to help them adjust. Maybe they have all of these things. And, it is a scramble. I feel like it is a scramble. The addition of patch 2.4, I feel threw a wrench in a lot of teams' plans.
Yeah.
That they had for the Eigen series. It's working well for a lot of teams. Like, for example, for Lakan Esports, which we've seen Ison do wonders over there. But I'm pretty sure, like, for example, if this was played on the previous patch, maybe the scores wouldn't be where they are. Do you guys think the same thing?
Yeah, I definitely have to agree. I think 2.4 is one of the biggest patches that we've seen so far, at least even looking back at the summer season. There's just so many added items, especially focused more on the 80 item side of things. So most likely the 80 carry, the dual lane, is the most affected, and as well as players or mid laners that like to play the mid lane marksman as well.
Yeah, and it opens a lot of potential picks, and we saw also the items that put Riven on a very good position with the Solari Charge Blade and power spikes earlier compared to what we expected. So there's so many fights around 4 minutes because of the Herald. So this is one of the biggest, and it actually hit Group C and D, which is somehow it's just a matter of who adapted first is going to rack up those points. So this is a big challenge technically for everyone, even on our ranked games, because there's so many things to consider. You already have, which is the biggest one, the Herald, and then you have this multiple item choices, and then you have another multiple traditional marksman coming into play. You have also the flex pick coming in from Lucian. There's so many things to consider, and at this point it's just that understandable for Mirmooo that they kind of need to adjust from Healing Galing to something that kind of put them into a power spike earlier than ever because of the 4 minutes battle. So I think at that point, that's different.
Yeah, it is. I mean, come on, I'm still adjusting my loadouts and everything until now, still finding the right combination and everything. We will be taking a quick break, but when we return, we will be heading into our first match of the day between Mermo Esports and Fennel Adversity. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Yo, Mark 9. They really don't think we can keep doing this. They don't think we can keep making hits about cameras. But I'm the cameraman. But I'm the cameraman. Stay creamy.
Yeah, I started on a 50 mil lens. Now I'm about to bag 50 mil yen. I can shoot all day, I got stamina. Turtleneck on with my camera, yeah. Stay creamy, man, that's what they say. Shoes laced up and I came to play. Yeah, I'm first team, I'm a superstar. They call me Cream, like Abdul-Jabbar. Yeah, you have to face it, let's get back to basics. I'ma take the shot like it's a vaccination. I don't have the patience, I'ma shoot right now. Yeah, we undefeated and you gon' lose right now. Like click, 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 swish. I can switch it up anytime like this. I'm a videographer and I'm on the verse. So when I shoot my shot, I don't miss.
I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot.
Yeah, kid noon, I've been shooting my shot, ooh. The into it, I've been moving the rock, yeah. My shit's wet like I've been using a mop, ooh. You get there, yeah, I've been proving I'm wrong. I've been taking shots and now I'm starting to stutter. Vision getting blurry, I should check my shutter. I'm the cameraman, I need my camera madam. Shoot my shot like a Mansell Adams. I develop film, not feelings, ooh. I develop film, not feelings, ooh. I develop film, not feelings, ooh. I develop film, not feelings.
You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot.
I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings.
Welcome back to the Icon series. We are just about to start our first match of the day, but before we do, we gotta give back to our community because we love you guys. You could stand a chance to win some wild cores and even a Secret Lab gaming chair. Right here, Osiris, how do they get some wild cores?
We know you love us as much as we love you, and you love to share your fearless forecast with us. And now is your time to express yourselves and bring out the game analyst in you and be one of the 15 lucky winners of 790 wild cores. Here's how. First, make sure to like and follow the PPGL page. Second, like and share the live stream with the hashtags #SISPH, #SISPH playoffs, #CICON Series PH, and #PPGL Wild Rift. During the broadcast, comment your gameplay analysis along with your right ID on the stream chat. The best comment will be pinned after each series. A total of 15 winners will be announced on the last day of the broadcast week.
That's today.
And yes, sirree, that's gonna be awesome. 790 wild cores for your new champion acquisition and as well as skins. But of course, last but not the least, are you the biggest PPGL fan? Flex those badges and you could be one of our Secret Lab gaming chair winners. Just follow the mechanics below. Number 1, make sure to like and follow PPGL and Secret Lab's official Facebook pages. Number 2, like and share the live stream with the hashtags #SISPH, #SCA Icon Series PH, #PPGL Wild Rift, and #PPGL X Secret Lab. Number 3, before the end of each broadcast day, a link to the weekly Icon Series quiz will be shared in the stream chat, which you need to answer. And this will count as your raffle entry. One winner will be drawn and announced at the end of the fall season PH playoffs broadcast on June 29, 2021. So mark those dates. Mark those dates, people.
Yes, indeed. I was about to say, yes, stay tuned for that next month, and I just realized it's the 1st of August. Oh my gosh.
Oh, yeah.
It's August
Oh,
already,
gosh.
so stay tuned for that later this month. Wow, August already. Playoffs are
Yes.
so near. Just getting here indeed. And with that, we can start with our first match of the day. We have Mirmooo Esports versus Fennel Adversity. Now, this is going to be really tough for Mirmooo Esports. First of all, Fennel Adversity, they have been a pretty dominant team in this group. And Mermo are still having trouble finding their footing. I did hear that, yesterday's performance was a little tough on them. What do you guys think about how they're going to fare today? I know it's going to be really tough on this team.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there. So far, I feel like it is just really the adjustment period from what we've heard from Mirmooo. It's, they've been practicing a certain composition, but then, 2.4 dropped. Maybe that composition isn't as effective anymore, and that means perhaps they can dig deeper from their previous comps that they've been practicing in scrims and bring it to Fennel. And I'm excited to see what they bring for this current match.
Yeah, they did say that the name itself, Mermo, does bring them some good luck and does attract the right energy. So hopefully that that works for them here on the last day of this broadcast week. Osiris, I'm eager to hear your thoughts on this as well as we check out Mirmooo Esports' lineup.
Now, after the interview from Mirmooo, I now understand the reason why they picked the Olaf, Hilingaling, Serafin Sona team comp twice. Because that's what they practice. They wanted to stick with what they're comfortable at, but it seems like it doesn't work. And this time around, they gotta go back with a new type of lineup as someone that can come close to the patch 2.4. Because what we are seeing, they are all capable. They are also backed up by very good experiences and good background. It's just that this time they got surprised with the patch and they need to adapt quicker than the usual. So I think Mirmooo, they need to have this kind of a team comp that compensates a lot with their strengths and somehow can answer the patch 2.4 pressure.
Yeah, and of course, with this new patch indeed, there's a lot riding on their AD carry, which is Mirmooo himself. Now, we chatted with him earlier, and, he did mention that, of course, he's been loving the new patch indeed, but I'm pretty sure that this guy is also feeling the pressure, especially since it's the last day. I mean, what do you guys think about Mirmooo and his performance?
He was amazing in day number 1 when they went up against Lakan.
Oh,
yes, his
so good.
Lucian was insane. He was basically diving under towers all alone, no threats whatsoever. So I feel like once he either gets the Lucian or the Corki, I feel like he may have a comfortable game. Maybe get 2 peelers, 1 mid, 1 for your support, most especially, and yeah, as long as he gets the setup, the composition that allows him to shine, I think he can do great for this particular matchup.
Exactly. There's the reason why he is playing the Lucian, and they went good against Lakan for the reason that they are sticking with what they're good at in terms of their micro plays. But if you're playing away or straying too much away from the patch 2.4, it kind of costs you a lot of games, and that would happen. So I think this time around, they kind of need to adjust. They need to go back with the game 1 Lakan type of lineup-ish. So at that point, I believe that they can come closer to Fennel Adversity.
Yeah, I think if they really do build around the Mermo that we saw in day 1, that debut, I really think that this team can make it. I do like this team a lot. They're very entertaining. They've got a lot of personality. So yes, cheering for them indeed. And we love underdogs here. And I personally love teams that have logos like that. So I am cheering for Mirmooo Esports indeed. But they will be up against Fennel Adversity, and Fennel Adversity doing pretty darn good here in Group C. And I'm actually thinking ahead here for Fennel Adversity, like going into the playoffs. What is the next level for these guys? What do they need to do to get on the level of, say, RRQ or Team Secret?
I think what we've noticed, we've seen this team before back in the summer season, and I feel like they've found a new light, like a new strength. And they were dubbed as, their playstyle falling more on this controlled aggression. But I feel like they've amped up on the aggression part of things, and I feel like it will immensely help up against slower teams, possibly that are waiting to scale. Maybe certain compositions that focus on the late game scaling AD carry marksman. Maybe like if Mermo Esports decides to go that route. So early game can be incredibly strong and scary for this team.
Yeah, and I greatly understand the reason that they are really dominating the controlled aggression. But whenever that they are coming into playoffs, it feels like they are a different team. So I wanted them to be more comfortable with what they're doing because they greatly understand their strengths. It's just that there are times that they got this questionable plays. They got this overcommitment. Yes, they are controlled, but there are times that they kind of mess up. But this time around, it will be the highlight of one player that we kind of see him mostly and saw him on a different level yesterday. Solo player highlight, I believe this is for Doming, who jumped also to being as an assassin, and we saw him mostly on a J4 on a Gragas at summer season. But this time around, you see the Olaf, you see the Kazakhs, and one memorable play from this guy is that when they won the team fight, they ran the Baron. It was a pretty bold play coming in for someone who's dubbed as a controlled aggressor, but they are respecting their fear or the isolation power from the Kazakhs. So they capitalize on that. You can see the kill participation, that's 67%, and the KDA of 5.60. So Doming really did step up for fall.
Yeah, and it only means good things here for Fennel Adversity. We can really see it in the results that they have, and so far so good here for Fennel Adversity, looking really good, getting that leg up from the summer season. And of course, we're gonna check out our Globe key player clash over here. If we have all of those buffs coming in on the AD carries, on the Dragon lane, of course, you have to mention the supports that are there beside them all the time. And guys, how do you think this Globe key player clash between Wura and Rafi is going to go down?
I have a feeling for Rura. I think his strength heavily relies on heavy engaged support. So I'm excited to see how he's going to face Rafi. I believe Janna has been such a go-to for that disengage just because there's just so much utility with the Monsoon. And especially, there has been a trend of heavy dive comp. So I feel like Braum and Janna for this particular matchup will be very, very important.
Yeah, and that's the comfort pick of Rafe moving in. And as for Hura, as what Rico told us, he is mostly on the engage, on the front line. And that's the reason why he is sitting on that KDA. And they're not really having the best time right now. But you can see the clear participation. They are coming in close, 88% against 94%. And along those lines, the statistics also from GPM damage, it was really close. It's just that Mirmooo is still having a hard time. And so KDA is a bit punishable coming in from Wura, and Rafi as the conservative support. I really love them see how they play with their ADCs because their marksman players are star-studded. You have Mirmooo, and to the other side you have Danny. Both of them are they love to play those overcommitments, those surprise play, those killer instinct from out of nowhere and then wipe the whole squad. So I think both of them are biggest factor for those two person to online and win the game.
And with all of that, which way do you guys think this match is going to go? I really want to say Mermo Esports, but I'm going to go first here. I think it's going to be a 2-0 in favor of Fennel Adversity. What about you guys?
Okay, for me, I think it's 2-1. Fennel Adversity, their experience from last season, and as well as how they've been faring since day number 1. They look solid. I see no weaknesses so far. And yeah, 2-1, one game from Mirmooo, but it's still Fennel Adversity's victory is my prediction.
So I guess this is the time of the day we're going in as a panel adversity. And everyone is going to vote for Fennel. I mean, I would love to give 1 point for Mermo, but from yesterday's game, it feels like they should be the ones who's coming out on top on the Unites with their play, with their backgrounds. But it's just that they're having a hard time adjusting right now, and I kind of respected that. So the reason why I'm going into 0 for Fennel Adversity.
Yeah, Fennel Adversity. If ever there's a show match, you guys know what our team name is going to be. Fennel Adversity. I hope you guys don't mind us borrowing it for this. And you guys can also make your thoughts and reactions and comments heard here on PPGL. All you have to do is head on over to Twitter and use the hashtags hashtag SeeIconSeriesPH and hashtag dominate the rift. And we are going to read out your tweets over here. If you want to say something to Osiris, if you want to say something to Riku, if you want to say something to the casters too, maybe give them some love or maybe shout out to the players and all of the great teams that we have over here, please head on over to Twitter and you can see your tweets featured on over here. You can also head to the PPGL community Discord server. I believe the link is located somewhere out there on possibly on the Facebook.
Somewhere down the road.
Somewhere down the road. I don't get it started over there. And you can hang out with us as we watch the matches and maybe even converse with some coaches, players, some special guests that might be dropping by over there. And maybe because this is the end of the broadcast week, afterwards, we can hang out, we can rank up together, we can do that all over on the PPGL community Discord server. I hope you guys do join over there. You can share some memes, you can share your thoughts. It's a safe place, you can share your thoughts on everything. And we hope to interact with you guys and see you guys over there. And again, you can make your voices heard on Twitter. That's two hashtags, hashtag SeeIconSeriesPH and hashtag dominate the rift. All right, we are ready to step into the rift with Mirmooo Esports versus Fennel Adversity. This is the first match of the last broadcast day of week 2. Let's jump into the rift.
Minions have spawned.
Starting the first series of our last day, pretty strong here because we have Mirmooo versus Fennel Adversity. You guys also just witnessed the Icon Series PH panel adversity, but now here are your casters. I'm Yukon, alongside me is Infinity.
Hello guys, I'm actually very excited, right? Fennel Adversity versus Mirmooo Esports. I think this is a battle between Mirmooo. I think they talked about a while ago with the interview regarding their unkillable composition on what they call the healing galeting composition, wherein they brought in Seraphine, Sona, and Olaf. And I'm excited. Are they gonna bring it once again on this stage against Fennel Adversity? Because I've heard they've practiced it quite a lot from a while ago's interview.
You know what? Here's the thing. Final Adversity, they are all about this in-your-face comp, charging at your face. First part of the mid-game, they are just gonna push you or force you into these skirmishes, and the Seraphine Sona combo that can stop that. So maybe you'll be seeing that from Mirmooo in this series. Could be seen at the first game, could be seen at the second. Let's just wait and see. But again, these are going to be the faces of our players for series number 1. Is there? Oh, I almost forgot to ask Infinity. The panel had their predictions, but what's yours?
My predictions. I think it's gonna be Fennel Adversity taking it home. I think they have shown us a very, very dominant series in day number 1, and in day number 2, they also won against Lakan Esports. So I think they're gonna win it, maybe 2-1 against Mirmooo Esports. I think Mirmooo will take one game away from them.
Yeah, Final Adversity is riding on that high, riding in that momentum. But of course, Mirmooo Esports, they have no choice but to go all in at this point. I mean, it is going to be a best of 3 series. Who knows? Maybe we will be seeing their first series win for the day. Is there any specific lane that you have your eyes on, though?
ADC. I think Mirmooo is sort of one of the key players here coming from Mirmooo Esports. I think he could play very, very well against the other team with a lot of changes. Now the question is, can they adjust in the patch 2.4, especially with 2 days already passing by in the Group C stages here in the Fall Season Icon Series? Can they do it against Fennel Adversity?
Don't worry, I got the answer. Yes, they can do it. Again, this is the last day, so they have to go all in. In a retrospect, though, I have to say I'm looking forward to the midlane matchup. I mean, yes, ADCs all around. The recent patch is all about just buffing that ADC, but the mid laners for both teams, they are stepping up. And I think the panel mentioned this. Shaw has a very good plays, or at least yesterday, Shaw was mentioned. A lot of good momentum on this side. He is basically the gatekeeper for Final Adversity, making sure that their opponents will not be able to snowball in the early game. We talked about the roles, we talked about everything else. Now we're gonna jump into the pick and ban phase. Bans for the side of Fennel is gonna be Lucian, Camille, and Akali.
Right, and for the side of Mermo Esports, we have Lee Sin banned away, Ari banned away, and also Braum. So I think Mermo is targeting onto the champion of Shaw as he played Ari very, very well.
He does. And all right, so Mirmooo mentioned that the logo is based on Kaisa, the thing here, the purple lines. I guess that's why Fennel picked Kaisa up. Like, yeah, I think we're gonna pick up Kaisa. Let's get it for ourselves. But that means Gragas and Galio is open. Nice 2 picks for the side of Mirmooo, but Rengar is left open. That's why Fennel will be able to pick that on top of a Janna. You already have the disengage support ready for Final Adversity.
Mermo has to pay the price, leaving Rengar open for Fennel Adversity to pick up. And now they have to play sort of a defensive type of setup wherein Gragas and Galio and Darius are the frontliners with Misfortune coming into the series for the very, very first time. It's like going back to the classics once again. Because the last time we saw Misfortune was maybe under the qualifiers of summer season.
Yeah, I feel like it's been 80 years since I last saw Misfortune, but I'm happy. You know, we get to see new things. And looking back at the team in the blue side, you have Pantheon being picked up as well as Singed. Also, the last pick for Mirmooo is going to be an Olaf. So you have that on the jungle. That is going to be a Galio support. Most likely, you can't put Darius on support. That is going to be a Darius mid or a Gragas mid, whichever works.
Yeah, I think it's going to be favorable for a Darius mid or a Galio mid. I mean, Mermo Esports going with that flexible champion composition can just rotate everywhere. But looking at Fennel Adversity, you talked about Kaisa a while ago. You know what? Removing Kaisa away from Mermo Esports. I think one of the many reasons as well why Fennel Adversity picked us up. Danny yesterday was very hindered on picking this champion because they themselves were banning this away. But in the last series, in their fight, picked up Kaisa. He was very dominant in that series. He was just smashing that competition. So I think Danny with it Kaisa is very, very dominant.
I was kidding about the Darius support. I did not know Mirmooo would actually do that. It's gonna be a Galio mid. So we see new things every day. That's it. That's like the line for this game. Yeah, anyway, jumping back into the game. Oh, okay, that is gonna be a Gragas support. Alright. I thought you're gonna be seeing a Darius support. I was about to be crazy, but that's a-okay. Mirmooo just playing mind games even to us casters, even to the viewers. But looking back into game number 1, finally be able to push the wave back, but you have most champions from Mirmooo just storming this mid lane. Maybe trying to shut down Shaw or just shoving the waves towards his side just so he cannot advance in enemy territory.
I love this. Fennel Adversity did this in probably day number 2 or day number 1, wherein they went 3-man roam top side of the map, went for the cut lanes, switch in lanes, make the duo on Baron, and also having their jungle go for the jungle invade. Because considering Mermo Esports went for an Olaf jungle, this is not really gonna be the favorable position for Mermo Esports at level 1 and level 2. Olaf needs level 3 to actually scale out.
All right, so Power was forced to pop the flash there, and Mirmooo, they're leaving their Baron lane open. It's literally open. They have to force this trade at the Dragon lane, or unless if not, looks like things are not going to be in their favor. That's going to be a flash incoming from Johan, and he'll be able to connect the upper hand. That's going to be the first ball going over to Olaf. First kill going over to Mirmooo. I guess their commitment here at the Dragon lane did pull through, did push through, but at the expense of a turret.
Expected situation for Fennel Adversity. I mean, Power did not have any flash available, so Mermo Esports having Yaohan go for the flash to then go for the hook was just a security secure kill rather for Mirmooo Esports. But what's interesting is Fennel got the trade back, so now it's 1-for-1, and Fennel got the tower first blood top lane because Mirmooo wasn't really able to visit top lane in pretty much the first 2 minutes of the game.
That's true. I was about to say it was okay for Mirmooo side, but the fact that I think that was who died earlier.
It was power for the
All
side
right,
of Fennel.
for the side of Mirmooo, who died earlier.
Wara.
On? All right,
It was
so
Wara.
all right, thank you. No, the kill went over to the support, to Rafe, right? All right, so it was a pretty even trade, but again, we're gonna have to highlight the fact that that's gonna be the turret going over to Fennel Adversity. At the very least, Mirmooo will be able to just capitalize on the lead that they had this earlier on. They're gonna go back to normal lanes, though. You have the Howling Gale. It is
Yeah.
gonna come through. That is gonna be the knockups as well. No follow-up with that Danny. This is Kaisa. Still pretty early into the game. The IK Fenrig is not gonna hurt as much. Also, he does not have the kill instinct just yet. Darius keeps on going down at the mid lane though, just to maybe help out this Galio. I mean, you have the upper end, you have the pulse to come through. After the pulse, you also have the taunts that is gonna connect through. But it's a Pantheon. It's short to mid range. He is just gonna be very careful, extra careful, and maybe he is just gonna try and poke
Two-man
these
roam?
fights the moment level 5 is available, as you have the two champions roaming. You also have Olaf roaming at the side. That's actually a nice Howling Gale coming in from Rafe. Vision given. Your positioning has been exposed. You also have bullet time being popped by Mirmooo just to push off the members of an adversity. 5 champions down here at Dragon Lane. That's been a knockup coming through from Mirmooo. Misfortune receiving a lot of damage. Now you have Rengar at the side. That is going to be the ultimate coming through from Pantheon. The flash out coming through from Mirmooo Esports. But the first kill is going to go over to Pantheon. Olaf being taken down. Galio dashing out. And the other members of Mirmooo just forced to go back. But here comes Apprehend. There's a good follow-up, but there is no damage for them just yet. The cast is gonna come through, but no one actually died. Here comes Power. He is gonna focus on Misfortune, but now you have the sacrificial lamb. You have Rengar being bursted down. Is Mirmooo still alive? Is gonna be a yes. Here comes Olaf. Yeah, Jenna got executed there.
So that's an overall 2 kills coming in for the side of Mermo Esports. But I think rather than getting the kill, it was an execute instead. Because if you're looking at the standings, it's only 2 kills for Mirmooo, while 3 deaths was available for Fennel. So it simply is a 1-for-1 trade-off, which doesn't really put Mirmooo Esports at the edge of the game. So now Fennel Adversity has 3k gold lead.
I guess the plan for Mirmooo here is to pick as much fights as possible, which I don't think is good for their composition. I believe they should just focus on things like this. Get Dragon, make sure Fennel will be nowhere near where they are, and then go back to their lanes. That is going to be the Drake going over to the men in red. Has been secured by Olaf. XDXP being A-okay, being just fine on this champion. But in retrospect, Fennel Adversity will be able to get their hands on the Rift Herald. They could summon this in the Baron lane, or maybe even at the mid lane later on. Power just chasing down too, and he will be able to get vision for a handful of seconds. Fennel, they're playing this one very conservatively. Mirmooo, they're the ones that has the early game advantage. Let's see if they'll be able to utilize that. Power is gonna make his way in. Howling Gale gonna connect. Voice, you're gonna connect as well. Now you have Mirmooo just staying at the backline. That is really portable. Connecting that is really upper hand as well. But you have the cast coming through and was able to push that away. You also have the bullet time being popped in there, but that is gonna be Wu Rao dashing in. He does get taken down. Here comes Pantheon with the ultimate, and he does get stunned. Yao Han being the second one being taken down by Fennel Adversity. Galio is nowhere near the area. He also was not able to pop his ultimate, while Rengar bursted him down before he could even help his team.
Wura became sort of an imposter. It's a 6th map for Fennel Adversity. If Explosive Cast did not actually connect, it was
True.
Danny who would have died in that fight. But rather, Explosive Cast pushed away Danny. It was a safe exit onto that team fight. And now Mermo tries to go for the defense tier 1 turret bot lane.
Yao Han still has an option. Guillotine, that is to be him being stunned. He does jump in, but it's not going to be enough. Here comes the kill coming through from Rengar. XP taking a lot of damage as well. Here comes Power at the back line. That is going to be grounded, connecting onto Mirmooo. There is a face check, quick face check here and there. Fennel Adversity decided to not push through with their plan. At the very least, they were able to push Mirmooo Esports back. And going back to your point, I do agree, but maybe it's just missed angle from Mura. It happens, I guess that's normal. And we are
Right.
just 6 minutes into the game, 6-2 on the scoreboard, 7k gold lead in favor of Final Adversity. Now Johan is just gonna go back to the Baron lane. Gragas will be accompanying Olaf. And you have Mirmo alone at the mid lane. Make you think who is gonna get most of the farm. I mean, ADC, that's a check, but you have Olaf, you have Darius. Who's gonna get the other part of the farm?
Right, and you talk about farming, I want to focus on to Mermo Esports having to lose a lot because they focused on mid lane and especially bot lane, where in top lane was just freely farming for Fennel Adversity. And look how the game sense is just there. But 5-man roam for Mermo Esports.
That is gonna be him proto belting his way in, but he is receiving a lot of damage. But you know what? It's gonna be A-okay because he is still gonna be up. You have explosive gas coming through. The damage, the poke, the burst is definitely right there. Here comes Fennel. They are gonna focus on literally area from Mirmo. You have those that coming through from Phantom plus the proto belt. Mirmo is able to get one, but at the expense of two. You now have two champions down. You also have the ground coming through, and an alley of courtesy of power. Unstoppable going over to Rengar. End up saying goodbye. It is going to be a 4-1 in favor of Fennel Adversity plus one turret to beat.
Right, and having that hyper aggression for Mermo Esports, I think they were not expecting Fennel Adversity to respond that quickly. Because in a matter of seconds, everyone was on top side of the map, wherein Mermo Esports is forced to back away because they were on 7k gold disadvantage. They were in a huge disadvantage when it comes to the lane control because the minion wave was pushing. So if ever they were really trying to pressure in, they made sort of a weird situation wherein Fennel Adversity was really able to just come back side. So I think Mirmooo is now on a massive disadvantage. Currently 11k gold lead for Fennel Adversity. Now they need to take more steps into trading turrets, into trading farm. Because they lost a lot in the early game.
They did. Mountain Drake is now up though, but Mirmo Esports is nowhere near the dragon, and even this last outer turret for the dragon. It's good. You get to secure one outer turret at the Baron lane, but a dragon and another turret down, that's not gonna spell good for you guys. On top of that, that is limit hospital, but it will be enough to be in because bullet time has been popped as well. Coming in from Mirmo, you have to jump in, coming through from Galio, but Darius does get bursted down. Now you have a good engage for Mirmo Esports. Beautiful disengage, beautiful howling guild coming through from Rafe. That is gonna be the Void Seeker connecting, but I don't think Danny is gonna jump in. You have a 1-2 in favor of Mirmo. Final Adversity will be able to survive this one. They could still go with a third dive, and they should. Explosive Cask is not available, sadly. Could have been the perfect opportunity, but here comes Kakayo throwing in the winds here and there. Fennel will be able to defend this first mid lane outer turret.
Well, Mermo Esports used Explosive Cash to get 2 kills. So I think overall, yes, they didn't get a tier 1 turret mid lane, but they got 2 kills instead. So I think that is the start, that is the beginning of them to try and create things back in. So I think Wura had that commendable play into the mid side of the map, getting the pick off onto Power and Shaw. And I think this will delay how Fennel Adversity wants to play this out. But considering the death timers is really not that long, in 10 minutes of the game, there's going to be 5-man already available for Fennel Adversity once again. And the next objective is going to be very important because it is a Baron Nashor. If 1 kill comes down, I think Mermo Esports can change the storyline, but this can go the same way for Fennel Adversity. If they take 1 kill away from Mermo Esports, they have the gold lead, they have the Mountain Dragon, they have everything against them to take the Baron Nashor, even though it's a numbers disadvantage for them as well.
Rengar jumping in, and you have the nets, you have the roots coming through. That's with the bullet time being popped yet again, but it's not going to be enough because Prandion jumping in. You also have Yaohan was able to connect the upper end onto 3, but it's not going to be enough. Kaiser does get taken down though, and now you have a dominating Rengar right at your face. Gragas being bursted down, being taken down by Power. It is going to be a 1-2 now in favor of Fennel. Let me tell you this. Fennel was confident with taking that fight because there's no more outer turrets in the Baron side of Mirmo. They actually don't have the safety net should they try to go and disengage.
Right, and just the amount of map control leads to a lot of situations into an advantage or a disadvantage. And I think that is what you're saying. And I see it happen because look at Mermo Esports' tower taken. You have only 2 turrets that has been taken down by Mirmooo. Fennel Adversity takes 5. 2 turrets into the bot side of the map. 2 turrets into the top side and 1 turret into the mid lane. So pretty much the map control is dominantly taken down by Fennel University. So even then, Mermo Esports cannot just go into their very own jungle freely because they don't know what is waiting for them and they don't have any vision at this point in time.
That is true, but they will try to get vision though because you have Emperor just going in with a D ward. Sadly, Final University was able to take down the Baron Nashor. A lot more objectives going over to their side. 11k gold lead still being cemented by Final Adversity. What a powerful game one, honestly. But at this point, what could Mirmooo Esports do to be able to catch up?
Win a team fight. That's basically it because they have the misfortune. They could utilize a wombo combo type of setup. XD XP comes first, Yao Han to follow through, Emperor with the ultimate with XD XP with the Ragnarok to initiate those engagements. With that type of setup, they can win this. But the probability of taking every single ultimate into quick succession against Fennel University is pretty low. But if they can take it, that's going to be pretty massive.
Oh, that is going to be the upper hand connecting on the 2 plus explosive cast, but it is going to be enough. Janna does get taken down. You also have the hero's echoes being popped by Galio. But you know what? Domeng is split pushing down the below. You also have Shaw at the Baron lane. Emperor alongside Mirmooo and Pura is going to try to push him down. But that leaves the mid lane open. The rotation from Fennel being very, very good. Heals are going to come through. You still have the toxic poison seeping through from Power with that Singed. And the Final Adversity, they were able to put a hole into the base of Mirmooo Esports. 13 minutes in, plus a kill to beat. Darius being taken down. Young Phantom jumping in with a Grand Storm. That is gonna be Darius being taken down as well. Here comes Emperor. He's gonna flash through, but he's gonna try and chase some Power. But you know what? Even though Power does get taken down, he no longer has teammates to protect him. It is gonna be a 1-4 in favor of Fennel, and they're gonna go all in. They want to get the last mid lane turret. They could target the Nexus heroes, and it's not gonna be available. You have the thought it is gonna connect, but Fennel University focusing on the goal, focusing on bagging game number 1.
Right, and Fennel University will get the advantage in the series. And I think that ending fight began wherein Mermo Esports used up 4 of their ultimates coming into the mid lane, got the Janna down, but still, right? It's only the support that was taken down as a kill for Mermo Esports. Without those 4 ultimates from them, the wombo combo will not be available. They pressured in onto the dragon because they thought the enemy team was trying to force it. But no, they were waiting for that push to happen. So the counterattack happened. Fennel University got the 4 kills. It was the game-ending push for Fennel University, and they took game 1.
I feel like the early game, Mirmooo Esports did try to do something new. It's even me, I got taken aback by their tactic there, but it honestly did not help. And on top of that, Misfortune, she hurts in the late game. She's a huge problem. That bullet time, difficult to deal with. Problem is, her early laning stage is not that strong. And Mirmooo Esports was not able to support that. I was actually expecting XDXP to at least have some pickups here and there. Instead, it was Domeng that he saw that was able to pull through with the kills. Shaw's ultimate is beautiful. Whenever Mirmooo is gonna try to go with the pickups, which they should in the mid part of the game, it was just this Pantheon coming through with the semi-global ult. And if you want to see more of those plays, here are your Oppo A94 plays of the game.
And there are 2 statements and description that I want to talk about against Mermo Esports in the first 5 minutes of game. I think one of the most commendable things that they did in this first early phase of this match was 5-man roam into bot side of the map because they understand that Danny is a very strong ADC for Fennel University. If they can punish this champion in the early game, they can take it through, win this game number 1, take the advantage of the series. But the problem is, they left the top lane open. It was Fennel University who was able to take the tier 1 turret down in the first minute and 30 seconds because Mermo Esports did not even visit the top lane. And there is 2 disadvantage coming into this one. First, you lose the gold for your Baron lane. The gold distribution for the mid lane and bot lane will be distributed into 5 members for Mermo Esports, which led to a huge gold deficit. Because at this point in time, look at that 10k gold disadvantage for them in the 10-minute mark, wherein they had the Ocean Drake, they got a 2-for-2 kills a while ago, it was pretty even, but Fennel just came through with that big impact.
That's true. And I was actually about to say that Mirmooo could go with the pickoffs. They could just take Danny out. They could just take Doming out. Problem is Danny is just safe at the back lines. He also has flash, also has killer instinct to reposition himself. And for Doming, which is the master of the match for this game, he is just fed. That's it. He is difficult to actually duel against. He also has Smite and that Flash. Player stats, you have KD of 13.00, kill participation 72%, damage per minute only 852, but that's because he's not actually scared of jumping right at their opponent's faces, and the other members of an adversity will just follow through. They protect the Queen composition. That's a huge check for Fennel in game number 1.
It was enough. Doming just used his potential, stacked up onto the passive early game, got the 2 unique kills, which means you get those 2 gold medals, which increases your damage pretty much 5% per interval. So like 10% damage in the first minute and 30 seconds of the game. Too much to handle in that early stages. He was able to get that power spike up and running as fast as possible. And even though damage per minute doesn't really state that much of damage in the whole particular game, you need to take note that when it came to this match, it was only 11 minutes to 12 minutes as a whole duration.
True, and I guess that just goes just shows rather how powerful they were in this game number 1. But for Mirmooo Esports, do not fret. Associated with their fans, this is going to be a best of 3. Let's see how they will be able to adjust. MF pick. It made a smile in the pick and ban phase, but not so much in game.
Right.
They make it rain. There were times it was placed in an awkward situation. I mean, at some point, Fennel adversity, they can actually tank the damage. Bullet time did not dish out that much damage as well, and you actually have a lot of champions that can jump right at your face. Initially, I don't think MF is a good champion because bullet time can be easily cancelled. That's why most of the time Mirmooo was just forced to skate his way further at the back line. And yeah, the draft had a lot of promise. They just were not able to pull through. I was also waiting for the mid laner to actually step up, given that Shaw, dude, the control this guy has, even though he has a champion that's short to mid range, it was so good. But for Mirmooo Esports, they can still make something happen. Maybe try to get Kai'Sa for themselves, or maybe no. Fennel actually banned that Lucian.
Yeah,
Maybe
Lucian
give
banned
back
away.
Mirmooo with Ezreal. I don't know, but yeah, get
Maybe.
a more prominent ADC.
Right. And I'm glad that you talked about the misfortune, because I agree and disagree about this pick. I mean, this composition states that you want to go for the wombo combo type of setup.
Yeah.
I mean, you first 2 picked Gragas and Galio. What else to complement that with a misfortune to go for the ultimates if you get that engage up and running? But the problem is, Mirmooo Esports wasn't really able to utilize this aspect. And on top of all that, I think misfortune is kind of on the fringe edge if it's kind of useful or not in this patch 2.4. Because remember, Essence River gives you 25 ability haste, it gives you extra crit
Yes.
damage, and also having the Solari Charge Blade as the second item of Mirmooo in the misfortune gives you the stacks on crit, means that you can utilize the double up of his skill to go for those stacks, to go for those pokes, and I think that is what Mermo wanted. But considering the early game aggression of the bot side of the map wasn't really gonna be that ideal for Mirmooo Esports in this game. They want to scale up mid-game, late game, but they were not able to because of how aggressive Fennel Adversity was in the first minute and 30 seconds of the game, and they lost the Tower First Blood. They lost how many more kills after that? Yes, they got the Ocean Drake, but at the cost of many more lives at that objective. So I think in this game number 2, I mean, misfortune not gonna be as ideal, but if they want to go for the same result, I think they want to focus more on protecting their top side of the map, maybe leave one open for the top side, same aggression that they did in game 1, having that 5-man roam, but instead of 5-man, put it to 4-man in bot side of the map, punish Danny, get that early lead, punish them, hinder the power spike of Kai'Sa.
That's actually a good plan. I mean, 1-4 in the early game, you're gonna leave one lane vulnerable, but you can maybe have a Janna just for the extra mobility, extra help, extra disengage. Also, speaking of Janna, there were a lot of times that she used her Moonsoon, and it just worked really well for Fennel, but the Howling Gale was actually the skill that got my attention. It stopped Mirmooo from actually going right at them. It also provided a lot of vision. We saw that one Howling Gale back at the Dragon Lane, which revealed the positioning of was Olaf and Darius. Also, Darius, Yauhan on this champion. So good. The upper hand is always connecting. He even uses protocol to make things happen. Very good initiate, but the follow-up was just not there. And sometimes if the upper hand does connect, you have Pantheon. Alright, I'm gonna aim my Grand Skyfall and then just jump
Knock
in
off.
with a semi-global ult. That's it. That's basically what's happened. And yeah, Gragas did not feel much from. I did not feel much presence from this champion. It is a support though, but at least the explosive cast, it just wasn't in their favor. But so far, if we're gonna jump into game number 2, I guess Mirmooo. There's nothing wrong with their draft, and if they want to pick Jinx, if they want to pick MF, get all those crazy champions, that's okay.
Pick Ash.
But why not, right? But I guess when
Right.
it comes to the in-game rotations, in-game movements, that's where they need to be serious. That's why they need to be decisive. And I did not feel that solid decisiveness in the game. Early game, yeah, maybe they actually allowed the Baron lane turret to be taken down. But after that, I think that was the dragon fight. They honestly struggled, and that was just a green line for Fennel Adversity to jump in, get a lot of kills, a lot of pickoffs, and just storm right at their faces. Again, Rengar being fed in this composition, which you have Kaisa at the backline, not actually a good thing to watch.
Yeah, 0 to 100 power spike as soon as possible in the early game. So I think Rengar is just there. And would you really want to give a Rengar to the enemy team, or even Kaisa to the enemy team onto Danny in trade for a Braum ban from Mermo Esports? That's the thing that I'm thinking about. Is this gonna be a very great composition that they're banning away? Because Lee and Ari, I think this is a great and exceptional bans coming from Mermo Esports. But Braum, as history states from the patch 2.4 update, it's not gonna be as evident as a support that has been picked up. I mean, Senna was open in this game. No one picked it up for Mermo Esports or even Fennel
True.
University. I mean, there is a potential for them to succeed in that sort of support killer of a champion. But considering these picks that they are picking, I think it's not that favorable. So maybe they didn't really want to go for that route. But maybe Mermo Esports don't ban away Braum. Maybe ban away Kaisa. Push Danny into an Ezreal. Or maybe into another champion. Because Danny is an exceptional Kaisa player. Probably even best Kaisa player in this group C stages. So I think banning it away, forcing out these uncomfortable picks and other champions that has not been practiced by Danny is sort of a good strategy that they can bring in game 2.
I think, alright, so hear me out here. We usually don't see a brown ban, but it does make sense if you're gonna use a misfortune just to, stop that bullet time, the
Right.
damage. But yeah, I do agree. Overall, just let just let Braum go. Just leave the guy alone. Just let him pet his sparrows. Come on, guys. He's actually a nice guy. But yeah, they could let this champion go and then trade it with a Kaisa ban or Rengar ban if they want to. So let's see. We have to see if Mirmooo is gonna go over to the blue side, or are they gonna be still sticking to their guns like their misfortune and stick to the red side. So a lot of possibilities, a lot of possible adjustments for Mirmooo. I strongly believe that they could still push this to a game number 3 because hey, they're a strong team. They made it this far. So, and again, it is going to be day 3. If they have any more tactics or if they have any more surprises up their sleeves, they need to show it right now. Or they could just go back to basic and defeat Fennel Adversity the normal way.
Also, before we actually dive into the next game, also I'm excited, but I want to commend Mermo Esports' draft composition in the early stages, right? Because they brought in Galio and Gragas. Maybe Fennel Adversity is thinking maybe Galio comes into the bot lane, Gragas maybe comes into the mid lane. Because that's a tradition, right? If you have these two champions come into a single draft composition, this will most probably be the traditional type of role that they're gonna fill in. But Mermo Esports has another thing in mind. Put Wara onto the Gragas, make it so that it's a different mid lane that Fennel Adversity has to take in. So I like the flexibility that Mermo Esports is showing in this game number one. If they can bring in this flexibility with sort of an adjustment in their type of strategy, or maybe their ADC, if they do want to go for that route in game number two, I think this will be an exceptional. This could go into game number three.
Hey, that's a thing that they could do. So maybe we'll be seeing that in game number two. Of course, guys, I know you are as excited as we are before we jump into game number two. But chill, we're just waiting for the players. Well, take a look at this draft right here, which was in order. So for the side of Final Adversity, the Lucian ban, it made sense. Not just because they're up against Mirmooo, but because Lucian is just a pain in the head in general. In the Wild Rift now with the current patch, like hello, the crits, like that damage is enough for game 7, even though we're only running a best of 3 here. Camille also not seeing the light of day, honestly. Well, because she has a hook shot, has a very good response rate. Hextech Ultimatum will be able to isolate key members. Could be the ADC, could be the Baron laner, even the mid laner, jungler, support even, just to get all the roles in. Yeah, on top of that, Akali has been really, really good in the meta. She can be placed in the mid lane, but mostly we see her in the Baron lane. Just because, I mean, longer lane, you have more time to farm. Also, her 5-point strike can just clear the waves out quickly. Chicken Flip can be used aggressively and defensively. And let's not forget the perfect execution that can just dish out an obnoxious amount of damage and will basically just burst you down. That's it. That's the story of this assassin.
And here's my thoughts on banning away the Camille and the Akali. Because in the previous days, in day number 1 and day number 2, Fennel Adversity is playing sort of the protect always Danny composition, right? Having everyone sort of be the support, everyone sort of be the frontliners. Danny will just be onto the backside, dealing off massive amounts of damage. They highlighted this type of game style in their previous days, in their previous games, right? They battled against Lakan Esports in day number 2 yesterday with putting in Ezreal. But with Gragas, Kha'Zix, Singe, they are really just proficient with these champions and proficient with these strategies and really protecting Danny for him to scale out. And with the traditional setup that he does, Kai'Sa and Ezreal, these are the champions that are highly mobile, first of all, and has long-range shots, with Kai'Sa being that can rain and even go for the killer instinct if ever that opens up the opportunity for a killer type of playstyle. And Ezreal has the arc and shift to go back away. So you have a lot of flexibility and you have a lot of self-peeling and peeling from your teammates as well. That really just shines on for Fennel Adversity.
I remembered a certain champion. You mentioned self-peel. Maybe they can pick up Saya. I mean, got a suggestion for Mirmooo. I mean, that is possible. Rakan even. Come on, jump in. Hey, according to social media, today is International Girlfriend's Day. So maybe you're gonna be seeing a passive buff on Saya and Rakan. I don't know. That's what social media told me. But yeah, Saya is definitely still up there in the picks. She has a really good amount of self-peel, and the roots, once it's gonna connect, it can stop your opponents from actually jumping in. Also, the kites just hurts a lot. The feathers, it's a problem. Also, I realized Twisted Fate was not banned, but neither of the teams picked him up. I guess it's just not in their play style, just not in their team's champion pool. But yeah, we haven't been seeing much of Twisted Fate now.
Yeah, I think it's really just because of the uprise of the ADCs, right? These are sort of the patch 2.4 changes that really changes everything. You need to have that frontliner defensive capability, so maybe that's the reason why we see the sort of Shaw mid lane onto Ahri and Pantheon. You have the Galio Gragas mid lane that we typically see. So maybe that's the reason. Maybe Twisted Fate is not going to be as evident now as we do so pleased to see it once again. But I think I remember having to see it in the first week of the fall season Icon series in Group A and B, having the Twisted Fate and the Pantheon combo. And that is an absolute menace of a duo coming into a draft composition because of how much global presence these two champions has. And I think Mermo Esports can maybe pick it up if they want to go for this global presence as well.
All right, so this is going to be the champ select by, of course, right? Go. The bans from Final Adversity is Brom, Aryan, Lee Sin. And okay, it's going to be Mirmooo in the blue side now. And they did pick up Kai'Sa, Chef's Kiss. Good
I
decision making
love
right
it.
then and there. I love it. I'm so happy. Problem here is they basically opened Olaf and they basically opened Darius. They could pick up J4 and
Counter.
Gragas. Just get Gragas, please. Don't give it to Fennel, but it's gonna be a huge problem. Okay, they picked up Pantheon instead. If they're gonna lock that in, Pantheon is still a good initiator. Looks to be follow up. It's gonna be followed up rather by J4 with the Cataclysm. We'll be able to just lock Fennel Adversity down. But here it is. They picked up Gragas. Good disengage. They are gonna be picking up Corky as well. Seraphine being picked up. Sona being picked up as well. So it's gonna be a 1-3-1. I think.
Maybe.
I mean,
It's a
the girls,
unkillable.
the singers. It's the unkillable Kaisa. I don't know. man.
unkillable Kaisa.
Right.
It's a new strategy that I don't know how it would work because Kaisa is sort of a champion that comes into the backside with the killer instinct. So I think Seraphine and Sona should run if they want to catch up onto the killer instinct of Kaisa to put him onto those healing sustainability plus that movement speed potential, right? So this is going to be an interesting pick here for Mirmooo Esports. I think they mentioned a while ago, right? They practiced the Seraphine, Sona, the quote-unquote healing galing as they called it with this strategy. Maybe they are proficient with these two champions of Seraphine, Sona that we haven't seen thus far because in day number 1, they lost with this composition. But this might change things a bit. This may change the pacing, and this might change with how this game is gonna go for Mermo Esports.
All right. Right off the bat, I love this. I love the composition that Mirmooo is going to be showing us this game number 2. Still have to check their laning though because Seraphine and Sona, you can't separate them. You know, Sona plays the music, Seraphine sings. So there's that. So I was right. It's going to be a 1-3-1. You have J4 lurking and the jungle. Donna is going to be power. So I think dominance in the early game. You also have Oriana just popping in with her trinkets here and there. Sona lurking at the side. It's gonna be Kaisa, Yauhan alone at the Baron lane. Just leave Kaisa alone. I guess she's gonna farm in the early game. A lot of pressure is gonna be on the side of Emperor and XTXP solely because obviously they're the initiators. The rest is just gonna follow through. I guess a lot of ultimates from Pantheon is gonna be important for Mirmooo. My only concern though here is if Rafi has one good explosive cast, it's over. That's it. Like a lot of resources will be committed by Mirmooo only to get negated, only to get nullified by one explosive cast. So let's see how will they be able to pull through in game number 2.
And as you stated, Rafi with the ultimate, you have a lot more engage afterwards. Darius can hook from power, Domin can follow through that sustainability DPS, Shaw can use the shockwave, Danny can use a special delivery or the Valkyrie to give slow or the knockback. So I think this is really going to be based on Rafi playing around his champion on that engage, disengage ultimate. And on top of all that, a quick point onto Danny as well. This is going to be the first time that we see him play on Corki. So how is he proficient with this champion? Is he the best Corki player in the world aside from Kaisa being played all throughout the series?
Ooh, that's gonna be Mirmooo. Just being at the front line, big job is the connect. Will be able to farm this one quickly. Power has no other choice to either go with one pickup or just let his turret to die. But in retrospect, looking at the dragon lane, his teammates is a-okay. They could just go with the trace or they can still get pick up. No one basically died yet in this game. But Mirmooo is gonna focus on taking down the turret. Power does not have Noxian Guillotine just yet. So he is just forced to play this one out conservatively. Because on top of the pokes and the CC, they have a lot of heals coming out from these two performers.
Right, and just the sustainability just forces out power to just stay away from these composition from Mermo Esports. So I commend how these two teams are playing. Because in the patch 2 or something similar, or even before then, you have the changes in the turrets wherein if there is more players trying to bring it down, the defense actually increases. So I think having only 2 members going for the tier 1 third top lane for Mirmooo Esports is a good thing. And Fennel University does the same thing in the bot lane. So now that's a 1-for-1 with Mirmooo taking the tower first blood.
True, they're just to focus on the objective game. No fights just yet, but we did see a shockwave coming through from Shaw. He was just poking Emperor's life here and there. Already has Roa 3 minutes in. Now for Danny, he's just gonna focus on the D ward, again clear out the wave. You have Rafi at the side though. I think Johan could go back or wait for J4 and Pantheon to join the party before picking any fight.
Right, and I think that's just a patience game right now. Especially with 30 seconds remaining for both the Infernal Drake and the Rift Herald to come up. These are so valuable as an objective for these two teams. Because Infernal Drake is probably one of the highest priority, if not the highest priority, of all the 4 elements of dragons in
True.
this game right now. Because of how much damage it provides. 6% for your team. It scales out even further in mid-game, late-game, where your base AD and AP is also scaling.
Scuttler will be secured by Mirmooo. For Infernal Jake is already up, but you also have the other members of an adversity slowly pouring into the Dragon Pit. Shaw is lurking at the table. Are they gonna go with the kill? Is he gonna jump in? You also have the cast coming through, but Butima was able to get there. Infernal Jake, you have the crescendo being popped in, and there. Are gonna connect up the 3. The charms are gonna come through, but for an adversity, they are holding out just fine. The sustain is right there. You also have Domeg pushing through the front lines. Double kill going over to Olaf. Kaisa gets bursted down. Triple kill going over to Olaf in the early game. I do not like that. That's scary, okay? I have to say it. Then and there, XDXP is gonna pop the flag in Jag just to survive against Power. Aside from getting a triple kill, aside from winning that team fight, Fennel will be able to get the first outer mid lane turret. That is going to be the ultimate coming from Pantheon. Will be able to land a stun onto one. Kaisa coming through with the Void Seeker. Kill is going to go over to Mirmooo Esports. Red Team though was able to get with Herald at the expense of Power's life. I think that's okay. I mean, sacrificial lamb here and there.
I mean, at least Mermo Esports got to trade on getting maybe the push in, but still, I think this is the problem with putting Olaf as a free hitter, just outscaling everyone, getting the triple kill. This is just too much, and XDXP really just needs to sustain his ultimate for dumbing alone. Even if you don't lock in onto Show, he has flash, he has goals, he can maybe dash away, he can sustain himself, but Domeng is someone that you need to respect, especially right now, 3-0-0 champion that has pretty much every top gold for Fennel adversity in this game with Black Cleaver already locked in, Rift Herald and Gargoyle Enchant. He is attack and a damage dealer at the same time.
Yep, and that's just, I guess that's the plan that Final Adversity has coming into game number 2. Just let Domeng scale. That's already a check. Have 2k goal lead. That is also a check. Get as much threats as they can. Viola, Exhibit A. You have Repel being someone at the Brown line. That's going to be outer turret for the Brown side, down for Mirmooo Esports, and Final Adversity. They are gonna steal the buff against XDXP and then pick a fight. I mean, Dominic is his focus. He does have Ragnarok. It's even the Gatling gun coming through. Will they jump in? Will they not? They're waiting for Mirmooo to actually respond. Encore and Crescendo is available. You also have the Cataclysm up. You also have Killer Instinct up. But Mirmooo is just gonna opt with playing this one out safely.
They just have to play the distant game, because one wrong mistake, or one wrong step rather, for any of these two teams, Mirmooo Esports trying to go for the counter attack with the Rift Herald push for Fennel Adversity, can lead them into an Olaf going for the Ragnarok, getting those kills up and running for their team, and actually getting the security onto the tier 2 turret top lane. And at the same time, if Fennel Adversity rushes in, Jarvan 4 has his ultimate ready and can lock into a lot of champions, especially if they dive under the tier 2. So I think this respect from these two teams are this important. And these two teams know the stakes right now. Fennel Adversity, if they win this, they're still gonna remain at the top of the leaderboards right now for the group, for the respective group. And Mirmooo Esports, if they lose this, they're gonna remain with no Series 1. So really, it's just so much stakes right now.
A lot definitely in stake. A lot is on the table. Stakes just keep on getting higher. The more seconds, the more minutes we see, or more minutes that is gonna pass in this game. XCXP, not sure if he's gonna connect with the drag there, but he does let down the flag. Next dragon is gonna be up in 27 seconds. Graga's already lurking at the sides just to make sure that there's no one from the blue side lurking. Just the barrel exploding already hurts Mirmo. He was forced to use his heal there. Pantheon being zoned out by Darius basically, and you still have Sona alongside J4 at the mid lane. Fennel, they actually placed a lot of wards in the map. Like, look at that. Not much ward, if not none at all, for the side
Yeah,
of
no.
Mirmooo.
Right. No information means that you don't have any clue on where Fennel University is. And right now, flank is happening from Power.
Beat drop not connecting. But you know what else? The killer is coming through, and the very least Yaohan was able to get one. Fennel, are they gonna fall back? Are they gonna fight that? It's gonna be Pantheon jumping in. They're gonna focus on the Drake, but there's enough Corky with the Mr. Barrage. It's gonna be the Valkyrie connecting. That is also gonna be the counter not connecting not much champions. You also have the Crescendo coming through. Patrick's being taken down. Oriana does get bursted down. Gargas being just disseminated by the Seraphine, and Mira will have first dibs on this dragon. You have Domeng, you still have Danny, but Domeng was forced to flash out. They are very low. Mirmooo Esports, their lives are blinking. You have Gatling gun from Corky. I don't think they should pick this fight. This was a good decision. After getting Dragon, just go back.
It started with Power going for a flank. Why was he there is the question, right? Because Fennel University still hasn't gotten the dominance into the riverbed, still hasn't gotten the initial setup onto that team fight, and Power just came through face first in that danger, and Yaohan has his ultimate up, which just enabled Mermo Esports to get the kill on Power. With Power already not available for Fennel University, they lost this frontliner, and Gragas and Olaf was pretty much the only one who can defend Shaw and Danny. And Mermo Esports, take note, they have the Seraphine and the Sona. So they don't want to fight this 5v5 without Power available for their team. So pretty much I think it's just the Mirmooo Esports taking that mistake as an opportunity against Fennel University, taking them down, and now they secured 2 dragons in their favor.
I really like this. This is them picking a fight. Baron, though, is already up. Now you have the barrels coming through. At the very least, it was not stolen by Fennel Adversity. Of course, no one's gonna go over to the Baron just yet. They will most likely just fight. Shaw is separated, so no ultimates, no shockwave that is gonna come through from this Oriana. Mirmooo already giving the Baron a start. Fennel is right there. Power making his way at the front. That is with the sun connecting, but now you have Power just forced to pop his protocol just to be safe. Now you have the Anchor connecting onto 2, but there is no follow-up. One ultimate down. You also have the Crescendo being taken, and that is gonna be the shockwave coming through. Here comes Pantheon. Olaf being bursted down. Corky saying goodbye as well. Mirmooo being grouped together. Gragas being taken down. Power is the next target. Will he be taken? That is going to be a yes, no, maybe, yes. Kill going over to Kaisa. You have the heals coming through. You have the speed boost coming through as well. And Mirmooo will be able to get that fight 4-0 plus a possible Baron.
Unkillable Kaisa.
Will Shaw be able to survive? That is going to be a no. That is going to be the ace going over to Mirmooo. I was about to ask, where is Emperor? Apparently, the camera panned. He just wants to give that ace to his team.
Right, he's just the skirmisher while the rest of the team goes for the Baron Dasher. Just had that security onto his objective, puts them in a very good lead. Not just in gold, not just in dragon, but also in lane pressure. Because now they can just punish Fennel University. Fennel University right now is making so much mistakes on getting that 5v5 in. Get that one pick up for Mirmooo Esports. Now they're done after because they are at the numbers disadvantage. They do not remember that Mirmooo is on Seraphine and Wura is on Sona. And Unkillable Kaisa is just unkillable, if that makes sense, because it's the name states itself. Right? This is the healing building composition that Mirmooo Esports has stated a while ago in their interview. They have practiced and it's now showing in this game too.
Apparently, Olaf pick for their unkillable comp is not in Mirmoo's plan. It's working out really well on this Kai side. It's gonna be handled by Yaohan. Now 12 minutes in, they have the gold lead. They also have the kill count lead as well. Tower takedown, it's gonna be 4-3, but you also have 2 dragons being taken, being secured by Mirmooo. They could even get the third one if if they allow it. But looks like Fennel, it is going to be a no. They are just going to make their way at the Dragon Spit just as quickly. It is going to be a Mountain Drake, so it's going to be all about those shields, all about those sustains. They need to wait for Mirmooo to jump in first, but you literally have four champions that can go with the initiate. Even if there's one or two ultimates down, you have to be careful of the CCs that is gonna come through after. And I like how Mirmooo is being protected this time around. Dominguez is amount of damage that is gonna be the shockwave connecting onto the ground, onto no one. You also have the onward connecting onto one. That is gonna be them being able to isolate Domeng. Not Domeng. You have Power. Power is just forced to jump out. Power being taken down. That is gonna be Fennel Adversity forcing themselves to just go back. They were not able to get anything in that fight.
It's another misposition for Fennel University. I think Power was overextending in that bush. Maybe he was thinking Fennel University will come through in that 5v5 team fight. But remember, Mirmooo Esports just has so much in that 5v5 team clashes that needs to be respected, that needs to be feared against, because Mirmooo right now is stacking with a lot of things. Also, something to take note from Fennel Adversity, only Danny has the grievous wounds onto the Executioner's Calling. Pretty much everyone is building onto damage, is building onto maybe defensive capabilities, but I think this would not be enough, because Danny is sort of the short-range, mid-range type of champion, and the Gatling gun is probably the only AoE damage that he can provide for the team, aside from maybe the Valkyrie and the special delivery. And if that doesn't connect, no grievous wounds will come through. And Mermo and Wura has that radius that is so much HP for his team that they don't really care with that grievous wounds with Danny alone. So I think Fennel University needs to build onto maybe another grievous wounds item, maybe the Bramble Vest, maybe the not Trinity Force, maybe the Tornmail for one of the front liners for Fennel University, especially maybe Power, because he's just so aggressive in this game. So I think having Power come in face first in this matchup in the next team fight with the grievous wounds can have that initial decrease in HP regen for Mermo Esports.
High notes being popped in there, but you have Power just focusing on Emperor. That's the big killer instinct coming through from Kaisa. Will they be able to get a kill? That is going to be a yes. Here comes XZXP jumping in with the Cataclysm. One important ultimate down, but you still have two ultimates at the side. The jump is not going to connect. Fennel, they are still going to push their chances. This is going to be a 4-5 fight. Let's see who will be able to survive this. Corky still has a Missile Barrage. Shaw still has that Shockwave. They can give this a try, but Mirmo Esports are going to focus on getting Baron. I believe they should just take a step back, allow the Baron to be on reset, but they actually later let it go. You have the Baron come through. Grab is being bursted down. Red team has taken the Baron Nash, and now that is going to be them being able to jump away with smiles on their faces. But three champions are actually taken down. You have the Undertow connecting. You have the Flash coming through. Stuns are there as well. He was forced to pop Valkyrie, also popping in with the Gatling gun. Will he be able to survive this? No, Kingsby going over to J4. That's going to be a tag team against Olaf. Kingsby going over to Mirmooo.
They're just delaying the inevitable. Because Fennel versus yes, he got the Baron Nashor, but it was only on Domeng and Danny. And they were on enemy territory, so Mermo Esports punished that. So right now, they're down into 12 kills against Mermo Esports. Mermo already has 3 Dragon Bugs. Their scaling potential is top-notch in this game number 2. And I think this is Mermo Esports' game. I think they can bring it into game number 3, especially if they can secure the Elder Dragon. Their sustainability will skyrocket from 0 to 100.
Yeah, that's true. Also, the lineup of Mirmooo is all about that late game. It screams late game. If we're gonna look at the time right now, it's 16 minutes. Kinda counts as late game here in Wild Rift, but yeah, patience really paying off for Mirmooo here. Fennel, they are just forced to get the scraps, or at least try and make something out of nothing. Because if you can see, Mirmooo, they're very comfortable, they're very confident. They start team fights, they start skirmishes, whereas Fennel is just forced to respond or dance to Mirmooo Esports' music. High Note is going to be able to clear the wave then and there. And the Drake is now up. That is the Elder Ocean Drake available. Power just needs one good upper hand. Shaw just needs to get one good shockwave. XDXP,
Shockwave?
I thought he is gonna overextend, but that is gonna be the shockwave not connecting. Here comes Killer Instinct power being taken. He is forced to flash out, but that is not gonna be enough. -1 for Final Adversity. Also, the jump incoming from XDXP. Encore is gonna connect onto one. You have the charms coming through. Here comes Pantheon as well. No one is dying just yet, but you know what? Your Ariana does get bursted down. Rampage coming through for the Seraphine, and it is going to be a possible free Elder Ocean Drake for Mirmooo. B-Jump connecting, stunts connecting, Gragas flashing out. You also have Danny forced to use the Valkyrie to survive. Missile Barrage is going to come through as well. Is it going to be a reset? No? Okay, you have the stun coming through from Pantheon yet again. Danny trying to go with the steal, but it's not going to be enough because he is being taken care of Bay by this Pantheon.
I think that should have been Danny going for the retreat. Because they have to consider that Power and Shaw was not alive for 30 more seconds, for 40 more seconds. And remember, Esports can punish.
Ooh, that is going to be Olaf forcing the Ragnarok to escape, also being able to use the flash, and almost a 10k gold lead, almost in favor of Mirmooo. They have a lot in their side of the map. Look at this: 4 dragons, 5 turrets, the gold lead, and the next one is going to be Baron. Most likely they're going to get this too. And if you're going to look at the optimizations, Seraphine and Sona, they're online. They are ready. You also have Emperor being very comfortable at this point of the game. Mirmooo is gonna try to scout someone there, and they did scout Power yet again. He does have ultimate. He is gonna try to use Ghost, but it's not gonna be enough because he still gets bursted down by of course, the mages. The damage is gonna hurt a lot at this point in the map. Shaw is usually isolated, usually far away from his team. I'm not sure why they're not including Orianna in their fights. XDXP just chasing down Rafe. Please do not overextend. My heart can take this. Now that is gonna be Mirmooo focusing on the mid lane turret. Corki popping in with a Gatling gun. No follow-ups. No one being taken down just yet. Baron is up, and Mirmooo, they could try and get an objective or a pick-off. They are gonna go with the pick-off. Rafe saying goodbye. Force his pass before he gets taken down.
Right, and Mermo Esports, with those 2 kills onto Power and Rafi, they can now pressure into the Baron Nashor and finish this game overall. The lane control looks into the mid lane, and you have Pantheon just zoning out the enemy team and clearing out the wave as well. So pretty much, if they get this is over for Fennel Adversity. Rafi is gone. This is a 5v4 for Mermo Esports, and I think with the Baron Nashor, this game is over.
That is true. My question here though is there any other chance? Is there any other way that Fennel can come back from this? No, okay. Infinity already gave me the answer before I can even finish the question. But there's that. But yeah, I agree. Mirmooo, they have such a lead right now. Same lead that Fennel had way back in game number 1. If ever though, I have to still be open with a chance with a comeback from Fennel if they win the next 2 clashes. Because if we're gonna take the death timers into consideration, Fennel can just storm the mid lane. But the pokes, the damage, the CCs, they have to come through before they can even reach Yao Han, before they can even try and make something happen. It's gonna be hella difficult.
But it's gonna be so difficult.
But you also have XDXP coming in with the Cataclysm. You also have Phantom with the Grand Starfall, Skyfall, Red Team Tower being taken down. That is going to be Gragas exploding right at their faces. You also have an Adversity. They had no other choice. They are going back. Power not being able to do anything, and that is going to be Mirmooo being able to bag the game and to win this series and push this series to a game number 3. I was so excited. I said series, but they were able to win game number 2 and then push this to a game number 3.
It's game even. It's game even. We're going straight to game number 3 for Mermo Esports and Fennel Adversity. And Mermo Esports is showing us their practice onto the unkillable composition. And this is what I'm excited for. What is going to happen in game number 3? Because enemy team cannot just ban Seraphine and Sona and leave Lucian open and leave a lot of champions open for Mermo Esports. But overall, in that game, I think it was over when they got the Baron Nashor. Not just because there was like a 0.0000% chance for Fennel University on winning that game number 2. But you have to look at just how much advantage Mirmooo Esports has with the 10k gold lead, with the 4 dragons, including the Elder Dragon, and top of all that, you have the Ocean Drake as the Elder Dragon form, which increases your sustainability in an unkillable composition, right? Then you have the Baron Nashor to push. The mid lane was open. No inhibitor turrets was left. So I think it was over from then on forward. And I think one mistake was with Tower. I think overstepping and mispositioning himself in those team fights, which was very, very crucial for his team.
That's true. He would always get picked off. As a Darius, yeah, you can be isolated, but please don't get yourself picked off. I actually saw a funny comment saying that there was a viewer that said that's basically the Darius he sees on his ranked games. RIP, good sir, if you have that kind of Darius. But this is gonna be the Oppo A94 plays of the game. Fennel, they started really, really strong. But towards the latter parts of the game, it was just power again being taken down. Mirmooo being able to push the game further, extend the game further. And need I tell you, Yaohan had all the space in the world in game number 2. XDXP as was Emperor, they were the ones that were basically getting the attention of Fennel. On top of that, Mirmooo alongside Wura. Need I say more? Sarah Sona can just put out a lot of damage, a lot of pokes, and I have to commend Emperor with his ultimates. Would always connect with at least 2 champions. There was also a time wherein XDXP, every time he lands Cataclysm, there's gonna be a sure follow-up from Mirmooo.
Yeah, and this features the all-rounder champion pool for Yaohan. Because as we see in a traditional type of setting, Yaohan is a Baron lane. But he went in for the ADC in this game. With Mermo going for sort of the support killer. Or not really a support killer because he went in for the damage dealer. But you know what I mean? Having that support champion coming in as a damage dealer in this game. Having to play that part of really funneling onto Yaohan when it comes to the sole reliability on getting that punish down. I think Yaohan is so flexible in this game.
Match of the match for this game is going to be XDXP. He really deserves this. Again, flag and drag, Cataclysm, pinning down your opponents and making sure they can't get away because most of the time they already have flash used or flash is no longer available. And it was just also a lot of layers of CCs that Fennel had to survive. A lot of things are going in the favor of Mirmooo this time around. So maybe this is the win that they needed, to up their morale, keep themselves in check, and just jump into Game 3 with confidence in their minds.
Is this gonna be the first series for Mirmooo Esports in Group C? And I'm excited. Are they gonna beat the undefeated team in their group stages? And I'm excited to see this game number 3 on what Mirmooo Esports still has in store. Because I think, right, if they bring in this same composition, I think this is gonna be pretty massive. This shows their proficiency on these type of quote-unquote healing galing from Mirmooo a while ago in the interview. While I think the enemy team, let's talk about counters, they need to bring on the Grievous Wounds items. Because if they don't, it's just gonna be too much. Danny had it, yes, but it was lacking. Right? It was lacking. The Grievous Wounds does not connect. It was not succeeding into putting a connect onto these champions for Mirmooo Esports, especially in mid-game, late-game fights, wherein that is gonna be the crucial parts of trying to burst them down and punishing them themselves in this late game type of Seraphine Sona duo.
You know what? I won't be surprised if we're gonna be seeing a similar, if not the exact same draft from Mirmooo in game number 3. But of course, Fennel, they're gonna be throwing in new champions here and there. They could be getting a different jungler, a different mid laner. That's a possibility. So yeah, let's see who will be able to survive or win this game number 3. For now, series number 1 is gonna be at the 1-1. We get a game 3 at the first series of our day.
Right. From yesterday, we just had that sort of pattern of a 2-1, 2-1. Actually, the first week was all 3 games. But now I think it's a patch 2.4, having that difference maker, having that 3 games successively. And I think I want to talk about a little bit onto potential counters onto the unkillable composition. I think a Varus can be, maybe. That's a question mark. Not because it's a strong champion, not because it's a very, very, I don't know, impactful champion as an ADC role, but you have to look at his skill kit. Hail of Arrows has 40% Grievous Wound built in. So I think they could bring this into this game, have that sort of Grievous Wounds into an added sort of debuff for Mirmooo Esports to really just scale out in terms of the Seraphine Sona duo if they do. So please want to, play this out. Or another potential counter is to steal it away, similar to how Mirmooo Esports stole Danny's champion, Kai'Sa's the first pick in the blue
They
side
did.
selection.
All right, so hear me out here. I said this after game number 1, but Brom. I mean, if we're gonna go by the book, Brom, the Unbreakable will be able to stop Kai'Sa's Icatan Rain. On top of that, it can also stop the beat drop coming through from Seraphine, maybe even the high notes, even the encore. You can basically stop a lot of very important skills with the use of Brom. But the problem here is Mirmooo, they tend to ban this support out. So I don't think he will be seeing the light of day anytime soon. At the very least, I believe Fennel could just get the Kai'Sa for themselves. If they want power to use theirs too, that's a-okay. But he should step up and not just let himself get picked off like how he did in game number 2. Let Olaf snowball as well. He did really good with the triple kill in game number 2. Other than that, just give a lot of space for Corki, basically, since Danny was struggling in that match.
Yeah, I mean, if all else fails, go back to the Yasuo, Windwall, 0-6 Power Spike champion. I think Fennel University can do this, right? An alternative to maybe a Brom, right? But kidding aside, I think it's really just a lot of options right now. They could even bring in Xin Zhao. Not because it's a great champion, but I think an overall counter onto a lot of projectiles from Mermo Esports. I think this will be the very best case scenario, and having a Xin Zhao come in, because it blocks on Kai'Sa's Icatan Rain. It blocks in onto the projectiles that Seraphine and Sona is providing for the team. So pretty much the only one that can pretty much burst him down is Jarvan 4 or Pantheon in this game. Maybe Pantheon would be much proficient in bursting him because of the penetration available for a passive and the ultimate from Pantheon. But I think at the very least, in this early game, you have a lot of dueling potential with the Xin Zhao and also the protect yourself, not protect the queen composition.
You just have to protect yourself at this point because you're at the last game of a best of 3, so that says something then and there. But I do agree, just try to look out for yourselves. I'm actually looking at the possible other champions for the ADC under Fennel. He was, to be fair, he was okay on Corki. It's just that there's no one protecting him, literally, because the moment Darius gets taken down, it's a red light for Fennel. But maybe they just need to react more in the mid game. Get the dragon, because as we've been talking earlier, all of the dragons went over to Mirmooo, and they were able to utilize this as you have that permanent buff, and they were also able to get Elder. Even though Fennel was able to steal the Baron, they died. So yes, you denied the Baron buff from Mirmooo, but you did. So there's nothing you can do about that. They were not able to utilize it. Few tweaks in the draft too. I do agree with what Infinity was saying earlier on, and expect another Sona Sarah matchup. Oh, Sona Sarah pickup rather for game number 3, because Mirmooo, they finally found their footing.
Right. So I think there's a lot of expectations coming to the game number 3, especially with this going in for the maximum games in a best of 3 series, right? So I think Fennel University maybe pick up the Seraphine. Remove the potential for Mermo Esports to maybe go for this type of composition. If you're proficient with it, why not, right? Why not pick it up for yourselves? Have a steal as well. Do the same thing that Mermo Esports did in this game number 2. With Kai'Sa being taken away. But with those 2 champions or 3 champions side, with Seraphine, Sona, and Kai'Sa being talked about, I want to talk about these other champions. I'm actually quite curious with the Olaf pick.
Okay.
Maybe because this is the second pick, right? This is second pick wherein Gragas was available. I mean, they had to pick it up in the second rotations, but regardless, I think having that Olaf as a second pick is sort of a question mark for now. Because you're looking at a composition from Mermo Esports, you don't see any CC potential. But I think they were thinking in advance, right? They were thinking in advance, maybe, you know what, Seraphine and Sona was available. Mirmooo were talking about the unkillable composition a while ago. Let's pick it up. But rather, I think in this game, number 3, they could just ban it away. Instead of maybe trying to pick it up for themselves or having power in a different champion. Maybe Singe, right? Singe is a great champion that Power has played in the past. Fiora as well from Power was proficient in their day number 2 series against the Cont Esports.
I like how you mentioned the ban, but the problem here is which champion are they gonna let go? I mean,
Right. Is it
literally
Camille? Is it
these
Kali?
6 champions, if you let them out, it's gonna be a huge ruckus
Disaster.
a huge rumble in the jungle, as I like to call it. But that is also a possibility. Maybe if a Fennel, they have a plan or an answer to an Akali, they could let him go. I really don't expect Lucian to be away from the ban area, I swear. But yeah, yesterday or in day 1, the team that has Lucian has a high win rate. But for day number 3, in this specific series so far, whoever has Kaisa wins. So I'm seeing a trend here again. Again, it's all about just being able to work and perform around your ADC, make things happen. And to be fair, the pickup on Olaf and Darius makes sense. These are 2 beefy frontliners. And the moment they saw J4 and Pantheon being picked up, hey, maybe we can just pick up Gragas with the cask. And that's also one good frontliner. Also has Bodysam to come through with the stuns. And also they picked up Corky to have, that safe champion in the back line. They also picked up Oriana. Oh, right, Oriana. Shaw is an amazing mid lane player. He is an amazing Oriana player. He knows how to time his skills. But I did not see a good shockwave in that game. Maybe there's 1, maybe there's 2. He was able to catch 3 champions somewhere in the 14 or 16 minute mark. But aside from that, there's nothing else.
Right. I think it was just a zoning potential for Mermo Esports pushing him back away. You know what? Go away from me. Shockwave, no, you're not gonna touch us. And I think that was just the case wherein Shaw was not really able to just step in that radius from Seraphine and Sona, because if he does, that's just gonna be GG for himself. And I think in addition to the composition or the draft that has came through for game number 2, look at the Olaf pick here for Fennel University. The follow-up for Mermo Esports was pick up Jarvan 4. And this is the reason what I'm talking about, the counter picks that's really available for Mermo Esports at this point in time. We're in pick up this champion. There's a counter that we have in preparation for your picks that you have in mind. So I think it's just too much to handle. Even then, they picked up Pantheon at level 5, power spike already with a 15% armor penetration.
Yeah.
Armor of Darius, bye-bye.
What armor? And then proceeds to burst Darius down. That's it. That's basically it. Yeah. For both teams, I guess it's just win the early game, get the game. That's the theme here. That's the trend that I'm seeing. And I'm actually looking forward to seeing what kind of drafts will they have. I'm saying drafts because I'm confident we're not going to be seeing much changes in the bands. So yeah, overall, or if I were to summarize it, Mirmooo Esports, they can still run this exact composition. But Fennel, of course, they're not gonna let Mirmooo have that kind of lead again. 2 things. They could either draft something that they're much more comfortable with, or they're gonna steal a handful of champions from the draft that Mirmooo had in game number 2. I don't think we'll be seeing Seraphine or Sona in Fennel's side though, because they're all about this standard drafting. They're not gonna run the no ADC lineup. They really would like to play around Danny even. maybe Power could be, we could see him in a different champion. I'm not sure if he's good with
Possibility.
Renekton in the Icon series so far, but if not, okay, Darius is gonna be a-okay. I'm gonna be expecting a different jungler from Fennel though. Someone that has a lot more presence in the early game, a lot more
Baron.
response rate even. Baron lane too, yeah.
Yeah, because I think Power played quite an interesting Darius in that game number 2 from Fennel Adversity. So that's gonna be very interesting if they pick up Darius once again. And I think it's really just a consensus here, wherein if Fennel Adversity does not get a steal in terms of champion for Mermo Esports, do not pick Olaf. It's gonna come through with the Seraphine Sona after. They don't pick Seraphine or Sona, it's gonna come through for Mermo Esports once again. And that is gonna be the first pick here for Kaisa with what they have shown us a while ago. Maybe a same pattern here for Mermo Esports.
Pantheon Gragas, Pantheon J4, Pantheon Olaf. It's gonna be Pantheon Olaf for Fennel. And let's see if my theory is correct. Whichever team gets Kaisa, they're gonna win. But J4 is still available. They could pick up Gragas, they could pick up Singe. This is a good pick from Mirmooo, making sure that they will be able to deny as much champions as they can to Fennel. Is gonna be Lakan. Here it is. We mentioned this earlier. We're gonna be seeing the Lovebirds here for game number 3. But Mirmooo, Seraphine Sona, hello? That's a possibility.
Let's go.
Yeah,
I mean, Singe is a very strong champion. Singe is a very tanky champion with Seraphine Sona. This could complement each other, and oh boy, I am excited for this game. All right, our potential expectations have been sort of a key in a keyhole, because Fiora has came through a different Baron lane for Fennel Adversity. They have to punish Olaf as much as possible, because if they don't, Mermo Esports can maybe just replace Singe with an Olaf, right? Even have Jarvan 4 replaced as well, because they don't need to have that Jarvan 4 in this game without an Olaf as the enemy team champion. So they have to pick it up, and then they were just forced to go for the Syrakon at this point in time to just have an extra CC potential onto the other champions, onto Seraphine Sona, Singe, and even Jarvan 4, have that backline access against Mermo Esports.
It could be another possible 1-3, another 1-3-1 for Mirmooo, most likely. Fiora. So here's the thing. Fennel, they either have 1-4 in mind, or are they gonna go with this full-on 5v5, whereas Power is gonna be in charge of cleanup crew. And I'm very happy that they picked up Fiora, because you have a lot of kit for escape and a lot of kits to disengage. And this is going to be just some wards here. They're being placed by Fennel. Let's see which team will be able to get their advantage in game number 3. I was right. It is going to be... Oh, okay. No one is actually at the Baron lane side for Mirmooo. It is going to be where Saya and Lakan is going to be staying. Now you have Johan still on his Kaisa, still going to be in his own little world for the early game. Yeah, I don't think you should match Johan against Power, because Kaisa versus Fiora... I'm not too confident on this.
Same as well. I mean, this is sort of an untraditional composition, not only for Mermo Esports, but also for Fennel Adversity. I think this is their first time picking up the Pantheon, or maybe not, but this is the first showing here against Mermo Esports. I think they played this up against Mermo Esports, because if not, they're gonna pick it away. And they have to pick the Olaf away from Mermo Esports as well. So I think this is untraditional for these two teams right now coming into this game number 3. And I have no idea who's gonna win it.
So far, Fennel would want to get their early game into this game number 3. They're going to be focusing on the turret, and looks like Emperor is just forced to protect that one. Now you have Wura, you also have Mirmooo making their way at the Baron lane. They're going to focus on clearing out the wave. It could be a possible 3v3, but you also have the grand entrance coming through from Rafe. So I believe Mirmooo is just going to be careful with this early game.
You have to be careful, indeed, because a lot of stakes in this game number 3. Who wins this will take it home. But I love what is happening right now. Power is now staying in the weak side of the map, trying to defend the turret, disable how Mermo Esports played in that game number 2 and game number 1, just punish that type of mindset. And Fennel Adversity is doing just greatly in that type.
Okay, now that is gonna be Mirmooo. That is gonna be the beat drop connecting. That is gonna be the roots connecting onto Danny. But there is no initiate yet for Fennel adversity. Lakan does not have the quickness just yet. XDXP will be able to get that buff non-contested. No one is actually in Yao Han's lane. Fennel, they are just pouring as much resources as they can here at the upper part of the map. Some wards being placed here and there too. Now you have Power just alone making his way down at the Dragon Lane. The job gonna connect onto the minions. Mirmoo's lineup actually has very good wave clear.
Yeah, you have the Seraphine, right? You have Mermo having that potential to clear the waves. You also have Kaisa, very, very strong wave clear champion, and Emperor as well. If you think about it, since his poison is just too much as well when it comes to, especially in mid game, late game, when he already has built onto the ROA and also the Rylai's. And
Oh,
Fennel
yeah.
University has a little bit more of a less clear wave potential because the only one that can do that is Danny.
Just Danny, no one else actually. Maybe even Power if you're just looking at one line of minions here and there. Pantheon will not be seeing much of Shaw in this part of the match. He's gonna be keeping Emperor occupied, but now you have XTXP. I thought he was gonna try to impose the lovebirds out there, but the next objective, well, first two main objectives is gonna be up in 23 seconds. Fennel, they have their eyes on this dragon. Mirmooo could try and contest this. They do have the resources for this. Johan gonna go in with the recalls. Let's see if they'll be able to get their first core items in, maybe if possible. You do have the Tear of the Goddess being picked up by both Sona and by Singed. Now Fennel is just gonna place their wards and then go back to the Dragon Spit. Their Herald already up. The Ocean Drake already up. That is gonna be Fennel giving the Dragon a start. Mirmooo, they're not gonna fight. They're not gonna contest. They're gonna get their Herald.
Right, I'm glad that you mentioned about the wards. So the vision game for Fennel University is just a lot. And consider that Mirmooo Esports, you know what, has a top side dominance. I think this states the signal that Fennel University is going bot side. So that is just the dragon coming in. Now with that trade-off, with no first blood, or no tap first blood as of yet, Mirmooo will potentially have that lead against Fennel University.
Ooh, sustain is definitely the name of the game for Mirmooo in this game number 3. They will be able to get one turret, but Danny alongside Rafa will be able to get one at the Dragon Lane as well. Dome will be able to steal the buff. So Fennel, they want to turtle this one out. Just you'll deny Mirmooo of their resources, of their possible leads. The map is actually really dark. Like you guys saw the Fog of War already available in after the patch rather, so we can see the game through the player's eyes. Singe is alone at the Baron Lane though. I'm not sure if he's going to be kited down by Danny, but let's see what is going to happen. We also have Wura hopping in with the heals, with a speed boost as well. They will be recalling together, and you have Power alone at the Dragon Lane side. Olaf or Domeng still does not have much presence, but maybe he is just farming. He still has flash available should Danny and Rafe want to go with the pick-off, but Sin is gonna go back. They could just maybe focus on getting this turret, given that Mirmooo somewhere in the repair down here at the Dragon Lane.
Right, they want to pressure in the tier 1 turret into the bot side of the map, having the information that there is a 3-man roam Fennel University top side. So having that turret trade is an important key factor for Mirmooo Esports to get the early lead.
Ooh, that is gonna be XDXP being focused down, being poked by Power. He's still gonna go in with the chase, but Fennel adversity, they could box in Mirmooo here, then and there. But no fights, no jumps in just yet. They could be waiting for Rafe's grand entrance or the quickness before they make anything happen. But for now, 60 minutes in, no one actually died yet. But there's a roughly 1k goal lead in favor of Fennel.
Right, and I think that's because they got the Ocean Dragon, and I think they even got the Tower First Blood, because Mirmooo Esports did not summon the Rift Herald top side. They were just punching it, similar to how Fennel University is doing it bot side. So they got the Tower First Blood, and that's the reason why they got the gold advantage.
Grand challenge is going to be used, but before he could even take down Singe, XTXP was there to save his teammate. No one is dying again into this game. Both of them are being very quiet. Triforce already available for Power. That's why. Also use Ignite in that previous 1v1, in that previous duel, but did not result too much. Now, Fennel, their Mirmooo is being spread quite thin. They are running the 1v1 yet again. Fennel, they could just focus on getting pickups. Maybe I highly recommend focusing on Yaohan, given that he is alone most of the time. But now you have XTXP lurking at the sides. You have a Shaw just being quiet at the bush side. Isn't the sun's connecting onto Yaohan, but Yaohan will be able to pop Killer Instinct and make his way into safety. IK3 Rain connecting as well, but was not able to finish Shaw. Shaw also able to get that honeycomb. But looking here at the
Stalemate.
Baron side though, Power being able to assert dominance, being able to show Emperor the power that he has. He's gonna dash in, also has quite the poke. That is gonna be the flash. It will be enough. That is gonna be a yes, because first one has been secured by this Fiora. Now you have the revenge kill coming in from Mirmooo being able to burst Fiora down. But still, first spot going over to Fennel.
I was thinking that Power was able to go back to safety with 1 HP because of your post. But no, you have Mermo Esports with a quick response, so that will be a 1-for-1. The turrets are even right now as well. So the next clash will probably be onto the Mountain Dragon or a trade into the mid lane to get the map control. Whoever gets this is probably going to be an even trade here for these two teams.
Let's see what is gonna happen next. Now you have the Mountain Drake already up. We are seeing the map, the rift through the player's eyes. 2K gold lead in favor of Fennel. That is gonna be Rafe at the front line. Mirmooo, they need to be very wary of the jump ins, the knockups, and the CCs coming out from Lakan. That's why I kind of don't felt the aggression that they had in game 2 translating here into game 3. Power still alone in his lane. Fennel being able to run this 4-1 setup. Things going all over the map. Power will most likely tell his team that Mirmooo is gonna try and get the Mountain Drake. Blue team was able to get the Drake though. Now the SCB jump in. A initially coming through from Fennel. You also have the Grand Challenge coming in. You have the Anchor being popping in then and there. Therapy was actually the first one to get him down. Now you have the Cataclysm coming through. Star being bursted down by Skysa. Sim saying goodbye. Saya coming in with the pokes, with the kites. But now here is Shot. Is he gonna try and stun? So now that is gonna be a yes. Here comes XP though. Shaw is gonna be forced to go back. He was able to use Flash. Ragnarok not available. Quickness not available. Grand Entrance not available as well. But Shaw is still alive after that.
That was probably sort of an even trade because Mirmooo Esports has gotten the Mountain Dragon. Fennel Adversity got in the 1-for-2 trade-off for their team. So right now, even if Fennel has sort of the lead coming into that one, they got the 2K gold, which they can translate into much more. You're looking at Pantheon having the 2K gold lead. And when you're comparing into similar mid lane onto Emperor, 2K gold difference. And I think that's very important because Pantheon right now with level 10 already nearing level 11, nearing that level 2 of ultimate is gonna be very important because the scaling will be much more when it comes to the armor penetration side.
Looks like Fennel, they want the late game too. That's why they're just being very conservative, being very quiet. Here point out Ura though coming in with a speed boost, just making sure that there's no one from Fennel's side that could steal their buff. You have the lovebirds rather, up top at the Baron lane. Baron is available. You have the Cataclysm coming through, but that is Nibisha being very, very tanky. Yo, he's still alive. What was that? You have the Anchors connecting. Shadow connecting as well, but here is Nibira Faye jumping in with the charms. He received a chunk of damage, but he is A-okay. Now you have XP jumping in. You have flashes being used. No one is still dying from these two teams.
Yeah, and Danny forced out the ultimate. So now, no ultimate so far in the next fight, while Mermo Esports can now pressure in.
Roots are gonna come through, will be enough. That is the BAS because Saya gets bursted down by Yao Han. Plus, one turret has been taken. That was a 4-5. You have Pantheon. He jumped in a tad bit too late, but you'll see where SBA no because Crispy going over to Yao Han. That was a audition play from Fennel. Shaw could have not popped his full then and there, given that Fennel was falling back. But I guess all in a day's work from Mirmooo, they were able to translate it to their lead. You also have the Scuttler going over to XTXP, popping in with the flag. Definitely not gonna go in with the drag, but at least they know that there's no one at the Baron side.
It was just Mermo Esports having that great understanding what's happening in that game. They understand that Fennel Adversity with power very, very low, he was forced to back away. Danny used up the ultimate and the flash and no heal means that he has no escape route. So Mermo Esports can now dive in under the turret, get that security and also get a kill.
Cataclysm and an encore, but Taya was forced to pop the Feather Storm just to make sure she will not get taken down. Now you have Shaw with her engaged. The stuns are gonna come to the be him popping out with the Proto Belt. But here comes XDXP. He is very tanky. Fennel forced to answer to the fight that Mirmooo Esports is bringing to them. But here at the Dragon Lane, you have Power being able to poke Singe here and there. Rafe, oh no, that's what has to be him. He's taken down. Rampage going over to Kaisa. He became fried chicken then and there. Now let's be shot. Saying hi, saying hello. But he also got Johan also got the other half of the Lovebirds being able to burst down Danny on this Saya. Without the Dragon Lane duo, Mirmooo Esports still very much confident to get this Baron. On top of that, Shaw doesn't have ultimate yet. Oh, he also already has ultimate. Stuns coming through, but it's not going to be enough. Mirmooo will be able to get the Baron non-contested.
With Danny and Rafi away, it was a free Baron Nashor for Mirmooo Esports, and now they could go into the Cloud Dragon with Doming waiting there. They could punish this to gain that extra dragon for their team.
That's true. Doming is going to be able to see what Mirmooo Esports is planning. Power not going anywhere near that area. That is going to be them being able to get Cloud, which will give them movement speed that they can use to get more turrets, get more objectives. Hourglass also being picked up by Yaohan just to have that safety net if ever he is gonna killer instinct his way in. Toxic air gonna come out from Emperor, but I don't think Power is gonna try and duel this one out. The wave of minions really hurt. Those are Baron buff minions, and Power is just the only one left to clear or take those minions out. 13 minutes in, 6 entering the scoreboard. Looking at the mid lane, Mirmooo looking prime in their position.
Right, and Mermo Esports is now pressuring in. Look at bot lane.
Red team lost a turret.
They did lose a turret, but will it be enough? For the side of Mirmooo, yes. For Fennel, it's a struggle. Voidseeker not gonna connect. They're gonna come through. Domain! Yo! That Arcaden Rain just took down a huge chunk of his life. He was forced to go back. He was supposed to be a frontliner, but that's not going to be the case because Yaohan is good on this Kaisa. Now that is going to be the last outer turn for the mid lane being taken down by Mirmooo. They still have Encore. That is going to be Shaw jumping in, but you know what? You have the Encore connecting on the thing. Plus the crescendo now for the adversity. They have no other choice but to try to fight out. Don't go over to Kaisa. Let's be being down. You flash in, jump in for XCXP. You were able to get a lot of kills in. That is also going to be Rafe being bursted down, but that is going to be the fight that the Mirmooo is going to be winning because they want to target this Nexus Kaisa being taken down. You have a double kill going over to Shaw. Will it be enough? Because yes, it is going to be Mirmooo being able to win game number 1. Their first series win. They're dancing. They're adorable. Is this the interview buff we've been talking about?
Bro, I mean, in the interview, they talked about this unkillable composition with the Seraphine and Sona. And they showed up big time in this series to gain their very first win in their Group C group stages fall season Icon series. And that was absolutely phenomenal gameplays for Mirmooo Esports so far. And this is your highlight. You know, we don't need Olaf. We just need our Kaisa, we just need our Seraphine Sona, and we're gonna dominate and we're gonna win. And that is Mirmooo Esports having that. And I think they are sort of the description we're in. The game is not over if it's not over.
Here's the thing. I have a theory forming into my mind. I actually did not expect Yaohan to be this good in a Kaisa. So maybe this is the plan that Mirmooo had all along, all according to Keikaku, as Oculus would say. But yeah, Mirmooo being very good on this. Seraphine, Bura, I mean, these two, you don't see them separate, right? They're like a buy one, take one combo. And they just layered their CC so well. Towards the late game, you saw that Encore that just connected with the crescendo, or was it vice versa? But yes, Fennel, they had no other choice. They were just standing there. They were CC to the ground. Imagine being charmed only to be met by a crescendo. But if you want to see more of those good plays from Mirmooo and Fennel Adversity, here are your Oppo A94 plays of the game.
Right, and in this 7-minute mark, this is where Fennel Adversity got the first blood, but Mirmooo got that early trade as well. And Mermo Esports right now was the one who was controlling the game because of how much pressure that Fennel Adversity was lacking in this match. Look at the encore coming from Mermo Esports. Fennel got the 2-for-1, which got them the gold lead. But Mirmooo understands that they were lacking when it comes to their ultimates. They were lacking onto the summoner spells to match against Mirmooo in this mid game. Got another turret into the mid lane, which then got to the map control, and that is just the history of it. They were able to utilize that map control to control the game, where in Fennel Adversity doesn't have any information. Look at the map. No wards for Fennel Adversity because Mermo Esports was controlling it.
That is true. And so the more minutes that poured in, it was just Fennel losing a lot on their side. Not because they're playing bad. I can see the plan that they had. It's just that Mirmooo was just 1 or 2 steps ahead. I mean, like, look at that. I mean, yeah, you have Kaisa popping out with the Feather Storm trying to keep herself alive, but XTXP just used a flash to reach where Saya was, and Mirmooo, I said this earlier, but Mirmooo finally seeing and feeling their footing. Even though Shaw was able to get a triple kill in that late match, it was just too late because Mirmooo just wrecked their Nexus. Match of the match, we've been talking about this guy, this player. We have Yaohan on this Kaisa, KD of 7.00, kill participation 78%, gold per minute though, 1,007, damage per minute 1,666, itemizations, of course, you have the usual Bork, you have the usual IE, you have the usual Hourglass, but here comes the Solari Charge Blade.
Yeah, crit damage every day, every night, every game. Yaohan, the Baron lane, went in for a Kaisa, a very untraditional pick for a Baron lane, but he came through with a bang. And I think we talked about in game number 2 wherein he picked this type of champion, which surprised us because it's so flexible. Imagine a Baron going for an ADC type of role and actually carrying the team and fitting that role as an ADC. Yeah. And I love about Yaohan, getting this through and through. Not just a mediocre Kaisa, but a phenomenal Kaisa to say the least.
That's true. Also, I just have to say this. You mentioned about sports a bit. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Mirmooo had 9 kills in game number 3. Sona had 9 assists. So that's 100% kill participation. Clean! Again, the strength in this lineup is all about the team fights. They were able to utilize that. Also, this is something I'd like to touch up on. Looking back at the Origin series, there were teams wherein players would play different roles. You'd see a player in the mid lane in game number 1. Suddenly, he's a Baron laner. And I did not see that much here in the PH scene. And imagine how happy I was when you mentioned that Yaohan is kinda the ADC in that game number 2 and game number 3, because we get to see the flexibility of our players here in the PH, and that's basically the surprise that took Fennel Adversity off guard. Even though they won game number 1, looks like Mirmooo will be able to end the series with smiles in their faces.
Yeah, Yaohan has a different damage category. It's no longer an ADC. It's a BDC. It's a Baron damage carry.
Wow. Did you just invent a new role on the spot?
Yeah, I just invented it. On the spot thinking. Similar to how Mermo Esports won the game number 2 and game number 3 with Surfing and Sona bringing in for a new different flavor against Fennel Adversity. And what's interesting is, why didn't they bring this in game number 1? Do they want to really just extend it, maybe learn a few things, get a little bit of information on Fennel Adversity before they bring it in? And I think that would be the case.
Maybe. I mean, you'd want to be as mysterious as you can, given that this is just the first week of the round robin. But Mirmooo, I like that they finally picked this up. You know, it's all or nothing. This could possibly be a 2-0. So let's take out Kaisa and give it to Yaohan. And looking back into game number 1, we still were talking about how Mirmooo is a very good player. It also shows how much flexibility he has. So I'm actually looking more at the possible diversity this lineup. Let's see, are they gonna be sticking to the Kaisa? Are we still gonna be seeing the Sonacera? Are we gonna be seeing a different mid or jungler? Maybe. But again, that has been series number 1, ending with the game number 3. Mirmooo being able to win that one with a very beautiful and surprising reverse sweep. We have been your casters. I'm Yuko alongside Miss Infinity with the newly formed role. We'll be hopping to a short break, but when we come back, we'll be seeing the panelists.
Yo, Mark 9. They really don't think we can keep doing this. They don't think we can keep making hits about cameras. But I'm the cameraman. But I'm the cameraman. Stay creamy.
Yeah, I started on a 50 mil lens. Now I'm about to bag 50 mil yen. I can shoot all day, I got stamina. Turtleneck on with my camera, yeah. Stay creamy, man, that's what they say. Shoes laced up and I came to play. Yeah, I'm first team, I'm a superstar. They call me Cream, like Abdul-Jabbar. Yeah, you had to face it, let's get back to basics. I'ma take the shot like it's a vaccination. I don't have the patience, I'ma shoot right now. Yeah, we undefeated and you gon' lose right now. Like click, 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 swish. I can switch it up anytime like this. I'm a videographer and I'm on the verse. So when I shoot my shot, I don't miss.
I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot.
Yeah, kid noon, I've been shooting my shot, ooh. The end to it, I've been moving the rock, yeah. My shit's wet like I've been using a mop, ooh. You get that, yeah, I've been proving I'm wrong. I've been taking shots and now I'm starting to stutter. Vision getting blurry, I should check my shutter. I'm the cameraman, I need my camera madam. Shoot my shot like I'm Ansel Adams. I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Develop film, not feelings.
You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot.
I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings.
You're watching the Sea Icon Series PH fall season where Mirmooo Esports did this whole switcheroo thing on everyone, and the panel is doing this whole switcheroo thing as well. If you guys noticed a while ago, Yuko said to sit back and relax and wait for the panelists to come back, and now she's over here. We have her on the panel as well with Osiris. Now, as we mentioned, Mirmooo Esports managed a reverse sweep against Fennel Adversity, taking the series 2-1 and 75,000 Globe Cup points home in what was probably the most interesting match of Group C and D. I don't know. I loved it. I loved that series. That was just super interesting. The mind games coming in from Mirmooo Esports. I like it. I like it a lot. I think you guys have won me over. Let's check out the series highlights and get in depth into this discussion. There's a lot to unpack over here. I mean, starting with game one, they did have this rocky sort of start. I believe they brought out the misfortune, was it? And you know, we were talking about this a lot. I'm not a fan of the misfortune just because it requires a lot of setup over here, and we thought that, you know, this was clearly going to Fennel Adversity. What are your thoughts on this? We'll start with you, Yuko.
Alright, so to start things off, we almost all of us predicted 2-0 in favor of Fennel. And I guess Mirmooo stepping up, it just goes to show how much power these teams had, how much advantage and how much secrets they have. I guess a lot of secrets in their pockets. And I love how Mirmooo Esports' rotations was in game number 2, game number 3. Not only did they get all of the dragons, but also they actually got the tempo, leaving Fennel Adversity to draft something that they thought is in their favor, but Mirmooo was just able to capitalize on that. Also, the encore and crescendo, beautiful, super satisfying to see.
Yeah, and we've talked about game one off cam, Mika, that and the Riku, that it's a bit odd because you are looking into a misfortune and you have a support Galio that's going in. So you kind of need a peeling power, and you are left out in the back lines with a Rengar and a Pantheon. So that's really, I think that was a bad draft coming in from Mirmooo. But the second and third, it was the bad reactions coming in from Fennel Adversity, that they are trying to take the Olaf again and again, but it really doesn't fit in their playstyle and as well as as their comp itself. And I think they are afraid of the unkillable Olaf comp. But you are staying away from Danny, who's really good at Kaisa, being stolen by Johan. So I think at that point, it was really the momentum hitting them back. So Fennel Adversity failed this hard.
You know what?
You know, I'm just really... I'm loving how Mirmooo Esports kind of redefined the unkillable comp that Team Secret brought out. I mean, would you agree, Yuko?
I agree. This is something Infinity and I talked about. The unkillable Kaisa, as we gave it a title. I know, way back in the English stream. But yeah, Johan is very quiet in the early game, but towards the mid and late game, he is a problem. That's it. That's the description. He is just a problem. You also saw one play wherein Fennel, they did use a flash to try and catch Johan off guard, but he just repositioned with the killer instinct, and he still has a flash. He also has a Kaiten Rain to just push your opponents back. So I like the fact that we thought he's all about this Irelia, all about this Darius, Renekton even. But boom, there's Kaisa.
Yeah, and we were talking about it as well. I remember we were discussing this, you know, on the side. We're like, oh, who was mid? We're like, they were all mid at some point. You know, all of this rotation, it was brilliant. I'm such a fan right now, and you know, I have to commend Emperor as well, being in the right place at the right time, kind of like being that sandwich or the nail in the coffin. You know, as you had the Sona Sarah daring Fennel Adversity to come to them, and then you had Emperor going into the backlines. It was just really interesting to watch. Mirmooo Esports, you guys have won me over. I am a fan. I'm a huge fan of this composition and how this team was just able to flip things around against what we thought was the most dominant team in Group C, or one of the most dominant teams in Group C. What a story! What a story! I'm looking for great things moving forward for Mirmooo Esports. The big question that we're gonna answer, of course, is it enough to carry them over to to the following groups, of course. But we do have our next match coming up, which will be between Leonit Esports and Lakan Esports. Now, Leonit Esports, they did manage to win a series yesterday, I believe, but this is the second David and Goliath match that we have today. Can they possibly, tune into the energy that Mirmooo Esports have, and can the underdogs topple the Lakan Esports, who just have been, again, that dominant team in Group C? What are your thoughts on this?
Well, it did start off pretty good, I guess, and they still have a lot of breathing room, as I like to call it. It is a possibility, and if they pick up something crazy like what we've seen in Mirmooo, maybe they can make it happen.
Yeah, I mean, they can go crazy for the reason that also that they were able to take down Mirmooo, so they have this kind of momentum, and they got this boost of morale, because it seems that they are having a hard time at first, but they were able to find their tempo. They took down Mermo, and then this time around they're going to be tested even harder, because this is Lakan. This is one of the top groups, or the top team in the groups, that kind of needs to prove themselves as well. And Leonites, they are up there already. It's just that they need another push to overcome another Titan.
Yes, indeed. And we're looking at a lot of really good players individually, but I feel like there's a lot still that Leonite Esports need to work on the team dynamics, especially when they're up against Lakan, who have been playing together for such a long while. And checking out our solo player highlight over here, which I believe will be Sean in the mid lane, I feel like they have to find some way to sort of like solidify and build on a certain player, or maybe a certain player's playstyle. Could it possibly be Sean? What do you think, Yuko?
Well, that is be a yes. Well, we now have Sean on our screens. If you're gonna look at the stats, KD of 3.70, their participation 90%, DPM is gonna be 1,042. He was the Diana player that just caught me off guard. I mean, they were able to survive that game. Towards the late game, not only was Diana a threat, but she was also unkillable. I mean, look at the diversity of his most used champions. You have first type Diana, you also have Renekton as initiator with the stuns, with the slice and dice. You also have Garen, which is basically the neutralizer for their team.
Yeah, and it says a lot on the damage taken per minute with the 1083.89 with the Garen. As you know, there are so many mid laners right now that are pretty flexible. Way back at the summer season, it was only team was running a fighter into the mid lane, and it was usually right now we are looking more of the Renekton onto the mid lane. We also saw Darius onto the mid lane, so we are talking a lot the adaptability or the changes that affected the meta. And Leonite Esports, with that kill participation 90%, Sean is definitely one of the factors that can change the tides of the game.
Oh yeah, expecting big things from this player, and expecting big things as well from Leonite Esports. Again, hoping that underdog sort of like energy can be channeled into Leonite Esports for this, because they are going to need it indeed. They're going to be going up against Lakan Esports, and Lakan Esports, again, another dominant team in Group C. We saw amazing things coming from Aizen, of course, and they have the experience on their side. Once again, this was the former Execration squad with a little tweaks here and there. So right now, things are looking like it's in their favor. Things are looking like, it's looking like everything is going to favor Lakan Esports at this point, and Leonite Esports are going to have to step it up immensely in order to beat them.
Yeah, and you can see the changes right now. It's going to be Chinese is going to play. There's no Boy J for now. They're going to switch things up. They wanted to try even further, and this is the test limit. But I'm not sure if this is a good idea, because it's Leonites, and if they were able to take down Mermo, I believe also that they have the potential on taking on Lakan. But of course, Lakan, they are hot in their heels, and they can really mow down anyone. It's just that they got those errors towards Fennel adversity, costing them some losses. And at this point, it's gonna be the new squad, or the new kids on the block, Leonites Esports. So yeah, I'm expecting more from them.
Yeah, it seems like Lakan Esports, they seem to be comfortable with switching the jungle around. It seems like they know how to play around, a jungler that might be a little bit new. So I don't think this is really going to affect them in any way, because they do have Boy J who was the relatively new member
Yeah.
in the squad. So I really don't think that this is a challenge for Lakan Esports. I think they're pretty good.
Yeah.
What do you think,
Well,
Nico?
yeah.
Well, I guess the thing here is usually in for the side of Lakan Esports, most of the power comes out from Dedenne and Tante. So if you're gonna notice towards their playstyle, the jungler is only ever present or he only has highlight plays towards the late game. So maybe we could be seeing an initiator rather type of jungler on Chinese, or are we still gonna be seeing an assassin type of jungler, which we kind of saw from Boy J way back. Still though, of course, a lot of the teams is gonna rely on Arjuk. I heard that he is the one that's calling out the positioning or telling them to just keep their 5-man unit together. And you have Aizen just safe at the back lines. Could be using a Kaisa, Corki, maybe even Lucian. But basically, 50-60% of the damage is gonna come out from their ADC.
Yeah, I love the point of Mika. It always has been this four solid members that knew each other. It's just that one jungler is going to change the pace of the game. But let's focus, of course, the solo player highlight for today's match in the side of Lakan. That would be the Ari main himself, which is one of the top players into the servers as Ari user. That's Dedenne. And this guy also knows how to play assassin. He is mostly on point. We saw him mostly on his matches and in the summer season, and Dedenne definitely already knows how to play into the mid lane. And this is a bit odd for now that he doesn't use Ari for fall season, but we know that that's his one of the comfortable picks. So this time he is expanding the horizons. He want to go with the Gragas, Ziggs, and Gaio for now just to compensate for the team. He's mostly on a team player that wanted to go for the setups, wanted to go for the siege. He is on a 75% kill participation, and there's the damage per minute, which is 1,236, and he is not lacking in the damage department as what we love from mid laners.
A lot of firepower indeed coming from Dedenne. And of course, another player that Yuko highlighted earlier was Tante. I'm really interested to see this Globe key player clash that we have right now between Tante and I believe it's Jash on the side of Leonit Esports. What do you think is going to happen over here in this Globe key player clash? I'm curious to hear your thoughts. The stats are a little bit weird. The KDA is kind of similar, but the kill participation says a lot. Yuko, let's go with you first.
All right, so if we're let's start with the kill participation. It just shows that Leonites, they love their team fights. Tante, we saw this. He is the one that usually wins the duels, especially if he is going to be using that Riven. Gold per minute, though, has a slight lead over to Jazz. Again, they just really love their team fights. But when it comes to damage, because Jazz is able to farm more, he will be able to just dish out more damage, which also translates to him having 28% of the damage, whereas Tante only has 17. So Lakan, we basically see them as a team that moves as one. Think of a water, it just freely flows. Whereas for Leonites, they tend to focus a bit more on the pickoffs, but again, it is going to be a two sides of a coin. Is it going to be heads? Is it going to be tails? What tactics are we going to be seeing for this series?
Yeah, and it's fairly different. Yes, they come in close with the KDA, but you see the kill participation that it's around 76% for Jash and 48 for Tante. Yes, in terms of the damage, is you can see Jash is fairly higher, but you know how impactful Tante has been with his Riven plays with the setup. So we are leaning on to two different play styles that greatly affects the game and the team dynamics. So I'm really excited how the skirmishes or the 1v1s will be in the hands of these both players.
Yeah, it's gonna be really interesting. And again, channeling that underdog energy that Mirmooo Esports just gave out, and hopefully it transfers to Leonite Esports. But I don't know, I'm favoring Lakan in this one. But before we jump into our predictions, I just want you guys to know, of course, that you can get into this panel action over here. All you have to do is send us your comments, reactions, and whatever thoughts you might have, and let us know, how are you feeling. You can let us know on Twitter, and all you have to do is use two simple hashtags, hashtag #SeeIconSeriesPH and hashtag #DominateTheRift. And of course, you can also find the PPGL community Discord server. You can head on over here. Sometimes we have coaches, players stop by, and special guests as well. So we hope to see you in the community Discord. Let us know your thoughts there as well. It can be as candid as you want. But again, if you're active on Twitter, do join the discussion when we will flash your tweets over here. I believe we do have one right now, as an example for those who might be just tuning in. We have one right now that we can flash on over to your screens. And we have here from Irene, how do you say this again? Ariana?
Ariana.
In the Ariana in the mid lane, yes. Sana magka-on-site tournament na. You have no idea how much we want that as well.
Same.
You have no idea we want that as well. But of
Kinda miss
course we
that.
need. I know we do. We miss each other so much. It would be nice to just talk to Yuko, right?
Hi.
And Osiris.
Hello.
And
Yeah.
Osiris over there. Yes. Yes, indeed. It would be great to have that. But of course, right now, because we do have, the surge ongoing, we still have to be safe and prioritize
Yeah.
everybody's health and safety. But real soon, we're still praying for that as well, Ariana. And we can't wait to see you if we have this grand big event for Wild Esports. Can you just imagine it? Oh, okay. I'm gonna cry. I'm not gonna cry.
Oh, no.
Yeah, because we're going into
No.
we're not gonna
Unless
cry
we'll
because
cry.
we're going to panel no
No
cry
crying.
because we are going into our second match of the day. We're gonna find out if the underdogs of Group C will prevail today. Because this is match 2, Leonit Esports versus Lakan Esports. Casters, over to you guys.
Minions have spawned.
Thank you very much, Panelist Desk, and welcome back, everyone, in the fall season Icon series, day number 3, week number 2 for the second series. I'm Infinity, and this is Riku. Join for the cast today for Lakan Esports versus Leonit Esports.
Yeah, this is going to be a very, very exciting matchup just because Lakan had shown their prowess yesterday and as well as day number 1. I mean, Lakan was able to win. What is wrong with me? Win one game over Fennel yesterday. So they are riding on with that momentum for sure, even though as Fennel is like the bar for Group C, but they have lost against Mermo. So Group C has been one hell of a ride so far, and anything can happen, especially with this matchup.
And that winning game is with an Olaf. Is this an Olaf storyline? We saw 2 Olafs a while ago. Yes, they lost, but I mean, Olaf uprising once again, the champion that was being criticized in the summer season because it wasn't really the best win rate so far. But I'm interested in the series. Lakan Esports versus Leonit Esports. Leonites have beaten Mirmooo at 2-0 yesterday's matchup, right? And their champions are really just very, very contrasting with each other because Lakan Esports have Olaf, Jarvan, Gragas, Corki, Galio, while Leonites has like Diana, Renekton, Gragas, Corki, Darius, Kaisa. This is the traditional picks way back in summer season, and they're bringing it back here for Leonites Esports. And I'm interested and curious, Riku, what you think so far about the champion pools these two teams are bringing in from day 1 into day 2.
I feel like we will expect the double marksman comp. Maybe Corki plus Kaisa. Or maybe, maybe we get to see an iteration of the Sona Seraphine, the unkillable composition. We've seen how you can basically remove the Olaf, match it with something else, maybe a Kaisa, maybe another carry, but the concept is still the same. You have a ton of shields, you have a ton of heals on the board to make sure that your solo carry threat will stay alive as much as possible.
Yeah, it might be a hidden trump card because Lakan Esports still haven't used the Seraphine Sona composition. They have used the Olaf though, so a lot of potential there. And Leonit Esports haven't really touched these sort of composition as well, not having any Olaf from their day number 2 run and from their day 1, really just did not go for these type of plays and went in for the Garen instead, the traditional type of setup as we talked about a while ago. So I'm curious really if this is gonna show up because this Mirmoo's run a while ago showed us and highlighted us that Seraphine and Sona combo can really be flexible, not just with an Olaf, but with other champions as well. And now diving into the draft here, it's all eyes on deck on whether what champions are gonna get picked up for these two teams.
Look at that though. First pick Jana on the side of Leonites. As we see, there's a lot of heavy engage and disengage being taken out, and as well as one of the two strongest or two of the strongest AD carries in the current meta. Now, Ari being picked up, it's so a little bit jarring because usually, Renekton has been one of the most important picks at red side, but now he definitely has fallen off. And we've talked about this before. The Lee Sin plus Renekton combo has been absolutely scary, especially when we talk about the early game.
Right, with Corki being picked though by Lakan Esports, this states that Leonite Esports will now be forced to go for the traditional route, not go for the double marksman. Because Leonites in day number 2 has played the Corki into the mid lane and another ADC into the bot lane. With Corki now being picked by Lakan Esports, I think they really want to give a comfortable position for Aisin in this particular game. With now Kha'Zix there for Lakan Esports, I think this will be an early clash alongside matching it up against Lee Sin in the jungle.
Yeah, Kha'Zix versus Lee Sin. Curious to see if Boy J is able to get the early lead and able to snowball. But look at row 1. He's going to pick up our first Vayne in the fall season and a Twisted Fate as well. We talked about this off Cast Infinity. Twisted Fate. Where's the Twisted Fate when we see a Renekton as well top side and as well as the Lee Sin? Now we see it over here for Sean. Will that be a Leona on the side of Lakan? I am curious for our Juk.
Lock it in. Leona is a strong champion. And Leonite Esports can try to punish this, but let's go back to traditional once again. With the Braum pick here for Lakan Esports, I think they want to really defend onto the gold cards for Twisted Fate, Vayne with the stunts as well, and also with Does Projectile from Jana with the Howling Gale. So I think Braum acts as a defensive frontliners that Lakan Esports wants to have that safety net for Corki and Ari in this particular game against Leonite Esports. So I think they want the tradition. Leonite wants to explore a little bit onto their composition with the Twisted Fate and the Vayne as well, which can really just change things up. If Leonite gets the early game, they could dominate in late game because Vayne is a good power scaling champion.
I know, there's just so many options. You can play mostly towards top side and allow this Renekton to snowball. And then you have the Lee Sin to help assist with that approach, and as well as the Twisted Fate. Level 3, incredibly strong power spike. Level 5, add Sean into the equation. And who are they going to dive upon? Tante. Tante now carrying a flash barrier, and it's a Riven. The outplay potential under tower is possible, but how strong and how will you defend with 3 champions in the equation?
Yeah, and 3 champions. Leonite Esports is going for that similar number in top-sided map, waiting for sort of an engage against Lakan Esports, but they're playing it very slowly. Lee Sin will go back away into the blue buff, and I think you asked about where this Lee Sin sort of would go at level 3 to get that early gank, and I would presume it's going to be the mid lane, because you have the Twisted Fate with the golden card, a lot of CC that can prolong the sort of CC chain that can be in synergy with Andy 69 to get that first blood.
I think, yeah, level 3 is incredibly strong for sure. Andy 69 and row 1. Versus the Charm, of course, the Charm definitely much harder to land versus the gold card, the easy gold card. But now we're taking a look at this lane swap right here instead of the standard scenario that we usually see. There could be a fight though at top side, but it seems that it is going to be the adjustment that Lakan is going to do.
Right, and this is what the pattern is in the previous games, wherein the blue side selection comes on top, goes for the pressure in to get those turret plates, and also the comfortability onto the ADC, but Corki will be forced to use 2 summoner spells, which means Leonite Esports will get the summoner spells advantage.
Yeah, Jash came to play. Jash came to kill on this Renekton, carrying an Ignite. And the level 3 Renekton, we talked about this before, is an incredible spike everywhere. And look at this roam squad. They're looking at the Rift Scuttler. This could be a double Scuttler start for Leonites.
Because that's the Infernal Dragon, and they need that information later on in the 4-minute mark, and whether Lakan Esports wants to take this down. That's a great gold card onto Braum, but just a little bit of pressure there. No kills will be pursued with all in here for Leonite Esports, and everyone will go back into their respective lanes.
Yeah, it is going to be... the roam's going to stop as the Rift Scuttler basically has been secured. So the next 2 minutes is going to be extremely important. I wouldn't see any team would decide to trade the Rift Herald versus the Infernal Drake. It's incredibly important, especially for Leonites and as well as Lakan. They want a lot of huge damage from the Kazakhs as well, and as well as from the Ari to get that assassination potential. And I think their skirmishes can be very strong, but the biggest question is, will Leonites even allow those situations? Because they're going to be roaming with the numbers advantage, plus Sean here on the Twisted Fate.
But Lakan Esports is doing the same thing, going for the 3-man roam at the bot side of the map. I think this states a signal on what the United Esports and Lakan Esports wants to do in this game. They want to get the tower first blood so that they can go for the Infernal Drake with no contest. Even then, if Rift Herald comes into the other side, they're not gonna get that regret because they don't have the tower first blood and get that gold lead. So now they're just split pushing, they're reflecting each other's strategy, but Leonite Esports will get ahead with the tower first blood.
Yeah, exactly. Corki versus Vayne. Of course, Corki's gonna get that, or rather, of course, Vayne is gonna get that tower. More, Ison is definitely more on the pokes and the caster side of things, while Rowan on the Vayne is more on those heavy auto attacks.
Tante wants to run away, but can he do it? Because he is getting pinned down by Leonite Esports. That's a flash in. Sean will get the kill, but the charm will follow through. That's a lot of damage. Lakan Esports is trying to go for the trade-off. That's the Exos happening with Kazakhs now coming through. Monsoon will now be forced to go for the sustainability. Roll one will fall down. Glacial Fissure will be casted. No one will connect it into, as Leonite Esports will get the 1-for-1, and they're happy to back away.
Yeah, Ro is able to get the Bork at least right now. And now because Lakan was in position already at top side, it will be a little bit of a they will be a little bit cornered if they decide to rotate very far from top to bottom. So it is going to be a trade of objectives. And meanwhile, Lakan can use this Rift Herald buff and see if they can open up the mid lane instead to put Sean on a tight leash a little bit. Let's see if the Charm's going to connect.
Charm would indeed connect onto the Twisted Fate, but he would rather go for the ultimate back away. Kazakhs is pretty low, 1 HP. The Ignite will not burn him down to get the kill in for Leonite Esports, but in the end, it's a Con getting the Rift Herald, and Leonites will get the Inferno.
Really nicely done by Leonites. You know, they're not too greedy. They were able to force out the flash away from Dedenne. So the Spirit Rush may be used defensively or aggressively. So that's the option for probably like the first few minutes or so. And meanwhile, Luden's Echo already completed by Dedenne. So it's going to help out a little bit on the damage department and as well as the clear. But they're aiming for Jatch's life.
Cream Rome, Lakan Esports looks to go for top lane. Twisted Fate with the Destiny gets information, but he'd rather TP bot lane than rather go top lane because it's just too much when Lakan Esports has the member advantage. So getting that trade-off is much more important, and Leonite Esports will get it through.
Yeah, there is no vision at top side, so it is going to be a little bit difficult for Jaj when he overextends or stay in the lane at top. He is definitely most likely going to be eliminated. Lakan are doing their best, just trying to even it out. It's actually pretty even, just a couple of gold difference. A couple hundreds, rather. Just 100. And now, this could be the second charge to the tower, possibly. There it is. So, the Rift Herald being unleashed at top now is a little bit more maximized as Lakan actually dropped a bunch of wards more in the jungle of LK for their blue side. So they do have information on what's going on in that area.
I'm glad that you mentioned it. Lakan Esports utilized that Rift Herald very well. But now let's look at the items, because now we're looking at a lot of Mercury threads. And I think this is what these two teams wants, to have that extra mobility, to go for roams in other lanes, to go for roams in these objectives, because they want to be very active in this map, because who would get that map control first would probably state control of mid-game, late game.
Yeah, they're just trying to take picks off of the solo lanes as we look now. Dedenne on the side and as well as Tante. And they do have the capability of, getting that numbers advantage just because of that destiny coming from Sean. He is on his way to that Lich Bane, so he is gonna hurt after a little bit after acquiring that item. And now they're looking for the charm again. This is so crucial. Dedenne has to keep landing those charms. If he doesn't, then the next CC that they'll have to rely on is Arjuk. And Arjuk is definitely more focused, especially as on his ult on that disengage. They want to save that for those tight situations. And with that, we'll have to see what the next move is going to be, because so far it has been kills denied because Leo Knights is so careful.
Right, and they're just clearing out these sort of niches into the information game. If they don't have information on this particular location of the map, they're not gonna be particularly rushing in, going all in. And this is how safety they are. They understand that Lakan Esports has a lot of disengage and CC to bring them down. Destiny will give information for Leonit Esports, but they're not going all in. Lakan will force to be back in their very own jungle.
They were very respectful of that destiny. And the reason why is that they don't have any information in the deeper ends of Leonite's jungle. So the best call was play it safe. They might sandwich us here in the middle. Might as well just back away. How to engage from Leonites? It's actually pretty dicey. They're only gonna be relying on the gold card. Andy 69's Dragon's Rage, perhaps, is also an option, but they don't have exactly a very clear AoE-centric style of starting a fight. So Lakan, very, very careful, and now it's going to be the Mountain Drake soon.
Yeah, it's more favorable for Leonit Esports to rather go for the ganks instead of the clash. Because Lakan Esports, if you're thinking about it, Tante has AoE CC, has AoE stun. Arjuk has a Glacial Fissure. Aizen has a Special Delivery. Pretty much a lot of AoE CCs. On top of all that, they also have single targeted. So Lakan Esports has the advantage in a 5v5. So Leonites need to punish this early game. That's going to be the Glacial Fissure connecting onto 4. That's the follow through Special Delivery, knocking up Leonites Esports. But Aizen 1v1 against the enemy team. That's going to be 1 man down, 3 man down for Leonites Esports, while Lakan is still 5 member alive. And Riven will come through to get the ace, to get the 5 kills, and they're now having the lead.
Look at that fight. Beautiful from Lakan. They not only get the dragon, they also get mid lane tower. And even though there's just so many low health targets, Leonites is unable to finish off those low health HP members coming from Lakan. They were pretty much separated and aren't able to penetrate the backline. And look at Aizen already here, picking up the Triforce, picking up that QSS. So that gold card will be null and void in the upcoming fights. And as well as, again, those Twin Shadows, just to try and spot out perhaps, Rowan, maybe when he's on final hour, perhaps, as well. So it is not looking good. Just as you mentioned, Infinity, when they're going 5v5s, Leonites definitely has to catch someone first, make it a 4v5 for them to have a comfy clash.
Or just pretty much go far away from those clashes early game. Because Rowan is a late game champion. If they wait patiently and not engage against anyone in this particularly early phase, mid phase of the game, they can actually scale out late game. So they have 2 options. The one that you stated, or just stay out of way.
And looks like they might go for the latter, so far as there are no objectives to take. Destiny, though.
TPs are now going to be in. Stun will connect onto Tante. Tante will just walk away. And he will still be safe. Leonite Esports 3-man row mid-side of the map, though. Lakan will get the turret topside.
It's so hard to catch a Riven. It's so hard to catch a Kha'Zix as well. I mean, everybody has some form of disengage, has some form of mobility to increase that gap. And now Baron's actually getting started here.
Oh, Andy 69 with a face check. That's not going to be a great move with exhaust. Slowing him down. Lakan Esports will go back away because that's going to be overextending if they follow through into chasing away the Braum. So that's a clever move from Lakan Esports.
A good call. Well, definitely from Lakan. They were able to plant a lot of these deep vision on the top side, and maybe they were aiming to catch someone, maybe a 4v5, maybe kill Andy 69 for him to walk in danger.
Josh gonna be sighted onto the Twin Shadows enchant in bottom side of the map, but Josh will just dash away in style. Lakan will not get the kill on bot side of the map.
Yeah, those twin shadows, very, very important, not only for the fights later, but most importantly, to try and find an isolated target for the Kazakhs to catch in the deeper ends of Leonite's jungle. And that's what we saw. Unfortunately, you know, Josh is able to escape, not even using a flash or ignite. The slice and dice is absolutely enough. And with that, look, Zonia's Hourglass already picked up by Andy69. Usually, you know, either you pick up the Guardian's Angel, Zonia's is also a very good choice. So when you dive in, then you go golden and see what your next move is going to be. It is fairly, air quote, quiet just because, again, Leonites cannot afford to fight them. And just as you mentioned, Infinity, they're still waiting for Rowan to get those items. And Lakan are trying to find those targets so far, but hasn't been very successful.
They are, I think, waiting for the right opportunity to make that in. If you're looking at this, the wards that they have only 2 members who has the trinket, or two members with the ward, the yellow ward, and the rest has the lens to just clear out some of the information from the United Esports. So they really want to play the vision game against the United Esports in this matchup alone. But now Tante, that's the 1v1 against Josh, tries to go in. That's the Destiny casted down by the Twisted Fate, ready to go for a response if ever Lakan Esports goes all in onto Tante. That's gonna be stunned and Ignite will just burn him down and Josh will fall through. That's gonna be the flash for flash.
No
Tante
way!
will still save revive and that's gonna be the smite, putting him on a slow, and Tante will survive at 1 HP.
I'm sure that is one of the most annoying things ever. You're close to eliminating the Riven, but then the cooldowns, the dashes, the shields, the stuns are just too much for that chase. And now Lakan is able to get 1 member down. Josh unfortunately wasn't able to finish off the kill, and that's the 2nd dragon already for Lakan Esports.
Right, and they're straight going onto the Baron Nashor. They have the understanding that Josh is no longer available for Leonite Esports for 3 seconds. So if they can bait onto the Baron Nashor, that's gonna be big time. Rowan is pretty low on HP. Andy69 is gonna get pinned. That's gonna be stunned in. No jungle available for Leonite Esports, and now they have the go signal to go for the Baron Nashor.
I gotta say that a fight earlier baiting out Josh was just so smart because you baited out the Destiny just for the rest of Leonites to spot out if Lakan is taking the Baron. And now this could be another contest.
Lakan Esports will get it through and through though. Baron Nashor will go to the side. Lakan Esports Monsoon will sustain Josh's life, but he will fall down in the end. Ison will take the kill down, but Ison is onto the front side. Valkyrie out. That's a clever move here, as the United Esports will not get the trade off.
It is going to be Lakan satisfied of going back home, getting that reset, buying more items for the team, and try again. And basically, well, not try again, and use that Baron buff to its full potential. Fortunately, it is a current 4v5, so Leonites couldn't do anything as much. The map looks pretty dark from Lakan's side. It's fine because they basically invested resources more to get vision more on that dragon. Rather, they do have that Twin Shadows to get information on where everybody is. So this is a very, very valuable buy for them. And it's paying off even in the later stages, even at this 15-minute mark.
I look at the information for Leonite Esports. Only 2 wards available into the map. 1 in the riverbed, top side quadrant, and 1 in their very own jungle. But bot side is clearly unknown. It's filled with fog of war for Leonite Esports, and they need that information if they want to go through the bot side to mid side in defense against Lakan Esports' aggression here with the Baron buff. Look at mid lane, look at bot lane, look at top lane. It's gonna be the 1-3-1 situation. Lakan Esports will go for the push, will go for the inhibitor turret. If they take this down, this will open up the base. Leonite Esports will go for the defense. Glacial Fisher with the 1-man knock-up. Twisted Fate will still survive, but Lakan Esports is happy with getting all inhibitor turrets in this game.
Yeah, this is such a humongous lead already for Lakan. Not only gold-wise, not only a 12k gold lead, but as well as the map. Look at the map right now. Everything is open on Leonite's side, and they're so exposed. Lakan even dropped a ward inside the base of Leonites, and Tante bought a teleport. So if Leonites don't keep an eye on the minions building on every single lane, then perhaps Tante can access the base and backdoor.
Yeah, and I think one of their opportunities right now is to get the Elder Dragon. Because if they lose it, Lakan Esports will get this win in game number 1. Because you're not just considering onto the inhibitor turret, you're considering the gold advantage Lakan Esports has and 2 dragons in their favor as well. So Leonites need to contest this if ever it now comes up. If ever Lakan even does not finish this game yet.
It is a tall order. It is very tough. It's a tough hill to climb. As there is none, there's the minions right now.
Yeah, they're pushing in. Lakan Esports will get it slowly but surely. The charm will come through, not connecting onto anyone. Tante will get the glacial done. And Lakan Esports will get game 1 against United Esports in this series.
What a game number 1. This is a very patient game. They did not... I mean, they won through kills most definitely, but not the 5v5 clashes. Again, their composition is more on the skirmishes, on the 1v1s, catching people off guard, catching people in their own jungle with the Twin Shadows, with the Kazakhs as well. And the Twisted Fate, unfortunately, did not help the Leonites. And this is a really, really good game. It's showing how flexible this team is, how flexible Lakan is when it comes to the compositions and how they want to play around it.
Right, and I think Leonite Esports is not particularly the win option in the early game, but they were pressuring really, really hard. If you're looking at the kill standing, it's only 1-11 in favor for Lakan Esports, and that mostly happened in the early game to mid game, wherein Vayne only had the BRK and the static shiv. The solar recharge blade was there, but it was already too late. All inhibitor turrets was already broken loose for Lakan Esports. So at that point, they had the natural lane pressure against all lanes. Even if Leonite Esports get that defense up, Lakan Esports can now go for the Elder Dragon after.
Yeah, I feel like, wasn't much room for row 1 to work around with, especially that everybody else pretty much from Leonites are pretty squishy.
Right, and this is how we look on what had happened in that game number 1. Oppo A94 played the game. Lakan Esports, Leonite Esports.
I think the top side, I think this is one of the first fights that Leonites didn't quite do so well. They were pretty much separated in this whole entire encounter, and it gave so much room for the Kazakhs to isolate targets. They've managed to get Dedenne on Killer Charms. I want to talk about this play, by the way. This is at the crossroads. Sean was at the crossroads. He activates Destiny either to look if Baron was being taken, or to join Jash in that 1v1 scenario. If he teleports to bot, that means Baron could possibly be open, and Lakan could have speedily taken that, as Sean had to manually walk to the Baron, as Jash had to manually walk to the Baron. I really, really like that option, baiting the Destiny first and then making your move.
Yeah, it's like a millisecond reaction wherein if the stun came in from Renekton, then Tante immediately goes for the stun as well as AoE. Then he got stunned, then response was there. So the master of the match from that game number 1 is Aizen from that Corki.
Yeah, we're looking at this build right now. The Essence Reaver, the Triforce, Solari Charge Blade as well. And it's not the usual where we get to see the Navoris, because Aizen in general on the Corki rather, already pretty much spammable. So with that RFC getting picked up, you get that increased range as well. And they pretty much, Corki's pretty much already safe already with the rockets coming in. QSS just denies the gold card entirely. And what a clean game from Lakan. What a clean game from Aizen.
Yeah, it's the counter items that matters. And I think it's just a good play right now for Corki. I think it's a league of Corki right now with the new patch 2.4 items that was implemented. Because you have the stacking of the ability haze from the Trinity Force and also the Essence Reaver. On top of all that, you also have crit stacking with Essence Reaver and also the Solari Charge Blade. You don't need the Mana Moon already because you already gain mana from the Essence Reaver. So pretty much, this is so much items that is great for a Corki. So I think Aizen utilized those type of items very, very well to take the win and carry the team with 9 KDA, 10,080 damage per minute. And now the question is, how will the enemy team respond to this sort of aggression from Lakan Esports Leonites? Are they going to stick with the ADC or are they going to change Vayne out?
Yeah, I feel like, they wanted to see as well. The Vayne felt... Whenever we see Vayne, it's usually... I think we've seen Vayne twice already so far from the summer season. One used at top side against a melee matchup. But this time, this is a different Vayne, I suppose. Also... Back in, I believe, did we see it at the Summer Super Cup or was I imagining it? Maybe I was thinking of Jinx. But no, it did. We did see. It's basically building around it. But we didn't get to see the Vayne picked in this instance and building around it. It felt like, Vayne, you're on your own, but we're going to give you one Janna to work with and see if that's enough for you to kite, for you to have enough space to fight. But I feel like this composition, coming from Leonites, banked on the Lee Sin, the Twisted Fate, and the Renekton to snowball early, play a little bit more topside. But we didn't get to see that because of the lane swap. And I felt like that arrangement sort of changed the dynamics a little bit, and they couldn't dive, they couldn't do what was necessary, even though they got First Blood Tower. I felt like that overextension really cost them a lot.
Right. It's just a very difficult situation, right? You talked about the Vayne with only the Janna. And Janna is not particularly the best when it comes to defending this sort of ADC. Take it into the mid-game, late-game fights and take it through for that power spike in. And they were just really going for that aggressive push wherein Lakan Esports was able to capitalize on these early aggressions to punish Leonites Esports and getting those early ganks without any trades coming on from Leonites Esports. 1-11 as the overall kill score in that game number 1 was sort of the highlight coming from Lakan Esports. And I'm curious, because as you stated, you don't have Vayne coming in from summer season, the Summer Super Cup, only a Varus was there. Is this gonna be sort of a champion that we can look forward to? Most probably not. And I am expecting a lot more different approach here for Leonites Esports coming through for the second game.
Yeah, I see it though. I see why the Vayne would pop in from time to time, but unfortunately still not working out so well. I mean, what, 3.3B or was it 2.3C was the Silver Bolts plus the final hour. Cooldown has been buffed, so maybe there's something there for Vayne. It's just that maybe not this comp to build around with, to work with rather.
Now let's look at the draft from game number 1. Lakan Esports has banned away Rengar, Gragas, and Kai'Sa, which means they want a safe play for their ADC onto Aizen playing this Corki. While Leonites Esports banned away Camille, Galio, and the Lucian. So this left pretty much a very, very close champion pool for both Leonites Esports and Lakan Esports to play around.
I like it. It's a mirror of each other. Both jungle bans, second bans are basically either your mid laners as well or support, and then 280 carries Kai'Sa and Lucian, and they give such importance again to those particular roles for both of those sides. And looking at the draft earlier, I felt like Lakan wanted to use the Leona, wanted to lock in that Leona, which I feel like they were at the crossroads. Do we want at least one piece of disengage for us to work with in case Leonites just go all in and things just get too sticky? Or perhaps we just take a Leona and then add an additional way to get into the fight, because they only have that Ari for that charm to initiate basically, and they did a good job. They got the Braum really good when it came to the 5v5s, basically landed all the slows, landed all the stuns. It was just so easy for the rest of Lakan to pile on against Leonites.
Right, and I think Braum was a great pick as well. But the Janna first pick is really an interesting take. I mean, Janna is a great champion, but first pick worthy is the question. Is a Renekton much more better? Is Corki much more better? Because the United Esports do take note that they have played Corki in the past, and this is the comfort pick for Leonites onto row 1. For day number 2, they have picked it. From day number 1, they picked it as well. Aizen has been, not Aizen, but rather Leonites onto row 1 has picked Kaisa as well. So what if they pick the Kaisa instead if it wasn't banned away or steal the Corki away from Aizen?
Yeah, that is a very good point. It's just one of those things where there were only basically 2 really top tier supports left when it came to disengage Braum and Janna. Maybe they were afraid that the first pick red side would be 80 carry plus Janna, but you're right. Felt like the Corki would have been amazing to first pick on blue side for them. And I guess they really wanted the Janna for this vein. Perhaps I think this is what they wanted to build instead. And I do see the logic behind it for sure. But Corki has been a menace so far in 2.4, and it is definitely first pick worthy as well on blue side.
Right. So it's a question right now. It's a question, what do they want to do next? Move on to a vein, rather pick another champion that can fill in that role. I mean, Ezreal is open as well. Even if Kaisa is banned, Corki is picked by Lakan, you can go for the Ezreal route. I think that's a great champion to play with because you have Ares as sort of the champion that gets in face front with the Charmin, and with the Ezreal, you can arc and shift away and just dodge those type of playstyle from Lakan Esports and play around defending this sort of champion. Funnel in the gold, funnel in the damage output for the Ezreal to scale out later on for row 1. So that's an option for the United Esports to take in the next game. Now the question would be, is this the greatest Baron lane for them though? Renekton from Lakan Esports, or not Lakan, but rather the United Esports, has not been showing up thus far in patch 2.4 that frequently. And I want to hear your thoughts, Rico, on what you think about Renekton.
I think it's the lane swaps. I think that's what's been happening so far. The Renekton hasn't been getting the best matchup so far, just because of those pesky lane swaps, and I feel like it really did affect him a lot. So even though you build a really strong paired jungler with him, they're not able to execute it, not even in the first 4 minutes of the game before the dragon and the Rift Herald spawns. I think it has been showing that Renekton may be a little bit weak when it comes to those setups. So now the biggest question is, what is Leonites going to draft this time around? Because when we look at Leonites, they got their first victory, I believe, yesterday. They really love their fights. When we look at their games, I think there's a lot of big kill counts. They want to fight. They want to keep going. So perhaps this scaling style, waiting for the vein to get more items to ramp up, may not be as comfortable as what we've seen from them in yesterday's matches. So something that can be relevant at 4 minutes of the game, and then basically all full on 5v5. I think that's a really exciting approach for them.
Right, and I think one of these approach can be picking up the Yana, the Darius. I think Leonite Esports has the hand here when it comes to these champions because they played this successfully against Mirmooo Esports in day number 2. They played these sort of AoE champions that we haven't seen in game number 1.
Yes.
They were focusing in single targeted CCs onto Renekton, onto Twisted Fate, onto Janna. These champions are not that particularly great when it comes to those team fights, and the Lee Sin as well to add on to that one. So I think they were trying to focus in onto single target, wasn't really that successful, and I think they could change towards going for that AoE route.
Yeah, they could be. I love how you brought up not the Janna, the Diana as well. I believe we saw that at top side, and a Darius in the mid lane as well. Correct me if I'm wrong, but we did manage to see some interesting picks coming from the side of Leonite. So I feel like there's a lot of trump cards or pocket picks that we have yet to see from this team. I mean, we got the first vein in the fall season from this team, so there's a lot of potential to all other surprises, especially, this is the end of the first round robin. Of course, they want to get as much points as they can to carry over to the second round robin, which is going to be happening next week. Because reminder, only 2 teams will move from each group rather, to the playoff. So third day of the first round robin, very, very important.
Yeah, and this is a high stake match. If Leonit's Esports will take this down, Lakan Esports will fall back into the standings, and Leonit's needs to take this because currently they're really pretty much evenly matching it up when it comes to these series that they are winning. So it's going to be a very important series that we are seeing so far, and the bans are going to be very, very interesting as well. Is Leonit's Esports going to change their bans away? Maybe. Because they're the blue side selection and they're banning away these high priority picks. Maybe don't ban away Galio, don't ban away Lucian, then pick it up for yourself and leave Lakan Esports for a different champion. I understand that they haven't played this champion so far in their previous days, but maybe if they're proficient playing it, I think this could be favorable for their team.
Yeah, I fully agree with you there. We'll have to see what the side will look like, who's going to be in blue, who's going to be in red. But something to note, if they do ban out maybe the Gragas and Galio again, I have a strong feeling that we might see an Olaf make a return, possibly, just because it's just so easy to free reign and dive, or well, not dive, but basically run directly to your enemy team without those taunt threats, without the big disengage coming from the cask. And it will be, though, a Braum could potentially be another huge problem for an Olaf or a full-on dive composition from the side of maybe if that is going to be picked up by Leonites. So I'm excited. Honestly, any comp can happen at this point because, of course, Lakan wants to win this 2-0. They want to rack up as much points as they can because Group C is incredibly close. They're neck and neck.
Right, and speaking of close, Lakan Esports has the potential to finish a series if they win this if they win this game number 2. Lakan versus Leonit's Esports, this is their game draft, banning away the Rengar, Kaisa Akali for Lakan, and Leonit's Esports banning away Ari, Gragas, and Lee Sin.
There we go. Galio is open. Lucian is open. Whoa there. Okay, that's the Camille being prioritized. So Leonites, just as you mentioned, Infinity, they will be able to utilize this and give this to Ro. Now, the biggest question is, well, not exactly the biggest question, will the Galio go to Sean or will go to keep distance? We've talked about the Nami, the Lucian Nami before, actually, as one of the best combos to do in the duo lane with Lucian. And now, Tante back at it with this Riven. And Boy J is going to be the Camille jungle.
Right, and Ziggs to follow up on that one. And I think Lakan Esports wants to play this at a very far distance because of a Galio, because of a Lucian that has Leonit's Esports locked in. The Yana potentially to be locked in as well if Sean wants to go for this champion. They played it very proficiently in day 2 and day number 1, and they continue to go for it. Good synergy, Diana and Galio to Wukong for the Wombo combo potential for Leonites.
Yeah, that's crazy. Cyclone, Moonfall, and Heroes entrance. And it is Channy's playing. It is not Boy J there on that Camille. Now it's gonna be Corky. This is a pole composition coming from Lakan with a lot of those single target CCs that we talked about, and Jana now being on Arjuk's hands. And this is a setup with Renekton finish. That means it is going to be a Galio for keep distance, Diana in the mid lane. And this is going to be looking pretty standard and looking to be a very scary 5v5, just as we were talking about Leonites' strength, all about that AoE, and here they are.
It's a protect the king composition. It's not protect the queen. Lucian will be the center of it all. If Lucian scales out in this game, Lakan Esports has all the potential to try and outscale Leonite's Esports in the mid-game, late game. And I think we talked about Lucian's potential. I think level 1 will be so massive for this champion because you're comparing it onto a Corki. You have Lucian priority onto having that pressure in, that poking potential is there as well. Level 2, level 3 will be Lucian's game. But level 5 though is a different story because Corki will now be scaling out in a different light.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there. I think that's the reason why they put Arjuk on this Jana, but he is wearing an Ignite here. So it's not Ison with a flash barrier, and it's a different configuration as we see right now. Exhaust though for Yanzu. They want to bait out level ones, bait out summoner spells at level 1 though. But look at this 4-man in the mid lane.
This is the traditional setup that we saw prior patch 2.4, wherein everyone comes in mid, gets that fast clear, then go to their respective lanes. But considering Wukong at level 1 for Leonit Esports, it's not as strong. And Lakan has that advantage to take the red buff away.
Yeah, Wukong can't exactly do anything. Andy69 here is he might fall because there's a lot on the board. There's just too many pokes from Dedenne. But this is going to be pretty sad for the Diana. This is a melee versus ranged matchup. Level 1's going to be a little bit tough. Good thing, though, you do have that first skill from Sean to farm a little bit. But looking at the lane swap right now, this is the configuration. This is Yanzu providing wave clear at least for Jash. So this alleviates the pressure a little bit more at least.
Right, and having the 2-man role for Leonit Esports, I think they really want to adjust with Lakan Esports' action here. Because considering you have the 3-man roam top in the first 30 seconds for Lakan Esports, states that Leonit needs to act fast so that they can act quickly onto Lakan Esports' switch in lanes to the top side of the map. And considering that happened, Leonit Esports with the switch as well, you have Corki now coming in mid.
Yeah, this is a pretty scary setup just because most likely Sean wouldn't get priority, and it's not like, I mean, there is that kill potential, I suppose, from Andy69 with the ganks from the Wukong, especially come level 5 for up against Ison, but it's so difficult because Ison as a Corki can farm safely, so I would expect him not to be overextended in the lane and be susceptible to those dangerous ganks against Andy and Sean.
I think the safety is gonna be key here for both Leonit Esports and Lakan Esports. Wait for the level 5. If level 5 happens, you have a lot of ultimates to utilize, especially for the side of Leonit Esports, wherein their composition relies on that Tuombo combo. You have Andy69 as sort of the engager, Sean to follow through, and Yanzo to follow up. And having that setup will be key for their team in sort of the mid-game fights against Lakan Esports. But look at that. Leonit is setting up the top side of the map with Yanzu coming on top. Regis pressures in onto Ison.
Yeah, he's just looking for possibly, Ison going a little bit overextended, but he knows what's up. There is a little bit of vision in the river because of that scuttler, so they are pretty much aware of the incoming danger. And now, though, it is the standard setup. Well, standard, where the mid lane is now in the mid lane. I mean, Ziggs is now in the mid lane. And look at that. They're on a hunting squad.
They want to get the kill.
Arjuk.
No. They're going back away. It's a prank from Lakan Esports.
But his flash is gone. So that is very, very important in the next, 30 seconds when the Mountain Drake, when the Rift Herald spawns. So Arjuk's gonna be a little bit vulnerable.
Taunt comes in. That's gonna be the Camille trying to go back away. He does with a cable. Leonites will not go all in. And no first blood as of yet.
Bit scary there for Chinese. It is at least with the hook shot saving a Camille. But a flash, a lot of trigger discipline though. Look at row 1. Unleashing the culling onto Tante. He's forced to pick up that honey fruit.
So no ultimate in the Dragon Clash or even the Rift Herald fight. So Lakan Esports has this in mind, but also Leonites has another thing in mind, that Arjuk still is not on level 5, which means they can force this out, battle this, because no sustainability present for Lakan Esports, but rather going for the Rift Herald instead to try and get a tower first blood, because they understand that this is just the Mountain Dragon.
Yeah, it's Rift Herald definitely more valuable. Actually, they have what do you call this? They were hoping that most likely Lakan would be able to try and contest, but they can't because this is such a strong 5v5. Lakan's still looking towards getting more items to Dedenne. Ison more of that 2-item power spike. We'll see what the build path is. So, Leonites, uncontested in the 5v5 scenario, and Lakan has to respect this.
Yeah, Tante, there to defend, but Rift Herald will come through. You have Ziggs with a Mega Inferno Bomb. That's gonna be pretty massive. The first blood will come through. That's Aizen taking it down. Leonit Esports will be forced to back away. That's gonna be the flash from Yanzu because too much damage is just there. And Galio with the ultimate into mid lane as a last resort. But Lakan Esports is looking for more as Dreamland Rome comes into mid. Camille comes in with the damage as well, but too far ahead for Leonit Esports as they are down 1.
The row 1 was in a round, so it was a 4v5, well, 4v4 situation, but Aizen was practically present in that fight alongside the Dene. He didn't have to be there. That Mega Inferno Bomb was basically enough, and it was technically a 5v5, and now that's a tower going down, and they're able to even out that map space atop.
Yeah, and it's an easy take because you have Dedenne onto Ziggs, and Ziggs is a siege champion that in 20%, 25% on turrets, he can easily take it down. And that is the reason why Lakan Esports now has the advantage when it comes to turrets. But do take note, Josh is doing the same thing onto reflecting in bot side of the map, getting a 2 for 2 in turrets in this game thus far.
Yeah, Zig's still incredibly strong. They are looking into ganking Jash, though.
Chinese 1 tries to go for the Hexic Ultimatum, and that's gonna be the lockdown onto Jash. Too much damage. Mega Inferno Bomb putting him down. And Lakan Esports once again will take the kill away from the Leonit Esports.
What a way of roaming from Lakan. Well, they're able to get more space, plant more vision in the deeper ends of Leonite's jungle.
Oh, but a Moonfall will be there, trying to go ahead onto Chinese. But a Monsoon will be a clutch movement. 2-man stun from Chinese 1, trying to get a kill onto Yanzo. But they will be safe. Both teams will go back away.
Okay, this is the reset. They have to do the reset just because the Infernal Drake may come soon. Rather, is going to come soon. That's a really nicely done kill, and as well as disengage from Arjuk. The value of this Janna really paying off as, you know, Leonites wanted to get an exchange kill, at least out of Jash, unfortunately dying at top side, or bot side rather. Double Executioners pick up for Jash and Andy 69. Essence Reaver already completed, and we get to see Aizen on his way to that second item Triforce. So he is definitely gonna hurt after picking that up. Already has a Phage. And so far, so good for Lakan. And with that 1k gold lead, still not as scary just yet, but they're doing a lot of movements around the map and getting picks here and there and giving those kills to either Dedenne or Aizen.
Right. And I think the 2 Executioners calling for Leonite Esports and not having any Grievous Wounds items for row 1 states that Leonite Esports wants to really have all-in damage for row 1 instead of considering to go for sort of the counterplay against Lakan Esports. And having the Executioner as well, not the Bramble Vest, means that they want to go for the duels instead of going for the passive type of setup onto attack build for these 2 champions. But Infernal Dragon will come up 20 seconds, and I think that will be the next clash that is worth taking for these 2 teams. That will change the game.
Yeah, they were definitely like, okay, Ro, don't worry. We got the Grievous Wounds items. You just focus on the damage. Don't have to worry about that. So far, though, look at this Death Brush being set up by Lakan over here. A little scary.
Esports has a game sense. They're going for the flank. That's going to be pretty massive. 2-man taunt coming in. The calling will be there as well. No one will be connected into that. No damage will come through. And Leonite Esports will try to take the kill. That's going to be the 1-for-1 as Camille tries to go in. Stasis for Sean will hit him alive just a little bit longer. But Tante into the backside gets a double kill, flashes in, gets a stun in. That's the triple kill. And that will be the ace for Lakan Esports, removing Leonite from the face of the earth.
Jeez, Lakan! Oh my word! Leonites were wanting the head. They wanted Aizen's head on that fight, but forgot about Tante, who was also busy distracting the backline. He had Ro's face on those stuns, and it was just so hard to catch up. Leonites had this really nice start of the fight, but couldn't follow up because of Tante's zoning. And look at that, even picking up that death stance, he will definitely be much harder to kill.
Definitely, I think he's building into more sort of a defensive type of setup here with the stasis onto Dedenne into having that composition in because he knows that the United Esports wants to take him down as much as possible. But now it's going to be a setup from the United Esports getting the taunt in from Tante, but Redemption in. That will give him a little bit more sustainability. Yanzu will try to go back away, but
Oh
Corgi
my.
will be there. Missile Barrage, take him down. Jash will run away. Tante will come through. That's a knock up in. Stun to follow up. Gatling Gun will not take him down, but Tante will do. Lakan will get 2 kills out from that.
Look at that, the top side. They couldn't even exchange a kill off of the map because Dedenne was pretty much aware and they not necessarily don't have the follow-up rather because look at Lakan. They're already here in the jungle.
Chanzi 1 tries to go in. Hexic Ultimatum Roll 1 will die in the hands from Ziggs as he goes for the Mega Inferno Bomb. And the 69 cannot do anything. And the Baron Nashor will be open for Lakan Esports.
That's a big bonus. You get row 1, no 80 carry, no consistent 80 carry, 80 damage dealer rather. And now it's half HP on the Baron.
The Knights want to go for the contest. That's a taunt onto Dedenne, but too much defensive capabilities. Tante onto the backside, goes for the flank as well. That's 2-man stun, 2-man knockup will be there. Valkyrie and Ison will take it down as a response. And the 69 wants to go for the defense, but no, you're too late. Lakan Esports has already got 1 kill with Baron Nashor. It's a buy 1, take 1.
Arjux, Howling Gale, man, that's that mini MVP moment, just trying to deny and trying to zone out any attempts of Leonites to go inside the pit and commit a possible 50-50 on the Baron. Try to deny that steal, but it was Lakan who was able to secure that. Now they're taking down towers after taking down names.
Interesting Mega Inferno Bomb into the hills there. No one will connect it into, but I think that will just give information for Lakan Esports. Now with the Baron Nashor, they've taken tier 2 turret into the mid lane, and now they can pressure into the inhibitor turret. Because the Knights is at a 10k gold deficit. And when it comes to the gold, that's so important. Stasis 2, Proto Belt 2 as well for Lakan Esports. So much engaged and defensive capabilities whenever, if ever they get the disadvantage in. Is now Redemption will get the information for Lakan Esports. The only Galio is there to go in. 2-man taunt will not be enough to bring him down. Tante will come in. 2-man stun, 2-man knockup as well. Status 4, the Diana to delay that fight. That's gonna be it. Ison will get the double kill. Leonit Esports will fall down. And 2 members remaining for them to go for the defense. Chance, he's very low on HP. But the Con Esports will get it down. And they're looking for the Nexus base. Another kill to add an extra flavor for Lakan Esports as they take the series away for the United Esports.
Lakan has no chill at all. They were basically, okay, we know we're in the lead. We can basically end the game. After the Galio falling, it was just a straight road to victory and a straight road to a 2-0. This team is very confident in their calls, in their fights, and as well as their shot calling most definitely. And this is a team to watch out for in Group C.
Yeah, they are deadly, they are dominant, and they are risk tolerant in that game. They were able to capitalize into their game and only have given only 1 kill into Leonit's Esports' team. Look at how they are really just responding into those team fights, responding into the aggression from Leonit's Esports. They always respond with a kill.
Yeah, it's so difficult because whenever Leonites tries to do something, it is Lakan just stopping them and denying them. And I think it does help because of those double proto belts and double Zonias. You basically set up and deny the follow-up layering of CC, and that is the power of the Zonias, the power of the proto belt. You increase the distance, increase the gap from any of these melee champions on the side of Leonites. And that's 4 actually. That's 4 on their side. So smart. Lakan, really, really good team. Really, really good job. Really loving what I'm seeing today.
Right, and I think it will not stop anytime soon as we're looking right now for the game finisher from Lakan Esports. Oppo A94, play of the game.
This is those instances where I feel like Leonites overextended. They had no AD carry with them, so they will have to rely on Jash for, again, basically the damage, because Sean, of course, still building towards that Roa. And with that said, Lakan took advantage of that top side fight, and they've managed to caught out Jash once more. This is one of the death brushes that Leonites wanted to set up, but unfortunately, it didn't push through because Tante was such a huge problem in this particular clash.
Also, it was a 3v5 for the longest time. I think it took like 10 seconds at the very least for Lucian to come in, for another champion to come in, which I think will be Renekton at that. And the Colin did not connect onto anyone. So after those two options, they were not really having the greatest edge against Lakan Esports to win that fight. And this is another situation wherein I think they were having that bad positioning against Lakan Esports, having no information onto the bottom quadrant of the jungle, but still staying there to try and get the kill. I like the initial setup. I like their intent of trying to make it back. But their steps on it is just so questionable.
I know, it is. They are definitely trying to get ahead with this Renekton pick that we've seen time and time again, but this composition really needs row 1 to be present after the setups, or else after the ults are gone, then it's not necessarily going to be a good time because they are going to be lacking in the damage department. And with this setup, again, Leonites wants the 5v5s. Lakan in response, okay, we're going to pick you off one by one in the map.
And they showed up big time at the master of the match, Tante, as the spotlight here from game number 2 with the Riven.
It's so hard if you want to eliminate Tante on this Riven. Flash Barrier, you already have innate mobility because of your skill kit, and then Proto Belt, and then Death Stance. Like, how are you ever going to catch up to him? How are you ever going to kill him? This guy is a shining star, especially when he's on a Riven.
Right, and just the plays that he does for his team. It's not a matter of Self getting every kill in the game with a 12 KDA, but rather look at the kill participation on 80%. The amount that he does for his team is absolutely phenomenal from Tante. If you would look back from that game number 2, 2-man stunts, keep on connecting. 2-man knockup, keep on connecting. What else can he do for his team but rather give them space and give them opportunity to engage further against your enemy team?
Yeah, he was half utility, half damage as well for the squad, and he is such a menace up against squishy targets like what we saw earlier. Is able to eliminate the Lucian, is able to eliminate Ro. And this, I think this is definitely a specialty. When we see Lakan, we see Tante, we see Riven.
Yeah, it's a match made in heaven. They're not gonna separate anytime soon. So yeah, I think Lakan Esports getting the 2-0 against Unites Esports will proceed them into more points and more standings here for Lakan, and Leonites will fall back down into 1 point. I think so far here in group letter C. So I'm excited because there are a lot more stages to come. There is another week for Group C and D later on in the next month. And there, of course, we have Group D matches later on. Huge intense games, huge intense fights, a lot of expectations on the line, Riku. I want to hear your expectations a little bit for group letter D. Later on.
Here we go again with the group number C. Well, for Group C, I love how close the power levels of the teams in this particular group. Again, if I'm not mistaken, I believe Lakan and Fennel are now tied at first place, while the rest of the squad still trying to catch up. I believe Leonites and as well as Mirmooo Esports are also tied. That is how even and how close Group C is, and I cannot wait to see how the second round robin is going to be for this particular group, especially if it's this close. We might see tiebreakers happening as well next week.
Right, and a lot of expectations on the line. I want that to happen, but just a quick clarification for everyone that's watching at home. The next weeks to come is this month, not next month, because it's already August 1. So So
Yeah.
that's just that a little bit of a trivia there for everyone that we have a lot more to come, a lot more stages to come, and of course Group D to come up next. Just stay tuned later on. I'm Infinity and this is Riku, and we're gonna step away for now. When we return, it's the panel giving us more insights on what happened and what will happen next.
Yo, Mark 9. They really don't think we can keep doing this. They don't think we can keep making hits about cameras. But I'm the cameraman. But I'm the cameraman. Stay creamy.
Yeah, I started on a 50 mil lens. Now I'm about to bag 50 mil yen. I can shoot all day, I got stamina. Turtleneck on with my camera, yeah. Stay creamy, man, that's what they say. Shoes laced up and I came to play. Yeah, I'm first team, I'm a superstar. They call me Cream, like Abdul-Jabbar. Yeah, you had to face it, let's get back to basics. I'ma take the shot like it's a vaccination. I don't have the patience, I'ma shoot right now. Yeah, we undefeated and you gon' lose right now. Like click, 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 swish. I can switch it up anytime like this. I'm a videographer and I'm on the verse. So when I shoot my shot, I don't miss.
I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot.
Yeah, kid noon, I've been shooting my shot, ooh. The into it, I've been moving the rock, yeah. My shit's wet like I've been using a mop, ooh. You get there, yeah, I've been proving I'm wrong. I've been taking shots and now I'm starting to stutter. Vision getting blurry, I should check my shutter. I'm the cameraman, I need my camera madam. Shoot my shot like a Mansell Adams. I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Develop film, not feelings.
You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot.
I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings.
We're back at the Sea Icon Series PH fall season, where Lakan Esports have just secured another win and are dancing their way to the top of the leaderboards. I like the little post-game celebration. They take the series 2-0 versus Leonit Esports, and they will take home 75,000 Globe Cup points. Now, checking out our series highlights, previously, I really do have to commend Lakan because previously we saw Aizen really popping off, but what we saw today was really more a lot of teamwork. So it wasn't just like the Aizen show. It was all of them really coming together. I love how, they really were confident in their setups and planning everything out. You really saw the preparation that came in from Lakan. What do you guys think?
Yeah, 100%. This is them moving as a unit. You can tell that there's a lot of communication involved and it's working out super well. I love this part where they baited out the Destiny and just practically, basically, put Sean in a corner, whether or not does he want to help Jash, does he want to just stay in the mid lane, and then they're just reading their opponent so good.
Yeah, it's a bit off that you're going to draft a Twisted Fate and a Lee Sin, but wasn't really able to have that snowball factor. Remember, this is Jash on a Renekton. There's a huge possibility that this guy can pop off. And if you're going to camp Tante, there's a huge possibility that they can carry over from mid to late game and have the Vayne on an insurance play. But so far, it seems like they are being halted. It wasn't really the same or the exact Lee Sin that I saw who owns the early game, and at that point they are losing game 1. As for game 2, it was just Lakan Esports being themselves, looking for those plays, for those kills, and Tante again with the repeated setup with the Riven, which is one of the comfort picks. It was left open and it was played really well.
Yeah, and what about Leonit Esports though? They've still got a chance next week. But what should they be working on during this break for groups C and D?
Okay. I think it's all about that trying to find their identity, because I feel like this 5v5 is so good for them. It's just that they haven't really exactly found the opportunity to execute the layering of the CCs. I mean, the setup is there, but I think in that particular game, we didn't get to see rope present after the setup. I feel like working more on the coordinated 5v5s would be really good come next week.
Yeah, I mean, they just have to work on with they have the idea of the draft. It's just that the win condition wasn't really able to achieve. So at that point, it was they are around the map messing around. So I think they just need to make it as smooth as the execution is and make sure that they can get those snowball factors that they can capitalize on.
Yeah, and we hope the best for them, of course, as they move into the following week, and I keep saying next week, groups C and D, because we have that little bit of a break for them. So I hope this break does them well and they can regroup, and maybe we'll see them get that win when they come back and perhaps exact revenge on Lakan Esports. In the meantime, though, congratulations to Lakan Esports, still maintaining at the top of the leaderboards for groups C and D. And now we move over to the start of Group D, of the Group D matches. We have match number 3, Jamie's Esports versus Chasing Dreams. Now, Chasing Dreams, checking out their lineup once again, they might not have won yet, but I'd say that they're riding on a high because of that one game from Omega. Now, do you think that win yesterday was what they need? Is it onward and upward here for Chasing Dreams?
Yeah, I absolutely think it's onward and upward here. I think it really did help, of course, the momentum that they want to bring in and see what their strengths and what they want to focus at. Of course, we got to look into how their early game has been on point, the way that they funnel in all their resources to knock out, key players from the opposite team, and then they keep doing that. I feel like that is a formula that works for them, and the center of that could possibly, one of them could be motivate rather.
Yeah, and exactly. Motivate. He is keeping himself on his toes and was really able to snag those wins against the Omega, and I wanted also to touch on Cool as his Baron lane presence, as the Fiora was able also to have those 1v1s. But I wanted to put the solo player highlight, of course, motivate. Going back on the point of Riku, one of the factors that will change this game is the mid lane, because Jamie's esports mid laner is also impeccable, and motivate is the guy also that needs to focus on winning the lane, because he is mostly using on the Aurelia that has the dead ball potential. You can also rely on the Darius that can snowball at that point, the Gragas that can go for the setup. So all in all, it's just a motivate that can really function himself. We also seeing here a 65% kill participation, which is fairly good for a mid laner's presence, and can really go to places if he get that Aurelia.
Well, we hope that they'll be motivated enough to chase their dreams. Aren't you liking how all of these names are actually falling into place and
Yeah.
forming this easy way to incorporate everything for chasing dreams? We do hope the best for them indeed. They seem like a very eager team over here, and like looking at their social media, they're really all into the esports scene, even though they're a very new team. So definitely looking forward to seeing them around a lot more. Now, on the other side, of course, we do have Jamie's Esports, the spiciest team for obvious reasons. The spiciest team indeed, maybe even the crunchiest, depending on what variant you prefer. But yeah, this team, of course, has been struggling throughout the entire week over here. They are very, very raw still. They did make it through the qualifiers though, so there is something there. But there's a lot that this team has to work on. I mean, how do you think this match is going to go down? What can this lineup over here offer against Chasing Dreams?
I think they were put to a test at the very first day of Group D. They had to face Omega, and they really did show promise. I think they did a pretty good job. Despite being behind in kills, they were still doing their best, evening the gold and making sure that the gold gap isn't going to be that too far. And I feel like, that is at least that foundation already intact. At least now it's all about what they can do with the draft. We've seen Pego as well recently with that Fizz, and there's just a ton more of surprises for sure coming from this team, and I think it's definitely one of their strengths.
Yeah, and Pego on an assassin really puts him in a very good position. Can really look for those easy backline actors alongside with Papa Pig, and this time around, I want to put the solo player highlight, of course, from Thayer, which is this guy, their dragon laner, I must say. And he also got the League of Legends PC experience coming into play. Still, the most used champion, so they are completely relying mostly on that Corki who carries the Solari Charge Blade. And the kill participation is really looking solid with the 90%. But KDA 1.63 kind of understandable because they are on the losing streak for now, and this might be the potential for them to go back stronger. Damage per minute than 188. Still, pretty decent for a marksman. It's just that they need to pack another punch because this is Chasing Dreams. Both of them are in the new kids, and they're going to fight for their own blocks. And this is the highest chances for both of them to get those wins.
Yeah, I feel like there's a lot riding on Thayer over here, especially because of the very AD friendly patch 2.4, and really do hope that he can, be up to the challenge in this matchup. And of course, checking out our other clash, our Globe Key Player clash that we have over here. I believe it's going to be in the jungle, and I feel like this is going to be really interesting. Again, we do have Jamie's Esports numbers not really adding up KDA wise, but maybe the kill participation and gold per minute can tell us something. What do you think, Riku?
Yeah, I feel like, when we look at Ryujin, of course, that KDA, I feel like it is due to the fact as well that they won that game up against Omega yesterday. And I feel like, this team in general, he propels the team to focus more on that early game. And I feel like the Lee Sin in this particular matchup, especially we saw Lara on that champion as well, will be important in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, you can see Lera, he is ahead most of the stats, but in terms of KDA, they are falling apart. So I think it's just that the whole squad isn't really moving as a unit and mostly missing Lera a lot. And I wanted to give more of those spotlights to Lera as he can really function as a good jungler. It's just that they're having a hard time finishing these games. They got this close gaps into the mid game, but ended up falling more on to the late game. As for Ryujin, very good KDA, but they are also having a hard time closing into other teams. And that one win from Omega explains a lot that this guy can play really well on his own terms.
I hope so. I hope indeed. I think, there's going to be a lot of spotlight on Ryujin over here to sort of like set the pace. And for Lera as well, they're going to have to help bring their sides, I guess, into the foray and everything as we head into this series. And of course, you guys can let us know your comments and reactions and thoughts as well. All you have to do is head on over to Twitter and use two simple hashtags in your tweet. Just use hashtag #CIconSeriesPH and hashtag dominate the rift, and you could be featured on over here as sort of like a guest panelist, I guess. And you can also head on over to the PPGL Discord server, where I believe we do have some of our casters interacting with some of the members of the teams, maybe scouting their future competition, so to say, and discussing the matches as well. It's really fun on over there, so we hope to see you there. Just heading over to the fans voice room, and yeah, we hope to have you into this discussion as well as a contributing member for Wild Rift Esports here in the Philippines. Really, really exciting stuff. Now we are just about ready to head into the third match of the day, and the first match for Group D. This is going to be Jamie's Esports versus Chasing Dreams. We're gonna find out if those dreams can come true, or if the chili garlic can spice things up. Indeed, I have to find a way to work it in there somehow, some way. But first, before we throw it over to casters, I need to know your predictions. Riku, Osiris, which way do you think this is going to go? I feel like I want to go with Jamie's Esports. I told you I really love the chili garlic, but I don't know. What do you guys think?
Okay, for me, I feel like it's going to be a very close game. It's going to be 2-1 with high kill counts in favor of Chasing Dreams. I feel like that wave from their victory up against Omega will help them, especially this is the last round robin. It's very crucial. Gotta score that point.
Okay, so I want to go with Omega, the same as Riku, because the win against Omega explains a lot. I mean, that's a base team, and you were able to snag one win explains a lot with the predictions, and I'll go with 2-0 in terms in favor of course, Chasing Dreams. Big shout outs to Pyro and Jamie's, but this time it's Chasing Dreams.
I feel like both of these teams are very, very friendly indeed to the talent. So I hope the best for both of them. But I do think this is going to be a 2-0 in favor of Chasing Dreams. I feel like they're riding that momentum. It is no small feat indeed to take one game from Omega Esports, especially when it's your debut at the Icon series. So I feel like there's something there. There's something in there indeed. But Jamie's Esports, love it. Love the chili garlic. So love the chili garlic. So we are going to head into this match and find out indeed which of these teams will pull through. Is it going to be Jamie's Esports, or is it going to be Chasing Dreams? We're going to find out as we step into the Rift. Casters, over to you guys.
Minions have spawned.
And welcome, ladies and gentlemen. This is your third series for tonight. This is me, Andaluz, together with Leoric. Now, Leoric, I just want to know, are you okay now? Can we hear you now?
I'm gonna try my best. Is that good?
That's great. That's great.
All
I can hear you.
Yeah. So yeah, Jamie Esports versus Chasing Dreams, the battle for the first win. Who will get their first W? We will know shortly. Good evening, ladies and gents. We are your voice of the battle. I am Leoric, and with me is Audaluz. My man, how are you feeling this evening?
Whew. As always, every day, I come into cast, I always just slouch back, feel my secret lab, and say that, I'm so lucky to have one of these. So to the viewers out there, remember that we do have a running giveaway for a secret lab chair out there for you. Just make sure that you tune in to our pre-show broadcast and where we give you, the directions or the instructions on how to join the quiz. But so much for that. This is also a very exciting series. You said it right. This is a 0-2 teams that are going to battle each other for the first victory ever here in the PPGL Fall Icon series.
Yes, definitely. But yeah, Chasing Dreams, man, they won one on one of the top dogs in the form of Mega Esports. So I guess that means something. That could be something that they can step on for this competition.
You're definitely and 100% right on that, Leoric. Again, we were together when we were casting that series on the second game. We saw how Chasing Dreams earned that victory over Mega Esports, a powerhouse, a favorite on this group. And it's not just the game 2 showing that I was impressed, right? Even on game number 3, they stuck with their composition. They knew that they need to, utilize the carry prowess of their Baron Laner pool. And there were a couple of moments that you would say they were this close on winning the team fights and possibly eventually winning the game.
Yeah, making the Omega team sweat. That is an achievement in itself. Jamie's Esports will have to look for this game. I think this is their biggest window of opportunity to get their first W. That will be a very important stepping stone in this tournament. If there is the best time to really step up, really bring their A game, this is it, man.
You're right. It's actually true for both of them, but more true for James Esports because looking at their credentials, I would say, or we could say that on paper, Chasing Dreams really has the experience advantage. They are veterans on their own right. It's actually fun to see this young players that we have here because Chasing Dreams does have collegiate players that did evolve now to become professionals. On James Esports side, though, we also have Ther that used to play collegiate. So you can say that these are very hungry young gentlemen that really wants to prove something here in the Rift.
Definitely. And here comes the battle. Champion selection is brought to you by Riot Go, and we have the bans already ready. On the blue side, Chasing Dreams will not allow Kha'Zix, Braum, and TF. Jamie's Esports will not allow Camille. Lucian, that's understandable, and then the Galio.
And that's an auto pick onto the Corki when the Lucian gets banned. It feels to me right now in patch 2.4 that Corki and Lucian is ready to go to Dragon Laners at the moment. You could go Kai'Sa, but Kai'Sa is very well known to have a weaker laning phase, especially after the nerfs that happened in a couple of patches back. One thing to note, Ryujin really favors Wukong, so that's a very good pick for Chasing Dreams.
That was their winning pick yesterday. The Ryujin Wukong right there. And Corki, yes, you're right, man. Very strong right now, especially with the presence of Essence Reaver. That's tailor-made for this champion, man.
Right, and on the other side, we now see Ryuken going for the Akali. Lera is still sticking with their guns. Remember, this is the team that really gets their hands on the Lee Sin first rotation. No surprises there. They're going for a more standard way of playing things by supplementing their very strong laners with the Lovers Duo in the Dragon lane.
Yes, look at this, man. Steak for dinner tonight. Alistar is gonna be here. So that's gonna be the sport of chasing dreams. Yeah, we saw how effective.
Happened, though. I
We
mean,
saw how effective Alistar was last night, right?
what's with you and what's with me that every time that we cast, there is like a higher chance that Alistar gets picked, right? The other day, it was stronger, and then yesterday. No, it was actually
Rocks.
yesterday. It was stronger, and then Rocks, and then this time around, we now have Kome for Chasing Dream. That will go for the Alistar. Now, it was mentioned yesterday by myself as well that there is a synergy already that was built over the years for the Dragon Laners of Chasing Dream. They were former teammates, so you could say that they're very, I would say, comfortable with each other, and this is a very strong laning duo. You have the Alistar and you have the Corki.
Yes, definitely. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, Chasing Dreams and Jamie's Esports Game 1 is on. 3 champions here on Chasing Dreams side to clear this wave, and they should be headed towards their lane after this one. That is usually the trend in the early games. And Alistar is going to be helping the red buff take right here, and everyone is off to the lanes.
That's right. And one thing to note is Motivate was able to get information by popping the Scrying Bloom really early. They knew that Lee Sin was on the red side. That means that Cool should be safe, right? If the Lee Sin will plant himself towards onto the bottom side of things, he can still just go on and continue doing the pokes. One thing to note, this Fiora has left the grasp of the Undying, a runestone, right? The keystone, and then now has gone for the Conqueror. I think this is the after effect of the nerf that happened.
All right, initiation at the bottom side right here. Papa Pig is gonna go for Shino himself, and it is Kome, who's already half HP down, that will be chunked down in favor of James Esports.
Totally okay with that. Alistar has a passive that allows him to sustain well, and both of them actually is still at an equal phase when it comes to laning. Pego, meanwhile, though, not on the Fizz, but still on an Assassin in the Akali. Very excited to see how this one plays out.
Yes, but it is the Ahri that's getting the better hand of the exchanges on the mid side, knowing that Akali is a melee champion, so that is to be expected. Rift Scuttlers are already taken. There is going to be a gank on the top. Rotation is going to be on point, and they are going to be able to take down the Darius. That is your first blood taken by Chasing Dreams.
This is also the same winning recipe that Chasing Dreams did right on during their win against Omega Esports. Fiora in the Baron lane, Ryujin on the Wukong, supplementing and just assisting Fiora almost 100% of the time. You could say that it was effective against Omega. They want to have a repeat performance against James Esports.
All right, a little switch of situation here on the mid side. It is going to be Pego who will... Oh, the charm is going to be connecting right here. So Pego is in trouble. The burn is not going to be enough to take down the Akali. So Pego will be okay. Will be forced to go back home.
And look at the rotations. They know that the mid laners has to reset. Now get the priority using your dragon laners, send them over onto the mid lane, and respond to wherever your jungler will go. Again, 4 minutes time is a go time for 2 objectives that will just respawn.
Yes, that is going to be 60 seconds in this game. So it's going to be very interesting who will go to who. At the top side, very spicy things happening. Good trades from Cool and the Akali on the Akali right here. On the mid side, there is just respect trades at this point, trying to get priority for both sides.
And we're still not 100% sure as to where these teams would concentrate their efforts on. Well, it's a mountain Drake, so I would say that, most of the teams would favor the Rift Herald, but on the mid side, I think there's an interaction.
There it is. Grand Entrance is going to be hitting, but that is going to be onto that support Alistar, so that will not chunk down, and they're still going to be okay. On the bottom side, there is a take on the Rift Scuttler. Ward is going to be placed destroyed right here. So this is good so far for Chasing Dreams. Dragon is already available, and they're gonna go for the Mountain Drake right here. This is gonna be very interesting. At the top side, solo kill. We didn't see that, but the Fiora does go down from the Darius, so Darius will have a free reign at the top side. That is pressure for Chasing Dreams. Everyone will just reset the Dragon, and there's no take at this point.
That's actually a transition waiting to happen, or an opportunity for James Esports to really just pounce on, because after that solo kill, you would be more confident in getting priority in the Baron side of things, right? In the top side of things. And look at that. They're going to split things up. No need to be very risky in contesting.
Lakan goes in. That's the quickness right there. Package is going to be summoned right here by Corki on the Shino, and HP bars of Chasing Dreams are going down. Wukong is already dead, and they're not done yet. Going against Ego, though, will have to back away as he's already very low. But the root is going to be connecting right here. Let's see. Ari is going to be okay. 2 for nothing trade so far. But here comes Lee Sin. Good sidestep by Motivate right there. But that's not going to be enough. And it is Motivate going down. That is big for James Esports and Corki. Nowhere to go, man. Under the turret. No, I think he's going to survive. The cavalry is here, and here comes the punish, and that is bad. Overcommit from James Esports side will reverse the situation, but Rakan will survive this time.
And don't look now, Chasing Dreams was even able to get the tower on the Baron side. However, in exchange, James Esports was able to get the mid-side tower. We have emphasized on multiple occasions the importance on the mid-side, of the mid-tower. And that's a very important, especially with the composition that James Esports has right now. They have Lee Sin, they have Akali, they want to skirmish, and those choke points that would really just help them boost their lead right now, however small it may be right now.
Yes, definitely, man. Good point right there. And remember, James Esports, they still have the Rift Herald in their pocket, so they can definitely use that as an assurance for the next pressure of this map. Let's see what they are going to be doing with that.
And the tables, you're right, tables have been flipped. And the balance, I always look at the minimap whenever I'm casting or whenever I'm playing to really see where the next action will come from, or the state of the map in general. Now we know that Cool has lost a 1v1 battle against Ryuken, so they have to switch things up. Talking about Chasing Dreams, they placed Shino as the counter to Darius at the moment, right? Could change anytime soon.
Yes, definitely. Cool is on the bottom side, going up against this Akali. And somehow Akali is still winning that lane, and Cool will just be staying under the turret. But later on, we should be expecting split push from this Fiora. Here are the shenanigans we're talking about during this time of the game. Usually, we will see aggression from both sides, looking for pickoffs, trying to turn the tide into their favors. At the top side, there's a gang up right here. Are you gonna go in? He is gonna be proto belting in. Catches 2 champions, but the cavalry will not be on time, so the follow-up will be late. That's a wasted entry by that Darius.
Yeah, but no commitments really on the summoner spells. I think they are both okay with just not overplaying things. But Peiko,
right, the Shroud is going to be there, so it's going to be a very hard task taking down this Akali, and the Wukong will just back off.
Yeah, they really need to support this Fiora. Again, we know how good Fiora is on the split push duty, and her scaling is very good as well. But Tome?
There it is. Alistar is going to be popping things off right here. The package is going to be used for this fight. So this is in favor of Chasing Dreams so far. They take one down with nothing in exchange. So this is Chasing Dreams winning this one, and they will just get the Rift Scuttler as their reward this time. 3-4 on the board, 8 minutes in.
Right, and that's one victory that Chasing Dreams would remember come the Dragon fight. They blew flashes on the side of James Esports, and they want more on the bottom side.
Akali is going to be able to hide under the turret, so he's going to be okay. Rakan is shadowing the bottom side. So Pego is not really in danger at this point. And there it is, the aggression. The charm is going to be connecting, but the re-engage by Akali is going to be on point, and the damage is going to be enough. They take down Shino, and that's a big kill, man. Windrake is now up. The Cloud Drake will be focused on by Jamie's Esports. This is going to be a 5v4 in favor of Jamie's Esports.
Every turret has been respawned just to get attention from Chasing Dreams. Jamie's Esports starting to feel themselves here in our game number 1. Actually, both of these teams are going mano a mano and really just wants to put in a killer blow, I would say. But Cool against Pego here.
Let's see. Turret is going to go down, but Cool, there are 2 champions here, my friend. You need to get out of town, but it's not going to be enough. The cow will want to help, but it's already too late. So that is Fiora going down, as Jamie's Esports will take one more objective at the top side, taking down the top turret.
Okay, so multiple turrets now in favor of Jamie's Esports. That's 2 for them. They also have 2 objectives, the Mountain Dragon and the Cloud Dragon. I wish to see the itemization that is being built here, because then again, if we're looking at both these compositions, we have Pego as a potential split pusher. That's the Akali. She can survive on a 1v1 fight almost every day. And you also have the Darius that can do the same thing. But right now, Pego,
Pego is going to be targeted right here. She will go down before being able to do anything. At this point, the Alistar is going to be chunky enough and will not take damage, but the blue buff will be taken by Jamie's Esports. Good invade, man.
Yeah, and not just that, they know that even if they go back, there is really no tower to go back to. On the Baron side and on the mid side, both towers are already down. That's the strength of a team that knows how to capitalize the territory that they have created for themselves. On the bot side, though, another tower is
Chaos
down.
on the bottom side. There it is. Darius taking a lot of damage. Will have to Proto Belt away, but the Wukong setup is still there. A few more pokes, and they are going to be able to take down
Double
2
kill.
champions. Double kill on the Fiora. That should be enough to get him back into this game. Let's see who will die first. It is going to be Ari, but here comes the cow going for Lyra. Lyra, though,
Safeguard.
will be quick enough and will try to survive. He does, and he is out. That is a 2-for-1 trade in favor of Chasing Dreams.
Meanwhile, Flare was just doing some damage on the top side tower. Yes, Chasing Dreams was able to get 2 kills on Cool. However, thing here is Jamie's Esports is still winning on the objectives count. 3 towers to 2 dragons, and in a couple of more minutes, we will see an all-important dragon respawn. That's the Infernal Dragon that will be available. Still, the problem for Chasing Dreams is the entry point, right? Are the entry points towards the jungle of Jamie's Esports. They are currently forced to go for defensive vision, and even those defensive visions are not really helping them so much, because Jamie's Esports are just finding the right windows and opportunity to get the right person at the right time.
Yes, you're right. On the earlier point you said, man, even if Jamie's Esports lost 2 champions, remember, at the bottom side, it was because of the bottom third take. That is why the Darius was in trouble. Here at the bottom side, Lyra is going to be spotted by Cool, but Lyra doesn't want any piece of that fight. Will wisely back away, so he's still okay.
Kome needs to find a very good opening, as well as Ryujin. We know how good of an engaged champion Alistar and Wukong is. So should they find, and you also have Motivate. So I think Chasing Dreams is 1 pick away from getting the evening fight, I would say, because currently right now they're 3k gold lead down, or 3k gold down, and at the moment Motivate and Kome still has the tools to make something work for Chasing Dreams and get the lead back for themselves.
Yes. But man, look at this. Infernal Drake is already alive. Important thing to note is that there is no package for this fight. Will be apprehending the cow and will take a lot of damage. Alistar will be forced to use the ultimate right there. Good package so far, but Ari is already down in the fight. Akali, though, in the backlines, will be able to evade that one. And that's Fiora dead, and this is bad for Chasing Dreams. They already lost 2 champions. Their HP bars are not there anymore. So Jamie's Esports, they take the bodies, they take the fight, and they take the Infernal Drake as the reward.
I think that's a poison pill that we all know what happens
Uh-oh.
on our Baron laner, but Shino is probably going to go down here. Stasis was
All right.
used.
All right, it's gonna be okay. The cow is
It's
there,
safe.
so good job by Kome for the save right there, man.
Right, so again, going back to that fight, I was paying close attention as to what Fiora would bring onto that fight, and yeah, he did his part in trying to target and kill Sir, similar to what he was doing yesterday and when he was trying to reach time lapse. However, in this particular case, we know we know Saya as
Saya,
a self-peel champion that can just pop her ultimate and he will be a-okay. So this is going to be very difficult for Chasing Dreams to force a fight. I think for now, if they want to combat in this particular game, they have to get picks, be content with it, and make sure that Cool will just scale up on the side lanes.
Yes, definitely. And yeah, that's where Fiora usually fall off on team fights. She's not very strong during the team fights compared to other champions, other Baron laners compared to the Darius who can bruise things out in the fight. So yeah, one of the strengths of Fiora though is the split push, and I think that was the original plan right here. Just that Fiora fell off in the early game, so it is challenging, a very challenging task for Chasing Dreams at least at this point.
Right, and Papa Pig and the rest of the James Esports squad are doing a very good job in protecting and peeling for their Dragon Laner in there. Pego, again, was a very good assassin player on his Fizz, even more effective on this Akali. So I'm just excited to see more of this from James Esports. Right now, they are 5k gold ahead and 3 dragons up. So relatively, I think they're close to 8,000 gold in terms of value.
Right, definitely. And especially we are already entering the late game part. That Infernal Drake buff is in percentage. So the more damage items you have, the bigger that buff is. So this is very scary indeed for Chasing Dreams. I think the Dreams right now is starting to become a nightmare.
Oh, okay, I did not expect that here. But on the top side, I think there is a 1v1 skirmish happening. Fiora trying to outdo the Darius, but it's currently not being shown. There you go.
There are 3. Oh no! Wait, he was able to take down Darius 1 for 1, but I think that was a win right there, man. That was a 3 versus 1, and he was still able to take 1. So they will take that win. But Lyra at the bottom side again, another objective taken, and Kome will not be able to do anything about that turn.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Right now, though, Hino has access to the package. I wonder if he will use it right away, or if he would just leave it for the side for an all-important fight or an objective, because right now I don't see Jamie's Esports forcing a Baron as of yet. We all know that a very well-placed charm or a very good engage from Ryujin or Kome plus the baggage can just spell disaster for the side of Jamie's Esports. So they're going to play it safe. They're very well ahead. They know it, right? They could wait for the Elder Dragon, have an Elder Dragon win condition as well on the table for themselves. So no need to rush things, and they will just continue to be patient.
Yes, definitely. That's going to be spawning in the next 20 seconds. So pressure is on by Chasing Dreams. Here is a reaction from Chasing Dreams on the bottom side, and fight breaks loose. We are already very low. The Apprehend is going to be connecting onto the cow, but Alistar will be tanky enough, will not go down, and no deaths so far from this skirmish. Jamie's Esports will wisely back away. They will just take this red buff at the very least. There it is. Infernal Drake is already up. Lyra has plans, but that was red right there. So GA is going to be popped. That is Grand Entrance not hitting right here, and this is a good window for Chasing Dreams. But let's see if they are going to be able to capitalize on that little window that they had earlier. James Esports will just disengage.
Did Motivate just save the game with that charm? I think he did, right? Because with how it was all positioned, right, the Elder Dragon just respawned, and they know that the key ultimates on Kome, on Ryujin are on cooldown. Pool also did have to burn his flash. So right now, though, Chasing Dreams is in a very peculiar position. but James Esports wants this dragon. This is the 4th dragon for James Esports.
Papa Pig has the ultimate. Ultimates are available right here. Here comes the fight right here. Alistar is going to be on the front lines. Already half HP down, but will be very tanky enough at the back lines. Fiora is already low, and that Akali is putting on a clinic right now. Good job by Pago. Shino will be left to cry for his team as they get obliterated in that fight. Jamie's Esports, we don't need the Elder Drake for this win. They are going to be brute forcing their way in, and only Shino to defend this. That's not going to be enough, my friend. And this is game 1, Jamie's Esports.
First win for Jamie's Esports. Definitely, I think they should be all smiles after that very good win, right? They definitely deserve that win. Look at them.
Yeah.
It feels to me that they feel like finally, you know, they're saying finally we got that win, and that's a very well deserved win. Again, they played to their strengths. They did not allow Cool to have the game of his life. There was a time that Cool did try to assassinate the Dragon Laner, but Sir, he knows what to do whenever someone is on his tail. Just pop the Feather Storm and he'll be A-okay.
All right, here are the numbers, man. Pago, again, putting on a Kali clinic in this game. 7-0-1, and he is going to be our MVP for the game. Well-deserved right here. Was really popping off into the back lines and really spaced things out for Jamie's Esports chasing dreams. Pago is their nightmare, man.
And I just noticed it now, right? Because we were all into the action that I wasn't able to check the itemization. Look at the enchant of Pago. That's the Stoneplate enchant. That allows him more survivability. In exchange, he will suffer a penalty on his damage. So I think what I believe this is he will go in, burst or throw out all his combos, and once he's done with his combo, he will pop his Gargoyle Enchant or Stoneplate Enchant and just walk away with things. And what away did he do? Right? That's 7-0-1. That's a flawless record for our mid laner. Pago, again, showing that he is a player to really be reckoned with when it comes to the assassins.
Definitely. And Shino is going to be the SVP on the other side. Well played right there. I saw very good package usage right there by Shino. But hold that thought, man. Oppo A94 plays of the game is up. Please break these down for us.
That was a very good setup, by the way, on the top side, right? Getting their Baron laner ahead. It just so happened that Cool did surrender a 1v1 death, I would say, or a solo kill against Ryugen. And that, I think, foiled a lot of the plans of chasing dreams and riding the momentum of Cool the same way that they did during their fight against, or during their game against Omega Esports. This is Shino, wherein, he bought a lot of time for his team to come back. You can see the team fight prowess that you will always have whenever you have the Wukong, as long as you understand the timings and as long as you have the Alistar being on point and following it all up. Although this is also highlight worthy, right?
Yes.
Lera, again, we have seen him multiple times. This is the attempt by Cool to assassinate Third. Look at the right side, right? Grand challenge has been popped, but Lera preserved and saved his kick just to peel for his teammates, right? It's not when you're playing Lee Sin. Okay, I want to make a small rant that at least a couple of Lee Sin players that are on my rank games always wants to engage using the Dragon's Rage. No, you don't have to do it all the time. Sometimes you have to use it to peel for your Dragon laners, and sometimes it will net you the victory. The same way it happened here for James Esports.
Yeah, especially in the late game, it's usually always very hard to do setups for the Lee Sin. So what you can do is, at the very least, you know the win condition of your opponents is to take down your ADC or your ADR, and Lee Sin will play a very important role. Can always give shield and then kick away the flankers, and that usually wins you the game, as shown here in this game number 1. Master of the match is gonna be Pago once again on the Akali. 8 KDA. Damage per minute is 1,000. Kill participation 53%. Well deserved right here, man.
And damage taken per minute is 816. That was just boosted by his enchant purchase, right? So that's the Gargle enchant. Oftentimes we see the Hourglass enchant that is actually 800 gold in cost. And Gargle enchant is just 500. So you can make a case that, hey, maybe if I'm ahead, this is a better option. That this way I could still pop my Shroud. I could still pop my, a couple of things just to run away from danger. And he was flawless, right?
Right.
100% when it comes to the... He didn't really die. That's it. That's what I'm trying to say.
That's interesting because usually what the Akali I see during matches, they go for stasis enchant, wherein they go into the backlines, go for the Shroud and try to survive. And if things go south, they stasis and hoping that their teammates will be there to help them, and by time she will be able to survive. This time it was different. So he didn't depend on the teammates. He knows that Lee Sin is gonna be at the backlines helping the Shaya. So he is on his own in the backline. So he went for an armor. I like that.
That's true. And again, that's the thing with Stasis Enchant, right? Whenever you pop that Stasis, that's as good as a crowd control, right? There's even a champion on League of Legends that is, that has an ultimate that will make your team or your opponent go golden, and I'm talking about Bard. So if you think of it in that sense that it can be used offensive, then you're also putting yourself in a very risky position by just popping the Hourglass enchant. Now the thing here is it always going to be the Stoneplate enchant buy for Akali? I don't think so. There are situations in where the Stoneplate enchant will be better than the Hourglass enchant, and vice versa.
Right, true. Well, that's a very good point. Right here, it's just that it shines so much. Very well played by Pego, indeed. Here is the review of the first draft. The bans were Kha'Zix, Braum, and TF. By Chasing Dreams, they gave away a few power picks, but power picks were not taken right here.
Yeah, power picks. Well, my most powerful pick, I guess, is Lucian.
Lucian, right?
Right now with the state of Lucian and the items, although earlier today, right, we saw Lucian going down against Lakan Esports. Leonit was the one to play it. It's not always like that, right? That if a Lucian gets picked, you will have an auto win,
right?
Which is a cringe because I must lose. But what I'm trying to say is it will help your chances. And I actually want to review the numbers over the weekend, or actually after the weekend is over, as to see really what are the numbers after patch 2.4. Is Lucian really busted? Is the numbers really going to back my claim that it is a very strong champion right now? Because I believe on first thoughts, right, on initial point of view, it is a very strong champion. Now we have Twisted Fate being banned here. We also have Braum, which is a very interesting one to ban, and Kha'Zix. I've seen multiple Kha'Zix bans over the course of this tournament, and I think it's very warranted as well.
Yeah, true. But one champion that I really think has a very high win rate right now, I don't really have the official numbers. It's just that whenever I see Ziggs coming out, usually Ziggs wins in this tournament. What do you think about that? Ziggs is available right here, but Ziggs was not picked. Gragas is also available, and that wasn't picked.
Well, Gragas. I would understand Gragas more than the Ziggs, right? Because Ziggs, you have to have a setup in order for you to have a more efficient way of playing the Ziggs. You have to have the Camille, you have to have the Jarvan, so it expends 1 or 2 or even 3 picks. 1, 2, and 3 picks. But we just heard from our data team, from our very handsome production team, that currently Ziggs is on a 63% win rate. That's very good as well. Knowing that in this professional games, right, it's not easy to reach that high of a number, right? If you're above 60%, you would say it's a very decent pick. But then again, going back to my point, if you're going to pick Ziggs, it's not a standalone champion that you can just pick and not play around it, unlike Lucian. Lucian you can pick and then have Lucian play around your team, because you can even put it on the mid lane, you can even
True.
put it in the Baron lane, and there's a lot of avenues for you to play with this Lucian pick.
Definitely. I'm just bringing that up because I think that would have been a very good. I think that's a good adjustment. Chasing Dreams will be able to do in game number 2. But yeah, you're the analyst, man. What do you think is the adjustments here for Chasing Dreams?
For Chasing Dreams, I would say that they did their part in playing to their strengths and getting their Baron laner ahead by having the help of Ryujin. I hope I was able to see as to how the solo kill did happen on the top side. Maybe Cool did go over his boundaries. But I still feel like at the moment when we're talking about Chasing Dreams, they know themselves that their Baron laner is their key to victory, right? So
Right.
when they were against Omega Esports, I know that Cool was targeted a whole lot, but he's your balancing factor. Once he is able to balance things out for your team on one side of the map, and even take a portion of the map for your team and for your squad, it makes things a lot easier for the rest of your squad to really perform, or of their squad to really perform. Now, if they're going to switch things up and have Cool play the tank and center around Motivate, Ryujin going for the damage, I think it will be very far away from their identity. Looking at the numbers of Ryujin earlier during the Kaluki player clash, I believe, his damage share for his team was actually 15% only. So if you look at it that way, that means that Ryujin really is not going for the damage, rather he's
Right.
going for the setups.
True. And yeah, I think they went off on a right note in the early game. I think the plan really was to snowball the Fiora and put pressure on the side, on the split push. Just that, yeah, you mentioned earlier, there was this instance where Darius was able to kill the Fiora 1v1, and I think that went south for the Fiora and really took off the wind off their sails on the game plan on the split push, and it was out from that at that point on. During team fights, I don't think Fiora is effective that much compared to other Baron laners. So what you really want to do is really pressure the split push so that you will remove one champion and team fights and try to win that way. I believe that was the plan. They just fell short in the early game. Let's see if they can avoid that in the game number 2.
One thing that I could add onto our ongoing thoughts here for Chasing Dreams is maybe it's time for us to let go of some of their bans, for example, the Braum or the Twisted Fate, and just focus on the assassins of Pego. Pego has been a very good Fizz player, has been a very good Akali player right now, and who's the MVP for this particular match, who absorbed as much pressure as he can. It's Pego, right? Pego was, after the first hour being demolished for the side of Chasing Dreams on the mid side, they won a whole lot off of that by getting access to the jungles. And if you allow Chasing Dreams, or James Esports, I mean, get this amount of momentum and get this territory, I would say, I get so excited every time I discuss this, because I feel like in Wild Rift, it's a battle of territory, right? So if you get this first hour, I mark dibs on your jungle on this part, and I'm going to play my vision onto it. Multiple times we saw ganks happen on the side of Jamie's Esports that they didn't really expect. Chasing Dreams that they didn't really expect, and Jamie's Esports was just very on point this game. So proud of them, actually.
Yes. So if you're gonna target Pego, you are gonna be banning the Fizz. Fizz, the Akali, and then the Gragas. We saw Pego on the Gragas yesterday, very effective also. Though they lost, but it was a very good performance still. So those will be the bans most probably. And you mentioned that the bans really didn't make sense from Chasing Dreams. The Braum ban, I'm not really sure about that. The Kazakhs, I think they can afford giving out the Kazakhs and also the TF. So still, it's up to Chasing Dreams if they will be able to do the necessary adjustment so that they can force a game 3 out of Jamie's Esports.
I want them to probably just go for an Akali ban and leave the Fizz open. I know that Pego has proven to be a very good Fizz player. However, for looking at the numbers, he hasn't really translated it onto wins. And normally, numbers are very misleading, I would say. That
All right.
sometimes kills are just kills. If it does not translate into objectives or into anything that can really help your team as a whole, it's not really something to really be scared of, I would say, for
Mhm.
chasing dreams. But this time, Akali though, his Pegasus Akali was all over the map. At one point, he was doing some 1v1s against the Fiora that was really itemized against for the Darius. I didn't really see what enchant or what upgrade on the boots Cool did. Then again, no, again from the couple of games that I have seen Chasing Dreams, it does appear like their playstyle is for Ryujin to be on support, while Cool and the rest of the squad will be on damage duty. Maybe I'm not 100% sure on this. You could correct me on this, Leoric. But did Senna get banned during
No,
the previous game?
no.
Because that's also an effective way to play for Chasing Dreams. Remember when they won against Omega Esports, they played Senna, Corki
Yes.
in the Dragon Lane.
They went for an Alistar instead as the support.
That's the stake.
Yeah. Anyways, yeah, Chasing Dreams will have to do these adjustments. I really like the point on targeting Pego on the champion pool. So yeah, you did say you can give out the fizz as it doesn't really translate to objectives in the game. But man, I would give up Kazakhs and ban fizz instead. I don't want to give fizz to Pego. It's scary for them. But anyways, here are the bans brought to you by Champ Select by Riot Go. Kazakh still is going to be banned. Lee Sin and Akali this time. So yeah, respect ban for the Akali. And then we have Camille, Lucian, and Galio by Jamie's Esports. Gragas is going to be available. You can will hover over the TF.
Okay, so this is a challenge over to Lyra, because Lyra at the moment, his comfort is always are always those champions that you often see in the ranked games, right? So Kazakhs and Lee Sin is now out, and now Lyra did deny and got the Wukong for himself. Now what is Ryujin going to play? Senna and Corki. Oh, I see.
All right,
that's very good.
That's good. That's good right there. Looking good for Chasing Dreams so far, but very good setups right here available for Jamie's Esports. They are hovering over the Braum, so I think they're going to go for wombo combos right here with the split push threat of the Twisted Fade. Let's see how Chasing Dreams are going to be responding to the picks.
Okay, we'll see.
J4?
But for now, though, I'm liking what I'm seeing from Chasing Dreams. They have Gragas that would probably go onto the hands of Motivate. Now, this is interesting. If they go for Garen, Cool is willing to let go of his carry duty or carry pants.
Right.
And is willing to play for his team. Now that's the mashup versus Noxus in the Baron side, unless Darius goes to the other lanes. But I don't think so. They have the Twisted Fate. Darius versus Garen, very
God Kings.
Classic. Yeah, God Kings going
Kings
against each other. And now they go for the Braum. This was banned during game number 1. We'll see if it's a warranted ban.
Yeah, and the last pick is going to be Shaya. So last reveal is the ADC for Jamie's Esports. Shaya is still the pick right here. So it will be a very hard task to go chase Shaya once again. Who do you think will go for Shaya and Chasing Dreams side? It will be challenging, man. So Shaya is going to be popping off here.
They could ignore Saya and just focus on the tanks. I know it doesn't make sense, right?
Right.
But there are instances in where you can win by just killing the front line. And knowing Garen, if you expend your Damascene Justice onto the Dragon Laner, that's actually like 1 out of 10 times that will happen. Oftentimes, you would just, use the ultimate whenever it's available.
Yes, definitely. But yeah, looking at Shaya, who are you going to be targeting a lot? These are chunky champions here on the Chasing Dream sides. But with that, let's see. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the Rift. Game number 2, Chasing Dreams. Early game shenanigans and first blood right away off the bat. Jamie's Esports will take that Globe first blood moment. Senna goes down. All right, here on the mid side. It is Motivate and Shino clearing the waves as of the moment. At the top side, Cool is going to be alone, will be able to take a few clear CS for his own, as Ryuken will be late for the party. The turret is going to be doing a lot of damage onto that creep wave.
Okay. So with the first blood that I definitely did not expect. Okay, that's the first blood pre 1 minute for James Esports. It feels like they're on a mission right now. They want that
Yes.
first win, right? Even after the first minute. But yeah, well, we've been talking a lot off now that first blood isn't really the end all be all. For a
Mhm.
lot of fights, there are a lot of instances in where the first blood really won't translate into a victory. It's too early to tell. Still, I'm loving
Yes.
the composition that using Dream now when it comes to damage. They still have Shino and Motivate to do it, infinitely scaling on that Senna, and Cool is just as stanky as he can. The question here is who's going to really shred Cool? Yes, I know Saya is a marksman that can do it. However, it feels like Saya without her partner isn't as effective.
That's true. Top side, the scuttlers are already taken. There's gonna be a battle for the bottom scuttlers right here. But Wukong and TF is gonna be late for the party, so one scuttler each side. You mentioned earlier who's gonna be shredding the tanks. Yeah, this is gonna be a hard task for Jamie's Esports if ever all champions on Chasing Dreams will go for tanky items.
Right, and look at this. I mean, you have just a take with the exhaust and Sir with the exhaust as well. So you can say that whoever goes onto the backside will have a very difficult time in assassinating the marksman. You're right. I think it's close to impossible unless he goes out of position and gets caught out of it. That there will be deaths on Thursday, but we'll see though. Ryujin
Right.
is on the bot side.
Right, both teams have the same idea right here. They are going to be, Ryujin will be setting this up. Papa Pig will spot this one. The shield is going to be there, and
Destiny.
they saw Wukong there, so they're going to be backing away. Destiny is going to be casted. I think that's just for information purposes. No kills so far at this point.
You know what? That's actually a crazy interaction that I would love to have info on. Not played Senna too much as of late. And I feel like Twisted Fate should still be able to spot those champions that are under the mist
Right.
of Hasena, but I could be wrong. Chat, I'm not reading your comments right now, so if you actually would love to, give me some knowledge, you can send it over via Twitter or something. But Pego, with less than half health, is baiting Motivate.
All right, Motivate bites it, goes forward, but the follow-up is not going to be on point, so that they will leave the big man behind for himself. At the top side, few pokes right here by Ryuken and Cool. Everything's even so far on the Baron lane.
Well, this is a wet noodle fight. It's something that we really are going to be very excited for. Unless someone really goes for an overcommitment, looks like we're having that right now.
Yes, the ultimate right there by Cool is not gonna be enough to take down Ryuken, but the Jarvan for follow-up with the Cataclysm will be enough, though.
Redemption.
Here comes Wukong. Senna sends out the ultimate, and that is gonna be very big. And Wukong goes down, but Garen did go down too. Well played right there. That's 2-for-1 win in favor of Chasing Dreams.
Yeah, still though, it was almost a complete shutout victory for Chasing Dreams. The redemption was there. The ultimate was thrown by Senna. You can see how flexible this champion really is. And I really am loving this pick right now for Chasing Dreams. Contrary to what we have seen on the Alistar, now he can make plays that he's very comfortable in doing for Chasing Dreams.
All that thought, my friend, there's gonna be a fight, baby. Brom sends out the ultimate. That is gonna be the dragon taken by Wukong. So that's a win so far for Jamie's Esports. HP bars though, Ryuken is already very low. So is Papa Pig. What
Wait,
can he do
Ryuken?
at this point? Oh, big cast right there. Draven takes down the Corki.
Wow.
But yeah, their HP bars are already very low. 3 champions dead on blue team and 2 on the red side. Jamie's Esports will be on top of this fight.
And also, on top of that, they got the Mountain Dragon. The Red Herald, though, I believe is on Chasing side. If we can just look at their inventory to see who currently owns it right now in their pockets, we'll see really what will be the play here by Chasing Dreams, because they can definitely use... There you go. It's on Ryujin. And look at the scoreboard right now. All the gold is funneled on Ryujin, and I'm not 100% sure if I'm liking this for Chasing Dreams. I know for a fact that Ryujin is a very good player, but from his playstyle and what his team is currently is asking off of him, right? He is not really going to dish out a lot of damage for his squad. Right now, Destiny has been popped. We're going to see if Pego will go for anything.
Yes, at the bottom side is the target right there, but Corky will be prepared for that aggression and will be okay under the turret.
Okay, so Ryujin is on the top side, even getting the minions of Cool. So
Right.
that's... Okay, so I think this is the other Ryujin, or the other version of Chasing Dreams that they will flex into whenever this happens, right? It's also possible that, you know, the support type of junglers would go for that. You know what, I'm in the lead, let me absorb, or let me get the resources, and trust me that I can, you know, carry this team into the victory, because that's one way to play Wild Rift, right? Funnel those that are ahead and make him win the fights for you. Now, Cool on this Garen isn't really starving when it comes to gold, but Ryuken on the bot side.
All right, this is 3 champions from blue team
Wow.
right there, but Darius with the dunk takes one down, takes two down. That was big and crazy right there. Rampage for the man, but he does go down, but that's a 2-for-1, man. Big play right there by Ryuken.
There's really treasure from ranked games. Motivate is going down as well here.
Oh, Motivate, you need to run out of town, my friend. The Braum sends out the ultimate. That was too much. But yeah, overkill right there by Braum. Papa Pig will be able to take one down.
Totally okay with it. As long as I get a secured kill off of it, Papa Pig doesn't have the ultimate anymore to really engage on Ryujin. This is what I was talking about, right? Lara, one of the players from Chasing Dreams that didn't really get scouted for a long time. Similar to him is Ryuken from ranked games over to PPGL, doing a 1v3 or 1v4 outlay and getting 2 kills. That's a game-winning play if I've ever seen one.
Definitely, man. And look at that. Chasing Dreams used the Rift Herald on the bottom side. They even failed to take the first turret of the game. So that's still up for grabs. So that was a big win for James Esports.
So big that right now, even though the gold count right now is for the side of James Esports and the lead is just a little over 1,000, you can see that the momentum is definitely on James Esports side. That's, you know, the addition by subtraction. Instead of giving away 1 kill over to Chasing Dreams, you were able to trade it off, get 2 kills off of it. Not 2, it was actually 3 kills. Now we're going to see if James Esports will continue to ride that momentum, especially now that the Cloud Drake will be available in a couple seconds.
Definitely, it is already alive right here, so everyone knows where the address of the party is. Destiny is going to be casted early in the fight to scout out where Chasing Dreams are going to be entering this fight, and here we go. Braum sends out the ultimate. Senna will ultimate also. Cataclysm is going to be casted right here. It's going to be dirty. It is Wukong who takes the dragon, and that is a big win for Chasing Dreams at this point with their HP bars already very low. Blue team, it's a double kill for the Corky, and they're now going to be chasing for the punish, as this will end with a 2-for-1 trade in favor of Chasing Dreams. But James Esports with a Globe Dragon Slaying moment once again. 2 dragons already in their pockets.
Still not giving up. This is Chasing Dreams, right? And again, this is the power of Senna at the end of those, back and forth skirmish. We saw Kame connecting his route onto 3 people, I believe. And that's just, this is what I was waiting for Kame during game number 1. Because game number 1, his Alistar was, it was okay, I would say. But this is even better. This is infinitely better. And right now, with the redemption, with the Iceborne Gauntlet already completed for Kame, he's going to join Shino in being able to dish out damage, as well as Motivate here, right? Motivate is already on the Leech Bane. Now, that offers something as well for the side of Chasing Dreams. But James Esports has their eyes here on the top side.
Yes, definitely. The gold lead is now even at the top side. Setup right here. There is the Wukong right here to shadow this one. The Cataclysm is gonna be on point. Catches Shaya right there, and there will be forced to stasis. Flag and Drag is gonna be on point, and that will be ADC down on Jamie's Esports sides, and another champion going down at Slira on the Wukong, and Chasing Dreams will have a win of their own. They're marching towards the Baron as there is no jungler on Jamie's Esports side, and that's another win by Chasing Dreams. And just like that, my friends, the lead is going to the side of Chasing Dreams.
Sir and Jamie's Esports didn't expect a counterpunch coming from Chasing Dreams. They thought that, hey, you know what? It's 10 minutes and this is the first tier tower. They will just trade it off of something on the other side of the map or something. But no, Chasing Dreams went for the Haymaker, got the kill off of that. And because of the positioning of the champions by Jamie's Esports, the Baron at 10 minutes, at 11 minutes, it's very squishy. It was very easy for Chasing Dreams to just secure. Now they have a buff that will just help them open up the map for themselves. The mid towers are still alive 11 minutes in. This is the importance of the mid towers, right? Almost every time I emphasize on the mid tower, and that's because it's very important, especially on the pro scene. And we're going to see and look at Kome, Shino, and Ryujin position themselves in taking this mid tower.
Yeah, and Jamie's Esports will not want to give that mid turret up. The Braum shield is going to be there, and I think for now they're successful in defending this one. The Baron buff really making that carriage very strong at this point. But somehow, look at that! Chasing Dreams are still defending the mid turret of them on their own. Mid turret now down on Jamie's Esports side, and Chasing Dreams is not done yet. There's still a huge chunk of numbers here left on this Baron buff. They're sliding towards the top side. This will split up the team for James Esports side. There can be a fight that is going to be happening. I think Chasing Dreams will just focus on pushes at this point.
Right, and what they can do is to leave one person on the top side to continue to pressure the tower. Probably Motivate is a very good candidate for that. And go for the Infernal Dragon. Right now, it's going to spawn in a couple of minutes. Again, infinitely scaling Senna is a very good candidate to really maximize the potential of the 6% added damage. You also have Grags, you have Shino that will really get boosted by this buff. And look at this. Right now, I believe the next item for Kome is a Black Cleaver that will offer more armor shredding and ability haste as well. So
Definitely.
overall, I guess to really just shred the front line.
Yes, Infernal Drake is already half HP down. Jamie's Esports, you need to rush here if you want to go for this. No, the steal is not going to be completed right here. Braum sends out the ultimate package. Is already there. There is going to be EG.
No!
Oh, no! They are getting obliterated at this point on the backlines. No, Darius will try his best to do a lot of damage onto the Senna, but that's not going to be enough as Shaya is being chased down. Gragas is going to go down. And there it is, an Oppo ace moment from Chasing Dreams, and they are now in complete control of this game. 52k, that's a 5k gold lead in favor of Chasing Dreams, and they are gonna go for the mid turrets as their bonus reward.
What day is it today? Sunday?
Sunday.
It's the day of Game 3! Ladies and gentlemen, Chasing Dreams is really just on the chase here for a third game, for a do-or-die game against Jamie's Esports. And did you see 4 people get trapped inside the Cataclysm at one point? I saw that. And that was, I was chatting on top. Oh, wow, okay. And then third, at the end of it all, that's the thing, right? You shred the front line, and after you shred the front line, that's when you go and try and reach the Saya. Because that's actually one way to win things. You don't really have to reach the back line almost every time. Or if it will be even, or if it will be a freebie like a misposition there, then great. However, it's not available, just shred the front line. And with the composition that they have right now, Shino has armor reduction on that Gatling gun. They have Kome that already has a completed Black Cleaver and an Execute on a Garen.
True. And with the case right now, man, it's very wise not to go for third right away. It's only the Shaya who will be able to shred your front line. So it's not really a pressure at this point. And because of that, look at that, a win for Chasing Dreams, and they're now up 6K in this game. 14-11 on the board, 15 minutes in. Baron is available, so that is going to be where the next party is. And look at that, Chasing Dreams is going to be going for this aggressively. The turn is on, and Darius will be caught in the Cataclysm. Will try to run away. Braum will send out the ult to try to save Darius, but Darius still goes down. This is 5v4 in favor of Chasing Dreams, and I don't think Jamie's Esports will want more pieces of this. Senna sends out ultimate. Good catch right there. And Zarya is already down, so that's huge damage away from Jamie's Esports, and they're just crumbling one by one. Only Pago left for the team as they get obliterated. Chasing Dreams will march as they will take the Baron for their reward.
3-man root, 4-man root. Kobe is making it for a master out of the match. But right now, Pago will just be boxed out here by Cool. Everything is back to normal for Chasing Dreams. They will get the Baron buff. This is the second one of the game. I know it's too early to say it's the second one, but that's because they got their first buff during the 11-minute mark. And look at the decision making by Chasing Dreams. They are willing to really commit the Flash and the Cataclysm over them. They know that Ryuken doesn't really have a way to go out. And look at this. Ryuken has decided to sell the Proto Belt. He doesn't need the Proto Belt to catch people, because this is Chase will just go in and have, I don't know, just go strong onto the doors of JVC Esports. So what could have been built better is this item, the Gargoyle, the Stone Plate Ancient, because the win condition currently of Chasing Dreams is to shred the front line. And if they can actually get more HP for themselves with the help of Stone Plate Ancient, that will be a lot better for them. However, with the lead that Chasing Dreams did already get, I think that's a little too late. Too little, too late.
Right. Let's see if ever Jamie's Esports still has anything in the tank left. They know that their blue buff is being taken right here. Good flank position right here by Ryuken, but there's a good ward right there. But from Chasing Dreams, so Ryuken will be spotted right here, so they will not get a pick off. That's one of the win conditions left right now at this point of the game. They are going to be catching one champion right here. Braum sends out the ultimate right here. This is for the Elder Drake, and it's going to be Senna who will be taking that down. And here comes the fight. Good setup right here by the Wukong onto the backlines. But 2 champions are already dead. Make that 3 champions, 4, and 1 more, and the Oppo A should be complete. No, Ryuken will survive this one. Gragas, good sidestep right there.
He has blue buff.
Yeah, but yeah.
So
right, Ryuken, let's see. He is being disturbed right now. They don't want Ryuken to go back home, as Chasing Dreams is already destroying the bottom side turret. They're gonna force this one out. Ryuken is already here though, so Chasing Dreams will back away. But man, 22-13 on the board. Chasing Dreams is in the driver's seat.
Yeah, with the Elder buff, that's just going to be an added life steal or vamp buff.
Right.
Vamp buff for the whole squad, and I have clamored of this Drake when champions that really depend on life steal. Could have been better on the Darius, but it's an addition by subtraction. Denied from the Darius, denied from the other squad, and it's an overall win for you and your squad. And looking at the items right now, almost a full already for Shino, but the most gold is actually on the side of Ryujin. He has proven that if you give me the gold, I can carry the game to 3, and that's what he was doing so far in this particular game too.
Yeah, so far so good. There is going to be the mist right here as Chasing Dreams will go for their aggression, but they find Darius. They don't want that target, so they are going to be backing away. Good Death Bush setup right here. Jamie's Esports will sniff that out. And here on the bottom side, 1v1 action by Cool versus DF. At the top side, it is going to be messy for Jamie's Esports as Braum is already down. This is bad. Wukong will be stunned right there, so will not be able to go for the setup right here as he goes down himself. And this is another win by Chasing Dreams. Garen is knocking onto the Nexus already, but his teammates are not there, so he will run away. But yeah, 2-for-0 trade once again by Chasing Dreams, and this will open up the third Baron for them. What a fight!
The third Baron already for Chasing Dreams. Is this the first time that we had
Yes, I
a
think
third
so.
Baron during the fall series? We're going to check our stats on that one, but I believe this is the case. And every time it respawns, it's always Chasing Dreams being at the right position at the right time. And Jamie's Esports being not able to really contest anything. Chasing Dreams doesn't really want to brute force anything here. They want to still, use the right macro, which is to secure objectives that will eventually help you secure the win. 3 Barons already, 1 Elder, and 1 Dragon. What else do they need to finish this game?
Yeah, man. But yeah, kudos to Jamie's Esports. They're not giving up, even after giving up 2 dragons. Look at that. Only 1 inhibitor turret is still down, but this is not the case for the third Baron buff. It's much stronger this time. So this is going to be a much stronger push for Chasing Dreams. The top side is already there. So is the mid side. So mid lane. So the turret is taking damage. They're gonna go for the Garen, but Garen is not an easy target to go for. Destiny is gonna be casted right there. Big damage from that cast. They're gonna go for the Gragas instead, but the Apprehend is not gonna be connecting. Look at that, just Garen spinning around all over the place, and there it is. Chasing Dreams will win game number 2 and force the game 3 out from Jamie's Esports. Well played, Chasing Dreams.
I told you, game 3 day today. Oh, water, stay hydrated. And then on the other side, they have the energy drink that I'm craving for right now. But yeah. Okay, so wait, they're sponsored by Monster Energy.
I think so.
I'm jealous. That's even the fraud is actually.
That was Senna, man. Senna all.
Oh yeah, that's true. Wait, Monster Energy drink? Oh, come on. But yeah, okay, so that's the game number 2. Ryujin, very well deserved MVP off of the 4-0-0. I did question, no, not really question, but I was worried for a second there because I thought that Ryujin is the jungler that you would say is very supported of his teammates and will give the resources over to Cool, Motivate, and the rest of the gang. But when he took the minion wave on the top side, when he asserted himself, hey, you know what, Cool, leave it to my hands. I'm going to carry this game. And that he did. Very good performance from Jarvan 4.
Yeah, man. 7-1-16 monster numbers right there. But yeah. What's in my mind right now is we have teams out, EDAP and EDAP. What if Ryuken joins Ryujin? So that's what's running in my mind right now at this point. That was a convincing win right there with Chasing Dreams. Kudos to Jamie's Esports for dragging this into the late game. You know that if you have time, that buys you option to really try to win the game. But in the end, they fell short. As we go for the Oppo A94 plays of the game, break this one down for us.
This is the 10 minutes in where I believe a third. I didn't really expect a full commit. That's 4 people from Chasing Dreams, right?
Yes.
Did we miss the 1v4 outplay by Ryuken? Well, that's fine. People from Twitch or Twitter will find that highlight for myself and for the rest of the people. But this is a 1v1. This is Ryuken trying to survive a 2v1. And you can see Komi. Komi is still able to dish out the damage. That's the support. Again, that's that's the Sentinel of the Light, by the way.
Yeah.
If you haven't watched the Symphony of Light, you're missing out. That's a very good production from Riot Games. Again, good route over to 4
there
people.
it is.
No more Cataclysm because it was expended on Ryuken. But that's how you do things right now with this composition. You don't have to reach Saya anymore because there's really no way for you to reach with this composition. So just shred the front line and it is that. A question mark for me, right? Senna did use the ultimate, and who secured the dragon? It was Senna.
Right.
So I kind of want to do a quick review of that interaction as well as to how much damage the big AOE thing, that deals to monsters or to champions or to anyone, and see how she was able to secure it off of that. But this is the punctuation mark. We know that the burn is there, Elder Dragon buff. It's going to really help your team, even though that you don't really have the damage. As long as you have the true damage buff, you're going to be fine.
Yes, definitely. Master of the match is going to be Ryujin again on the Jarvan Fort. 23 KDA on a tank build Jarvan Fort. That's crazy, man. That thought alone.
I'm convinced. I'm going to play Jarvan later and try to replicate Ryujin, because that's a very interesting first item buy, right? Frozen Heart, normally you don't see it as a first item, but it does make sense against the composition
And yeah,
of Jamie's Esports, because it reduces cooldown. Sorry, not cooldown. It reduces the attack speed opponents, and we know Twisted Fate has an innate passive on the attack speed. We also know Saya as one of those is very dependent on the attack speed. So this is a very good buy overall.
yes, definitely. And remember, that was a 4-0 Ryujin in the early game. So yeah, he can afford this during that time because so many kills went under his pocket, so much money. So he went for that. That's understandable.
Yeah,
Yes.
That's the thing.
Master of the match, well deserved right here by Ryujin Jeffrey Cebu. Quite an interesting surname right here. I'm from
That's
Cebu
yours.
myself. I'm from that place. I just this is the first time I read Ryujin's name, man. So yeah, well played right there. Well deserved master of the match tag. Game number 3 is going to be coming up. Jamie's Esports fell short in that game. What do you think happened for Jamie's Esports in that game?
There was a very big window for them to win that game, right? Darius was able to outplay his opponents 1v4 or 1v3 at one point. Was able to get an execute on the ultimate, not on just one target, but 2 targets. He was holding his own against Cool, but Ryujin and the rest of Chasing Dream squad didn't really mind. They know their goal, and that's to shred the front line. And a couple of times, we would say that when it comes to itemization, we get fixated over everything. That we often forget what to really build for the situation. And I feel like the Proto Belt buy by the Darius did actually impact a whole lot. Because the Stoneplate Ancient will actually do a very good job against the composition that Chasing Dreams has, right? But this is a very this is a very good draft overall for Chasing Dreams. We discussed this, Leoric. I looked for Senna, it was picked, and it was. I think Senna really was a very high impact champion pick for the side of Chasing Dreams during game number 2.
Yeah, and they got the Gragas. I love that pick also. I think Jamie's Esports, they were in a good run in the early part of the game. I think the part where it really the wheels fell off for them was at the top side when they went for an aggressive take on the Baron on the top turret, and they weren't expecting for all the champions from Chasing Dreams to be there. They got punished. 2 champions from them fell down, and that the most important one was the Wukong. So with the jungler down and all the numbers in favor of Chasing Dreams, they went for the Baron, and I think that was where Chasing Dreams was able to really get back into the game and turn the tides into their favor.
Yeah, that's the difference from game 1 and game 2, right? If it during game number 1, and where they were able to secure a very early tower push on the mid side and on the top side, that won't happen, right? They will be able to plant the vision that they need to make sure that if they are going for an aggressive play like that, they won't get punished. And that's when talking about the mid lane, you have Twisted Fate, you have Gragas. There's really no way for the Twisted Fate to get access onto the mid tower. Almost similar to what happened during game number 1. I know game number 1 we saw Ahri versus Akali, but there are times that Akali would be able to assassinate Ahri. But this time around, this is Osiris' favorite term, I think, in Riku, the static game. it's not going to move elsewhere because you have both champions just clearing out the wave. And
Right.
if we're going to look at how they played the early game, you could say that it's really impossible for them to have access onto the first tower. Now,
Right.
onto the draft though, I'm currently thinking, all right, help me. What are we going to help Jamie's Esports with? Right? So, or how can we help them into game number 3?
I love their bans already. It's just tricky at this point. Denying Wukong, I think I'm not sure if they're really comfortable with the Wukong, and they just went in because of the deny. And again, this is game 3. You have to play with your comfort picks. You don't have to deny the Wukong for that. You can get a jungler that you're really comfortable with instead of denying Wukong for chasing dreams. So I think that's something that they can change. Really, they got the Darius. Darius was really good. A good pick for them, especially that they got the Cloud Drake. You know how scary Darius is if he is very fast moving. So I like that pick. The Braum Shaya is, I would say, okay. It's just that it really their lineup really lacks in the shredding department, especially looking at the Chasing Dreams team comp, which is very beefy. So that is where they fell off.
Feels like right now Braum is really in a very awkward position. I feel like I would favor Enchanters more as of now.
True.
Right? Brings so much into the table when it comes to utility. Brings the lane pressure that you often would not get on tanks.
Right.
Because on Braum, yes, you're very good when it comes to picks and skirmish, but if you don't get access again onto those jungle points that you can get picks, it's kind of difficult to win up of that. Although Peppa Pig, we're talking about Peppa Pig, right? He's also one of those champions that can make an engaged play using the Glacial Fissure. We saw that yesterday or earlier today. No, it was yesterday. The Flash Glacial Fissure. That's one. But you're right on that one. Ryujin is a very well-known Wukong player from his 5 games so far. And no, actually, this is his 7th game. So yesterday, game number 1 was his 6th game. In the deny, you're right. If it's Riven, wait, let me think. Because oftentimes if I'm going to draft for a team and I have Twisted Fate, I'm going RRQ style, right? And with RRQ, that means I have a split pressure, and my team orientation will be like the Baron laner will be the carry, and I have a supportive jungler, which at that time was Chaz, and then my mid laner will be someone that can just turn things or turn the 1v1 into a 1v2. That way you have a clear win condition. But this time, the reason why I was very confident in saying that just shred the front line and you'll be fine, it's because Twisted Fate doesn't really offer a very consistent damage, right? If we're going to compare Twisted Fate onto the other mages, like for example Orianna, that will just dish out a whole lot of amount of damage, it's not there, right? It's more like 80% Twisted Fate and 100% Orianna, and then 120% Ziggs. That's my thoughts on the champion. So, and if you're looking at the ultimate right now, his ultimate is not offensive. It's not going to boost your damage. It's an ultimate that will be used, or that is used to play the map. So he's really not known to shred the front line of Chasing Dreams or of Wild Rift in general. So that means that if they shred the front line and the Twisted Fate and Saya goes defenseless or goes front line less, then it will be an easier or Chasing Dreams will have an easier time. So again, if I'm drafting Twisted Fate, I'm going to concentrate my efforts in having a carry in the Baron lane. Yes, Ryuken was very good, but I feel like Ryuken, maybe it's time for him to bring out his Fiora. I always see him on the Renekton, on the Darius. Maybe it's time for us to have him more on the split push. Could be wrong though. Could be that he picked a split pusher a couple of games ago, but I remember him most on the Renekton, on the Darius, on the Bruisers.
Yeah, that makes sense because if you have a split push threat and double that down with a TF presence, that is going to be very powerful. That's going to be playing with the minds of Chasing Dreams. Yeah, and you're right. That will be a clear, what do you call this, win condition for the team compared to this current draft that they really have. So yeah, they did have the Shaya. Shaya is going to heal for herself. And they went for the Braum. That is usually to protect also the Shaya. So too much protection from them, less on the damage department. So that really cost them a lot, especially with the very chunky Garen, chunky Jarvan 4.
Garen is like a cheat code though. Who's going to shred the Garen? That's the question that I had prior to the game starting. Who's going to shred the Garen? I know Usaya is because I just know that the damage that you are able to dish out using the Twisted Fate and using the Saya is not on par with the other champions that are available right now. Right. If it's an on-hit Varus, maybe because it has 8% health damage that can shred the front line. But look at that. We're ready for game number 3.
Yes. Hopefully we see the right changes. Welcome to Champ Select, brought to you by Riot Go. We have the bans already for both teams.
Nice.
Another Kha'Zix ban. Lee Sin and Akali, Camille, Lucian, and Galio. Same bans. So Chasing Dreams is gonna go for the Gragas still as their first pick.
Okay. Gragas, Kaisa this time around because Corki was denied over by Jamie's Esports, and still I'm okay. I'm a-okay with the Darius. We now know how proficient Ryuken is on this champion. So do not fix what is not broken. This time around, they're not going for the Lover Zoo, rather go for Lakan and Corki. Very strong laning as well.
I'm scared about this for Jamie's Esports. There is 1, 2. No, I thought that was going to be an Akali. 3 power picks onto the side of Chasing Dreams because they got the Darius as their first pick. So that is something in the draft that you should be looking at. But here we go. Ari and Garen once again picked by Chasing Dreams.
Irelia. Is that going into the mid lane for Pego?
I think so. Yeah, I think so.
Okay. So on the jungle duty, it will be Ryujin on the Gragas. That's going to be the AP damage source. We also have Motivated, but I feel like Ryujin has to go tanky this time around. If he goes Glass Cannon, Garen won't be able to sustain too much the damage that will be presented here by Irelia. And no, scratch that. Whenever I see Irelia wants to always reach the backline. And you also have Corki that has package. Rakan that can just do a quick follow-up. So this game will be about Chino's ability to outplay any potential engages by Pego, Lyra, Sarah, and Kappa Pig. And Ryujin has to play Peel. Okay, that's the win condition. Chasing Dreams has to make Ryujin be Shino's assistant in this game. He has to feel. That's the thing because it's going to be an all-in coming from Jamie's Esports.
Yeah, and with that, ladies and gentlemen, the game that will decide who gets their first W is up. Game number 3, Chasing Dreams on the blue side going up against Jamie's Esports on the red side. Early game is going to be pretty safe. So it is 0-0 still. Everyone is in their respective lanes. Gragas is gonna go for the Raptors first, and so is Jarvan 4.
Okay, an interesting start actually. And looking at the first item by Ryujin earlier, before it got closed down, it was Ruby Crystal. So I think Ryujin, especially now that he has Aftershock, he's going for the meta build, which is the Fimble Winter, or the Winter's approach that will eventually become Fimble Winter. That is actually an item that is not often bought because it's very champion dependent. Gives
Uh-huh.
you a tier of the goddess item that is very fit for tank. Also gives you unlimited mana. No, not unlimited mana, but a lot of mana because of the tier of the goddess.
Right. And Eugene went into the mid lane, clear it to up for the Rift. Scuttler take at the top side. Jarvan 4 knows that he will not be on time, so he just went on for the bottom. Scuttler so pretty even. Still at 1 minute 45 seconds in this game. Blue buff is going to be the next target of the junglers.
Ryujin and Cool just has to build armor in this game. If they're going to build for magic resistance, they just have to probably rely on the tenacity boot, the Mercury Greaves, because you have an AD mid, AD jungle, AD Baron side for Jamie's Esports. And we know the core. Oh my god.
There it is. 1v1 action as Garen get wrecked in favor of Ryuken and Jamie's Esports. That's gonna be your goal. First blood taken by Jamie's Esports.
That's a plan shredder, right? For the side of chasing dreams, they need their front line to be as beefy as possible. And Cool did not just surrender a solo kill, he surrendered a whole lot of minions that did crash onto the towers. So gold denied, XP denied. Good thing he's a Garen, right? Garen really isn't really resource heavy of a champion to be very effective. But yeah, it still is a loss for chasing dreams.
On the mid side, trades right here. Charm did not connect right there, so Pago will be able to go for more pokes as Ari will be forced to take the Mystic Fruit right there. Garen spinning at the top onto Ryuken. Ryuken will not be deterred, and there it is, Apprehend, and a spin of his own. Garen sends out a Q, but Garen will be safe under the turret.
I think I now know what happened. Cool went for the more aggressive summoner spell, which is the Go Ignite. And when against Darius, it's like a double-edged sword. I would always prefer getting barrier because it denies the execute as well, coming from you against Darius. So, well, cool. From our old playing days, I would say that, hey, you know what, buddy? Not this game. This game is not for you in the early game, to say the least. So, yeah, 20 seconds to go before objectives pop up in the web.
And things should start to become interesting again when both hold that thought. At the top, the dog is gonna be there. Senna's ultimate is not gonna be on time, and that's Ryuken with another execution at the top side. 2-0 Jamie's Esports.
Yeah, 2-0, and with not just that, now I think whenever you get a kill, I believe you will be 1,000 gold ahead of your opponent in the Baron side. 2 kills will merit 1.5, but there's action.
Alright, Chasing Dreams will not want to give this up just like that. Gragas sends out explosive cast. The Corki will use the package here and the fight breaks out. Cataclysm will be catching the Corki, but no, not the Corki, but champions from Chasing Dreams. But Jamie's Esports is mission accomplished already. Ryujin did die once again in that fight. So 3-0 plus the Mountain Drake. Jamie's Esports are now headed towards the Rift Herald as their possible bonus.
And there's no way for them to contest this, right? Ryuken, I think a couple of seconds away from Noxious Guillotine, but already has the Black Fever available for him.
Uh-oh. Yes, there it is. The Apprehend is going to be connected, and just like that, Komen dies without being able to do a damn thing. This is bad for Chasing Dreams. At this point, Rift Herald is going to be the focus right here, as Chasing Dreams will not opt for another trade. Jamie's Esports 4-0, man. They're starting to gain control of this game.
4-0, and I think those 4 kills are all on Ryuken. Could be wrong though, but even if it's just 3 kills, yeah, that's 3-0 in 1, and that 1 kill goes to the side of Lyra. We have to remember that Ryuken did get 2 kills off of himself, and look at this, there's already a 2k gap between Garen and Darius, and it feels like in this particular game it's Noxus themed, and Damasha will get conquered by the god came from Noxus.
Yeah, man, this Darius is starting to look scary at this point.
Scary!
Again, the dream starts to look like a nightmare in the form of Ryuken for Chasing Dreams. Rift Herald is available for Jamie's Esports. First turret is still on the board. they can use that Rift Herald for themselves. Ryujin is gonna be in. Oh, good cast right there. Puts the Irelia in a bad position, and that is gonna be enough. They will get one for themselves. Exhausted is the Jarvan 4, and Jarvan 4 will go down. Cool though, in a bad spot right here, and I think Garen runs so fast. I think he's gonna be okay at this point. 2-4. Good job right there by Chasing Dreams, getting 2 kills for their own.
A lot of kilometers covered by cardio. All right, we need to be healthy, but yeah, that's a game-saving play coming from Ryujin, right? A very good, a very well executed explosive cast that did put Pego misposition or out of position, able to net Chasing Dreams not just 2 kills but also.
Irelia sends out ultimate right here to protect mid-turret, takes a Kaden Rain in the face. That is very painful indeed. So Irelia will be forced to go back home, but no kills so far. Good defense by Jamie's Esports on that mid-turret.
Good defense and even better position for them to take this forward. Just wanted to highlight as well that Irelia did opt for Wit's End as his first try. That is an item that gives you attack speed and magic resistance. And also, I think it steals magic resistance from its iteration from the League of Legends PC. I'm sorry if I'm not 100% sure about this, but I'll review that later bit as to if it still steals magic resistance. So what it does, the item actually shreds magic resistance, and at the same time it gives you magic resistance in return. So that's a very good item, especially looking at the composition of Chasing Dreams.
Good setup right there. Wombo combo attempt by Chasing Dreams onto Papa Pig, but Papa Pig will be able to grand exit to safety right there. That cast is no longer available onto Ryujin.
There's a package.
Infernal Drake is already up. Yes, package is already here. So this is something Chasing Dreams will have to take into account onto the next fight. They have priority on the mid side, so that Corki will be busy defending the mid side. Again, no ultimate for the Gragas, so the Groot is gonna be there. Dragon, half HP down. You need to get in. Jungler, but Rakan's quickness is going to be there. But wait, the steal is going to be completed. Well played by the Gragas. Jarvan goes for the Cataclysm, will not catch anyone. At that point, Corki is going to go down. This is going south for Jamie's Esports at their point. Annie will survive that one as Darius will go down. Once again, Jarvan 4 is already dead. Pego will be the only one left to try to protect the team. But with this Garen chasing him, I don't think he will survive, and that's an Oppo ace moment. Plus a Globe Dragon take, Dragon Steal in fact, for the Gragas. Well played, Chasing Dreams.
Ryujin, did you see him? Did you see him just get another win for his team? Not only was he able to at least get the balance for this particular game, right, off of the pick on the bot side, now he's stealing girls, no, not girls, but Dragon. He's stealing everything from Jamie's Esports, and that's a tilter if I've ever seen one. Now Chasing Dreams is in the lead, and not only that, Shino was able to get the shutdown gold against Ryujin, or from Ryujin. That's huge. We all know Shino is on the queen on the late game Kaisa, and that's just going to accelerate her a whole lot.
Everyone, just forget what you heard from Autolus, and YouTube, please mute that. It's not cool to steal girls, man. It's steal any dragon, just don't steal girls.
I was scared for a second. Did I say something wrong? Did I say something censored? Okay, yeah, I apologize to the public.
Anyway, 75 on the board. Chasing Dreams are starting to take control of this game. Infernal Drake did go to them, so late game it is looking good, especially that they have the Kaisa, who will shred out damage on the side of Jamie's Esports. Jamie's Esports, though, what can they do at this point to get back to this game?
They still have to ride Ryugen's semi-lead. It was 2K at one point, but right now it has dwindled down to 800, right? Again, Pego has to reach Shino to a point that if Shino is out of possession, then he could go hand in hand with Lyra and Thur to just deal the final blow onto Shino. Because with Shino
Right.
down, there's really no, I would say, consistent damage coming from Chasing Dreams. Motivate is, a burst champion that if his. Wait.
Right? This is what they can do also, but Ryuken will miss on that apprehend on the Gragas. So yeah, they wanted to force a pick off to try to get back into this game. I like that attempt right there. They just missed that one, so everyone will go to their respective defenses on the lane.
But that's also scary, right? If you're grouped up like that and you get rooted by Kome, or you get explosive casts, that's a bird
Right,
now, by
true.
the way. That's just going to be scary. But this is actually what I'm looking for. Ryujin, just go for the tanky build. No need to go for AP. And Ryuken and
Oh,
Ryujin.
Ryujin going at it 1v1. Ryuken will have the turret to help him out, but a top turret will go down in favor of Chasing Dreams. At the bottom side, there's gonna be a fight right here. Ariel sends out the ultimate. Senna from downtown will send the ultimate to try
Ignite?
to help the Garen,
No.
but Pego will be okay. But this is information for Chasing Dreams, opening their window to take this Baron. The castle is
Wait.
gonna be there. TPs are gonna be coming in.
Very
And there it is.
decisive.
Baron will be taken by the Gragas, and mission accomplished by Chasing Dreams. They don't want to fight anymore, and they will wisely disengage.
Wow, very decisive from Chasing Dreams. Earlier during game number 2, it was 11-minute mark. This time, 12-minute mark. Very early Baron takes from Chasing Dreams, and this was off of the noses of Jamie's Esports. They know the Jamie's Esports are in the area, but the most important member, Lyra, was out helping Pego do an outplay against Cool. Cool absorbing damage, still making his presence felt regardless of his status right now, right? We know that Cool was on the losing end against Ryuken during the early game, but that's
Right.
when veterans
Space.
show off their skills.
Right. Space created right there, man. So yeah, well played right there by Chasing Dreams. Even if they lost one champion, they got the Baron in return. That's big. And now with the Baron buff in their hands, let's see what kind of damage they can do. At the top side, the wave is already crashing into the turret. I think that's not going to be a push right there. Everyone's just equalizing the wave at this point on Chasing Dreams side.
And look at the Garen, 3 items, all for I think that's 2.5 items, all for armor, right? You have the Deadman's
Right.
Blade, Bramble Vest, and now even has a Randuin's Omen,
Duin's.
Gargoyle Stoneblade. How are you going to kill Garen once he starts to frontline for his team? I don't think that will ever happen, but we'll see a 1v1 here.
Right? This is again space created by Cool. So
Yeah.
Chasing Dreams knows that there are only 4 champions right here, and with Aurelia out, there's not enough shredders onto the side of Jamie's Esports. Top turret is just gonna topple down, and that is another win right there by Chasing Dreams. More money into their economy, and they are gonna go for the top side turret. Let's see if Jamie's Esports will be able to reverse the situation right here. Motivate alone in the mid side. More gold in their hands. Oh, the body slam is going to be casted right here. Charm is not going to be connecting. Senna will send out the ultimate just to save the whiffs right there. And that's going to be good for Chasing Dreams. Turrets are still available. The inhibitor turrets are going to be surviving this one. Bottom turret, though, taking pounding. The top turret, 100 HP down. 50, one more poke. It's going to
Nope.
survive. Yep, no, it's not going to hit turrets, man. So, yeah, good job, Jamie's Esports defending the base.
And again, that's the question for Pego. Still, that all that happened with Pego committing his ultimate over to the Garen that won't die. I don't think he will ever die from this point moving
Right.
forward, unless he goes, overextended. That a 3-man, 4-man would go and gank him. But then again, that would just
Right.
open up the map for Chasing Dreams to make a play elsewhere. That's the point. They know that one of the key ultimates that Jamie's Esports have is currently down and was invested over to Cool, and Cool did just walk away from that.
Yeah,
Cardio.
spun away.
Yeah,
Just spinning around.
jog away. That's it. Let's go. And now with more items being completed for the side of Cool, Ryujin, that's the thing. You don't have to go build magic resistance anymore. I know Thur has a few AP, but still most of his damage is AD. And the damage orientation that Jamie's Esports has right now is coming to haunt and bite them right now. So Chasing
we-
Dreams is in a very good position here.
We have an unkillable Garen, We have a very fed Kaisa right here. Chasing Dreams are really in control of this game. The Baron is already available, so they can use this. That's an option. They can use this as a to get a reaction from Jamie's Esports, and they know where everyone is going to be coming from, so they can turn and punish Jamie's Esports, especially at this point of the game that Jamie's Esports is still down in the gold count. Let's see what the plan is for Chasing Dreams at this point.
I'm just smiling for a second here because I know that Fago really can't, cross the river. At this point, if Cool
Right.
is there, he's not going to cross the river, and I believe that Cool wants to go home to just to get a final reset for a potential dragon fight. Still, though, they can play around division, plant the wards that they need to just, get the entry points of just one person. They just need to know where Lara is coming from, and they'll be a-okay.
Yes, definitely. But here we go, man. Everyone is headed towards where the next party is going to be. That's going to be the Elder Drake pit. Let's see. Good position so far by Jamie's Esports. They're going to be entering at the bottom side. Garen is going to be spotting this out. Jamie's Esports will take the first crack at this Elder Drake. Blue
Desperation
things are
play.
already happening right here. There's a pincer move by Chasing Dreams, and Garen is already
Silence.
onto the backside, silencing the Corki right there. That's gonna be big. Senna sends out the ultimate. Already the HP bars of the red team is already down, and Dragon, who takes it down, rampage by the Kaisa. That's red team taking the Elder Drake, so that's something into their pockets. Irelia gets a double kill of her own. But yeah, that's gonna be good. I think that's a good hold right there.
Teleport.
By Jamie's Esports, 9-9 on the board. The teleport is gonna be completed. Chasing Dreams will not be here on time. Woo! Time is gonna be bought for Jamie's Esports. 17 minutes and 50 seconds in.
I want a replay of that. How did that happen? Because I feel like I feel like they were disoriented a bit when Cool was able to get his silence off to the Corki. Very good package usage. Really absorbed a lot of attention coming from Chasing Dreams to a point that Jamie's Esports was just hitting the dragon and no one was helping.
Wait. Hold that thought, my friend. No, the dock is gonna be completed onto the unkillable Garen, and Garen is already out. Rampage onto Irelia, that's gonna be big. Irelia though will face 3 champions right here, and with Senna's ult to help everyone out, they're gonna be okay. Chasing Dreams will get a shutdown onto the Irelia. Chasing Dreams will not even look at the Baron at this point. I think they're gonna be brute force their way in towards the win, man.
Yeah, I'm trying to think as to who still has the Elder Dragon buff available for them. I think Jarvan still has it, and that is true damage that will shred down the armors and the magic resistance that Chasing Dreams has. That's the reason why Garen went down, right? Motivate them.
Uh-oh. The charm is gonna be connecting onto Jarvan
Nice.
4, but Jarvan 4 will be able to flag and drag away. But yeah, they're already have their sights onto the Baron, and let's see.
They're on vision, they're on
Baron.
vision.
Yes, they have vision right here, Jamie's Esports. The Baron
nice.
is still alive at this point. Good job, Motivate, to try to zone things out. That is Lara. That's the most important champion
Let's go
that
back.
you will have to control. And get out there, my friends, Chasing Dreams, because Lara is here. Chasing Dreams will wisely disengage.
Yeah, and I think this is the time for Ryujin. Well, this won't make sense, but Ryujin has to, he has the teleport. So he has to be the one split pushing, right?
Okay,
We'll see.
Charm is going to be connecting onto the Darius right here. Garen will take a brunt
Very
of this damage.
taggy!
Look at
Oh my
that
God!
tag, Darren! So many investment right there, all just to take down the Garen, but they're going to be successful at this point. Charm is not going to be connecting onto anyone. GA is going to be popped onto Shino. Shino, run away, man. You need to survive this one. Shino does go down, and that's bad for Chasing Dreams. Only 2 champions left from both sides. No, make that 3 champions on Jamie's Esports. And somehow, Jamie's Esports is coming on top of this fight. That is crazy, man.
He didn't have to go in. Okay, first of all, Shino didn't have to killer instinct in. I know his instinct was we're so far
there it
ahead.
is.
Yeah, they'll be fine. They will be able to clear those waves. Darius and Irelia is very good in clearing waves, also the Corki. But that's my point, right? Shino has to be very patient and find the right timing before going in, because during that fight, you can see that after going for a killer's instinct, He just went for one Icathan rate and just go stasis, right? And it's not really helping their case at the moment. Cool really did absorb as much pressure as he can, but Ryujin and Shino should be standing side by side just to make sure no one gets to reach Shino. Now, that's a poison pill that you will ever have whenever you go for the Kaisa. Oftentimes, you just go for the crazy play or the hero play that is really not needed by the team.
And don't look now on loose. I'm starting to see TPs being bought by Chasing Dreams. I think I know what the plan is right here since the base is already wide open. Let's see, as that is always an option. There are 2 TPs already available on the side of Chasing Dreams. Baron is going to be where the next party will be. I think whoever gets this Baron will win, man, or win the fight and take the Baron. It's already game over at this point. We are 21 minutes in the game. This is so late in the game that the gold advantages are already off the pages of the book already. And remember, Jamie's Esports has the Elder Drake, so this is Jamie's Esports coming back into this game.
Yeah, but this is still Chasing Dreams game to lose, right? If
Right.
Shino will still play patient in this particular game and let Pego, let Lera, Ryuken go into him with the peel and with the support of Ryujin and Kome, then they should still be fine. They don't have to really make plays. They just have to wait for James Esports to go into them. And and I think what will happen after that is with Explosive Cask available for them to disengage if needed, and Charm connecting onto one unit, there's definitely one person going down once that is set and done. So James Esports still has to find the perfect timing and has to rely on Shino, as crazy as it sounds, to go crazy once again.
Yeah, man, but doesn't get any better than this. A game 3, 22-minute game 3, and a very close game. I don't know who's gonna win at this point, man. Yeah. 2K gold lead onto Chasing Dreams. That doesn't matter at this point. One thing that we want to look at is the base of Jamie's Esports. The Nexus is also already exposed. That could be something Chasing Dreams can exploit. Everyone's just waiting. It's a patience game at this point. Whoever makes a mistake will be banging their heads after this game, man.
Yeah, this is the most intense game that we have ever casted together, right? Chasing Dreams and Jamie's Esports is this intense.
Who would expect that?
33 minutes of game number 3. Oh wait, is this very good indication on the top side?
Top side. Darius is gonna be caught.
Flash.
HP bar is already down, so that could be something for Chasing Dreams. Is this gonna be enough for them to go for the Baron? I think so. They're already in the pit. They're starting to take the Baron, I believe so. No, they're just clearing everything out. At the bottom side, Irelia going up against the Garen toe to toe. It's still a stalemate on this bottom side.
I think this is what has to happen for Chasing Dreams. Motivate has to go and sell his boots, go for a teleport boots, right? And be the one split pushing. Because they need the tankiness of Garen, the Gargoyle's Enchant. And I believe Motivate with this amount of AP can shred towers a whole lot. And still has the flexibility in, to just run away from things if things go dire with a Spirit Crush. So I know it's unorthodox to have an Ahri split push, but I think in this case, in where you have 2 inhibitor turrets already expended and already deleted, this is the time to go unorthodox or go outside the box and have at least one split pusher. And that I think is the best candidate here is Motivate.
Yes, true. And that's because they have that advantage. The Nexus is already exposed. That's going to be additional pressure on the Jamie side. But somehow Chasing Dreams is not capitalizing on the advantage that they have right now. We'll see what the plan really is at this point. A stalemate at this point, man, at 25 minutes in. What is interesting right now is the map control is in Chasing Dreams side. I like that because the waves are still pushing in favor to the blue team. Here, that's something. Those are very painful pokes already from Shino and Motivate, man.
Sheena is very much online right now, and look at this. Pego is very confident to go against Cool. He now has reached a point that he can go 1v1 against Cool and can expend, some skills for him. That's because Aurelia's kit has some true damage in it, and
True.
wits and all this damage items can still shred pool at this point of the game.
Mhm.
I think we're nearing the point in where the gold is no longer relevant, or the lead is no longer
Right.
relevant. Yes, I know 92.8k for Jamie's Esports, and they have like the 3k gold lead, but most of those gold are going to the hands, or most of those gold are going to the hands of those champions that already has full items. So they're not going to get any stronger here from this point moving forward, and feels like there's a stalemate, my friend. Someone has to go split push. Come on,
Yes.
Motivate. I'm begging you. Please build teleport and go for the split.
Gragas, it's gonna be caught right here. That print is gonna be there, but the charm with the Ari is gonna help things out. Senna sends out the ultimate. That will be big for the team right now. And Irelia with a big ultimate right there. The Gragas falls down, and this is so far so good on Jamie's Esports side. Let's see if they can
Sheena, though, is still alive.
more. Though Pego is gonna go down right here. GA is gonna be popped on the two champions from each side. Let's see, that is Lakan going down courtesy of Senna. We forgot about Senna, the scaling of Senna right there. But Corky with an unstoppable streak gets a double kill of his own. That will end in a 2-for-3 exchange. Jamie's Esports is gonna come on top of this fight, but they're in no condition to take the Baron still.
No, at the end of it all, there are still no winners, my friend. And look at this. Aether is now investing in teleport, and they are now decided to go for the Baron. You did say that once the Baron goes down, whoever gets this fourth Baron or third Baron will most likely get the victory for this game. And now with teleports being invested, finally Motivate has a teleport. Hey,
Yes,
but it was used right away just to make sure that the Baron won't be secured. Okay, so 3 teleports down already. One on Ryujin, one on Motivate, and one on Shino. We won't have any means to see if it's on cooldown, no? I don't
No.
think. Oh my god, that's also very relevant to talk about, because looking at how Jamie's Esports is playing things right now, they have enchant boots that will not really be able to help them respond onto the map. So they are all for the 5v5 clashes, and if Chasing Dreams play that card, they are most likely going to lose that.
Yes, definitely. The scaling now will fall onto the Senna. So yeah, unlimited scaling right here while everyone is already max in their itemization. So this is going to be very interesting. I think this is Senna's time to shine. Oh man, this is very, very, what do you call this? The tension's so high right now at this point of the game. 28 minutes, 44 seconds down. This is the longest game so far in the group stages, man.
Maybe even for the Summer Icon Series in the Philippines. I think there was a point in where we reached 28 minutes or 30 minutes, but we're nearing that, and they're still at a stalemate. Finally,
this.
someone is willing to break the status quo.
Look at this. Man, there are 4 champions right here. Chasing Dreams, they have to come here on time. There it is. Rakan is going to be standing up, but it is going to be the Gragas this time. Successful in taking that Baron. Red team, their HP bars are down. Corky, the GA is going to be popped right here. Rakan is going to be connecting onto the Senna. Senna, you need to get out of time, my friend. The Corky is going to be going towards you. Senna will go down. Yes, he does. And that's a dominating streak onto this Corky. Chasing Dreams did get the Baron, but they will lose 2 champions in the process. 2 champions also dead on the Jamie's Esports side though, but they haven't regened yet.
He missed!
After the TP right there, Chasing Dreams is looking good so far. Let's see, Irelia is gonna go for the split at the backside, and
Trying to cut
Chasing
the
Dreams, man,
minions.
eyes on the prize. The Nexus is gonna go down, and this one ends in a very, very long game. Well played though by Chasing Dreams.
You can see it on their faces. That was a very intense game, and the longest game that we have had so far during the fall season of the Icon Series. Words are now leaving Otterloo, because that's been 28 minutes, and I think a huge chunk of that was a stalemate between the two, in where Chasing Dreams doesn't want to pull the gun, doesn't want to commit.
Right.
Meanwhile, James Esports is doing a very good job holding off Chasing Dreams. So that's really a very good game to cast Theoric, and that was so fun.
Yeah. On paper, this is Chasing Dreams win. But man, Jamie's Esports put up a fight. That is also win for them, man. Very, very close game right here. Good numbers right there. Look at the numbers. Those are crazy. MVP. Look at that. It was Jamie's Esports at the later part of the game in the gold department. But again, in the later parts of the game, gold doesn't really matter. It falls down to macro. I think at the last part of that game, there were two champions on Jamie's Esports side at the bottom side of the map. And Garen got that information. So that was the go signal of Chasing Dreams to really go for the Baron and win the game from that point on. But before that, Oppo and A94 plays of the game are here.
Yeah, I think this is the fighting where I was a bit confused. So what happened? Wherein Shino was able to get a shutdown gold kill onto Ryuken. Remember, that was Ryuken that was on a 3-0-1, I think, at that point. And getting that shutdown gold did accelerate Shino's belt path very, very fast. Another clash happening on the 17-minute mark, and hold your breaths, ladies and gentlemen, because I think this is the longest highlights we'll ever see. Because this was good for like 29 minutes, was it, Leoric?
Yeah, but we're already on the 17 minutes highlight, so that's okay, man.
Okay, all right, so that was the chunk down onto the unkillable Garen, and Shino is still doing Shino things. And look at that, right? Once Ryujin goes for the peel, things will go positive for Shino. This is the killer's instinct that he didn't really have to do. Look at that. He was at the center of 5 people, nowhere to go against Stasis is as good as a crowd control. And that was...
Try to run.
Just it. Yeah. I'm just happy that from that point on, Shino did hold back with this killer's instinct. Because he knew at that point that if he goes, I would say prematurely, or he goes super excited and trigger happy with his ultimate, then yeah. Well, this is a killer's instinct that will make sense. He's chasing down for a kill. A 1v1 between Ryuken and Shino will go to the hands, or will go in favor of Shino. So at this point of the game, it's time to consider teleports. Right? It's time to consider to play Wild Rift instead of playing the kill game. Although you can say that Kome's infinite scaling did really help out. I wonder how many souls she got in this 30-minute game. Wait, what? How many minutes it was? This is 29 minutes.
30
and
minutes.
56? That was
30 minutes.
That was 30 minutes of classic Wild Rift for Jamie's Esports and Chasing Dreams. I will never ever forget this game. Multiple years from now, I'll still go back to this game and say, you know what, I casted a 30-minute game. But the master of the match, Chino. Oh, Chino. Alright,
Chino
on the Kaisa.
and Gallardo on the Kaisa, man. 8.5 KDA. Understandable, there were so many deaths in that game because it was a 13-minute game once again. But then, the monster number here is the kill participation. 94%, man.
Hey,
VM.
yeah, gold per minute of 845, and I think that went down as the game progressed because there really was no gold to farm for them. All the minion waves on the mid side and on the top side was all pushing onto the side of Jamie's Esports, and you could see on the trend, right? A lot of the gold did go to the side of Jamie's Esports because all the minions are actually pushing over to them. But that don't matter anymore because I think at 18-minute mark or 20-minute mark, he was already on full item. So from 20-minute mark to the 30-minute mark, there really wasn't anything for him to buy, and he could, probably just tell Kome, "It's your time to farm." Does that make sense?
Yeah,
right?
definitely. Yeah, that makes sense. That was a Kome was very powerful in that game. At the later parts of the game, Shino just gave up the status enchant and went for the TPs. You mentioned at the later part of the game, TPs are very, very crucial, and opening onto the Nexus is always an opportunity. So you're willing to take that one. But man, what a roller coaster of a game right here. Valiant effort for Jamie's Esports, bringing this into a game number 3 and dragging this into a 30-minute game. That was crazy, man. But in the end, they fell short, and Chasing Dreams are our victors of this series.
No other words from me. I've said enough.
That one drained my vocabulary, man.
Well, we still have an upcoming match, a very,
Yes.
very, very good match ahead of us. We have
Yes.
Omega Esports going against DR Esports, the unbeaten, the flawless teams. Both of teams.
I would say
Hmm?
I would say that's the main event of the evening. Your
Wait.
Esports going up against Omega Esports doesn't get any better than that.
Well, that's a bold claim to take, Leoric Mori. Because this is a very exciting wild card or undercard, so to say, that it may overshine or outshine our main event. But you're right, with what's at stake, with 2-0s from both teams, and I believe that it is really main event worthy.
Yes, definitely. And because of that, I know you won't go away. We will go on a break. The panelists will come back to break down what happened in that and in preparation for our main event of the evening. This is Autolus, your PH. Catch us later as we go for a break.
Play League of Legends Wild Rift anywhere with Glow Prepaid's Riot Go 80 for data and premium bundles. Enjoy exclusive items you can unlock. See ya!
Yo, Mark 9. They really don't think we can keep doing this. They don't think we can keep making hits about cameras. But I'm the cameraman. But I'm the cameraman. Stay creamy.
Yeah, I started on a 50 mil lens. Now I'm about to bag 50 mil yen. I can shoot all day, I got stamina. Turtleneck on with my camera, yeah. Stay creamy, man, that's what they say. Shoes laced up and I came to play. Yeah, I'm first team, I'm a superstar. They call me Cream, like Abdul-Jabbar. Yeah, you had to face it, let's get back to basics. I'ma take the shot like it's a vaccination. I don't have the patience, I'ma shoot right now. Yeah, we undefeated and you gon' lose right now. Like click, 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 swish. I can switch it up anytime like this. I'm a videographer and I'm on the verse. So when I shoot my shot, I don't miss.
I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot.
Yeah, kid noon, I've been shooting my shot, ooh. The into it, I've been moving the rock, yeah. My shit's wet like I've been using a mop, ooh. You get there, yeah, I've been proving I'm wrong. I've been taking shots and now I'm starting to stutter. Vision getting blurry, I should check my shutter. I'm the cameraman, I need my camera madam. Shoot my shot like a Mansell Adams.
I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Develop film, not feelings. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings.
And we're back in the panelist desk, everybody. What an exciting, crazy match we just witnessed between Jamie's Esports versus Chasing Dreams. And I know we're all very excited to talk about it for sure. My name is Riku. Together with me is Otaluz, who just came from casting that amazing series, and as well as Osiris. And as we take a look at the highlights, Otaluz, I'll start with you.
Me?
Lay it on them. Lay it on them. Lay it on us.
Just final thoughts.
Final thoughts. Okay, final thoughts.
Well, okay, final thoughts. Again, game number 1. It was it Chasing Dreams or was it James? I forgot already after what happened. But yeah, James Esports got the win off of securing multiple dragons, right, on game number 1. And the Fiora combination with the Wukong wasn't really effective. On game number 2, Ryujin really did win the game for the squad, starting the game for 0-0. And on game number 3, 30 minutes. Do a quick replay. I think that's the best advice I can give you.
Yeah, I mean, it was Jamie's Esports who's playing as what we've known to them, their identity in terms of being aggressive, and there are times that they are reckless, and it was punished by game 2. And let's go overall, of course, with Game 3. I mean, it's fairly. This is the reason why they're having a hard time winning to those other teams is because they're having a hard time closing games. Yes, they are starting strong. They got this momentum moving into mid game, but when it's time for the late game, it's always about the play safe part. Like they're going to try to slow down when they needed it most to be faster than the usual to stop the game. And at that point, it was chasing dreams. Yes, good decision on playing it safe, but it kind of cost them a lot. If you're going to check the graph of the goal deficit, Jamie's Esports went up to 100k for the reason that it was prolonged by chasing dreams. They could have group up into the mid lane or go for a Baron bait. It feels like they're having a hard time doing any of the closing actions to stop Jamie's Esports. And at that point, it was really a matter of the battle of less mistakes. And it happens that they got their fair share of mistakes, but it was pretty evident for Jamie's that this time around they fell.
Yeah, we were talking about it while we were watching the matches where it was Chasing Dreams that were able to get, first item lock. Everybody had all slots filled, and then Jamie's just trying to catch up. But again, of course, Chasing Dreams wanted to keep that lead, wanted to secure that win, and they were careful. But at the end of the day, it ended up with a 2-1. They're excited to see how the second Robin is going to fare between these two teams. But of course, we're already done with our third match of the day. We also have, of course, the last match. Fourth match is going to be between DR Esports versus Omega Esports. I know a lot of people are very excited about this one because this is a test. This is going to be one of those things where who will be at the tippity top of Group D. Of course, we'll check out DR Esports first. And I gotta ask you, Otoluz, what do you think is the magic? How do you think are they going to take down the Titans from, again, summer season, actually the South Luzon group stages?
I think they're very versatile, right? Devil J just brought a different version of DR Esports from the DR Esports that I was casting a couple of months ago. Again, I think the price acquisition of Devil J and Etaf really did bring out the best of DR Esports. Now they are very confident of putting carries onto the Baron laner. Meanwhile, Etaf, that is also known for carry junglers such as the Graves, is now willing to play for the team, going for the Jarvan multiple times, and also has I think that was the Lee Sin game yesterday. Not to mention their celebration. I think they have the best celebration out there. And that is, I think, the secret recipe for all the wins of DR Esports. They know how to have fun.
Yeah, and everyone is really capable in terms of taking up Omega. So I'm not really sure how they're going to win against them. It feels like this is the match wherein it's just a matter of who's going to have to capitalize on the mistakes of each other, and someone needs to have a perfect game just to make sure that they can win against each other. But of course, the solo player highlight I want to go touch, I believe, is this a Devil J or Gospel? I almost forgot.
Oh yeah, it's Gospel.
Gospel first,
Right.
of course. Yeah, let's go later for the surprise, of course, at Omega. But this will be so far Gospel, as what Otto has told us as Zenshaw. So sounds familiar to you guys. I believe that was from Infuse Otolus, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, Infuse. One of the good players of Infuse, and it's reflecting on his experience. 74% kill participation in the KDA of 19.33 damage per minute, 1,189 with Corky, lovely Jin, and Lucian. So the first Jin user for now that that's up by DR Esports, and really looking good with those stats.
19k, that's too high. Riku.
Yeah.
It is. It is pretty high. He's crazy. I mean, very understandable. Again, Zenshaw Gospel now. He has been one of the staple names for sure back in the League PC days. A very familiar face and name as well back in the Pro Gaming series. And very excited to see this matchup for sure because this is veterans versus veterans. It's like years of build-up and experience. And of course, DR Esports are going to go head-to-head up against Omega Esports. Of course, Omega has been, again, back in the summer season. They were able to qualify. They even finished top at the South Luzon group stages, finished fourth for the summer season playoffs. And of course, let's start again with Otaluz. What do you think is the magic? What are your expectations? How do you think, which lane do you think are they going to play around with?
It's too hard to predict. All I know is that Impressive is not going to take the backseat here. We all know that when he is given the go signal on his Riven, on his Lee Sin, so many in, right? He's in to carry the games for Omega Esports. Now, every time, whenever we see a 5-headed dragon, if there's ever one, there are so many mouths to feed that we have to really consider. Is it the time for Horizon to show up? Because we know Horizon is a very good Akali player. He played Darius yesterday that was also very effective. But if you have so many mouths to feed, you can only allocate so much resources that at the end of the day, you have to carefully plan out as to who's going to really be your focal point in this particular game. And knowing the conditions of DR Esports of late, in where Edaf was really shining out of his mind, I think this is going to be a mid-jungle synergy that will be tested out.
Yeah, and I wanted to throw in, of course, from the solo player highlight that this guy has been one of the pillars of Omega, one of the players also that plays a lot of Ziggs way back then, and pretty excited with the surprise, of course, as everyone on the Omega squad, that we know that they have their own caliber. And the solo player highlight, let's go. Any moment right now, this is, of course...
Let me guess, Arise?
Time lapse, I think. Is it?
It's
Ziggs?
the
it's
boy. It's the birthday boy. We give the spotlight to the birthday boy because time lapse. It's it's birthday.
Right.
Happy birthday! And I was waiting for the flash because, of course, the banger and 7.67 KDA kill participation of 63% damage per minute, which is 1,658. Really, really high. Yes, he doesn't have as flashy of the KDA, the same as on the other side of the spectrum, Gospel, but the damage per minute is giving a lot of wins coming in from Omega, delivering the pain, making sure that every attack counts.
It's going to be a very exciting matchup for sure. Gospel versus Timelapse, looking forward to that. But of course, there's also another matchup to look forward to at the Globe Key Player Clash. It is, I believe, going to be the Baron lane. It's Devil J versus Horizon, so it's going to be a top lane matchup. Audeluz, how do you think this matchup is going to go?
So from their days of battling when they were from their previous teams, I'm sorry, I'm paying respects to their previous fans or previous team's fans, but Devil J with Sunsparks, which are not with us right now, and also Horizon from Next Play. Feels to me that Devil J can stand toe-to-toe against Horizon, but feels like that Horizon always has Devil J's numbers. So when you look at the kill participation of Devil J, that's because he's designated of a role, and that is to continue to dominate on the side lanes, and if given the opportunity, flank using his Riven. Horizon hasn't shown any other champion outside of Akali and Darius, but I feel like he's also very proficient and is a perfect fit for the carries like the Irelia and like the Riven, so we'll see.
Yeah, and you can see that the KDA is fairly close, but Horizon making waves. That's 41%, and knowing that this guy didn't play all of Omega's matches. There are times that there are some transition with JLC, but that kill participation of 41% speaks a lot that he is one of the integral factors of the team that kind of caused the Baron laner to be less of an attention coming in from Impressive, because they already trust that JLC and Horizon can handle their own. But as for Devil J, I love the growth, the improvement from Sunsparks to DR Esports. It feels like this is one of his step-up plays, considering that they are making those big plays with him, and there's more trust coming in from this guy.
That's true. It is one of those things where, one could be a little bit more focused towards the split pushing, and one could be a little bit more focused on the 5v5s. And excited to see how that's going to pan out. And I'm sure the next question I'm going to ask you to will be a little bit much harder now compared to before, because this is, again, a test of veteranship. I will start with you, Otaluz. Who do you think is going to win this series?
Shocker knows my reason. And I'm not going to be I'm not willing to share it publicly, but I'm thinking that DR Esports will win this 2-1 or 2-0.
Okay, 2-1, 2-0. Okay,
I'm giving
Osiris.
Bro, why? But yeah, I mean, this is a tight match, and I don't really have. It's a half-hearted decision, but I want to go with Omega on this one, just because Otalus is back on the panel, and guys, that I am opposed to Otalus. So
I'm right though.
I gotta go
there's
with
a point.
Omega.
Okay, Omega. The panel is split, and I am the tiebreaker.
Okay,
So, okay, this is gonna be hard. I'm gonna go with 2-1 in favor of Omega, because we've seen Omega back in the summer season, and that is my reason. Okay, all right. But of course, if you want to join in the fun, join in the conversation, we're at Twitter. You can tweet at us, tweet your reactions, tweet who your favorite player, favorite team is. What do you think so far of the Group C and D performances, especially the match that we just saw in the third series? I'm sure you guys have plenty of reactions, so do tweet at us. Don't forget to include the hashtags #CIconSeriesPH, and as well as #Dominate the Rift. And who knows, we can feature your tweet over here at the stream, and we're gonna react to that too and read that to the viewers out there. But of course, y'all very excited about this next series, so I'm not gonna take any longer, and I'm gonna send it over to the casters. So go, casters, take it away.
Minions have spawned.
The fight of the night. This is marking the territory. The winner will say, "We own this group." DR Esports versus Omega Esports. The perfect final fight for this weekend. Let's go, baby. I'm excited, and I'm in a boxing mood right now because our kababayans doing their best to win Olympic gold medals in boxing. I know you're excited. Otalus, are you ready to rumble?
I love the intros, but I'm on the ninja mood, right? So just came from the casters to the panel, and now I'm back to the caster desk. But yeah, it's definitely an exciting time to be a Filipino. So good luck to our representative. Is that the female division or the male division that you're talking about?
Male division 1 and 1 in the female division.
Okay, so there are 2. Well, make that 3, because this is a heavyweight battle that we have right now between Omega Esports and DR Esports. I had to seg that way that in. I think that was seamless though. I hope. But yeah, DR Esports definitely a heavyweight right now, 2-0. No losses yet for them, as well as Omega Esports. Although for Omega Esports, they had one team loss, just one. So 2-1 when they were facing up against Chasing Dreams, that had their first realization of a win against Jamie's Esports. So this time around, they're going to face I would say a sleeping giant. Are they a sleeping giant? That's how they celebrate, right?
I would say yeah, the sleeping giant, and with the caliber of Omega Esports, the Giants should be waking up this evening, because this one is not an easy task for DR Esports, man.
Definitely not. Omega Esports has everything covered right now. I feel like JLC as as a player really fits Omega so well. So their previous iteration in where they're willing to allocate resources. Time lapse, happy birthday, man. Hope you enjoy your day. Moving forward, okay, not yesterday night because this is a very important game for you. But
Right.
yeah, you get what I mean, right? Look at the damage, right? 29% damage share, with over 800 gold per minute. I think that's very efficient coming from the Dragon laners. And again, when talking about time lapse, I'm not afraid to really go out and say that he's one of the best Dragon laners that we have here, a marksman that we have here in the Philippines. So there you go. We have entered the Riot Go territory, and we're in the draft.
Yeah. Ready to rumble, man. And we have the bans already. DR Esports will not allow the Zed, Gragas, and Darius. So that's on to Horizon, man. And then we have TF, Oriana, and Riven on the bans on Omega Esports side.
Akali's open. So
Yeah, it's open.
that's a potential Akali pick waiting to happen. Now that we know that Horizon is the one going to play a Taf, going for the Lee Sin instead of the Jarvan. We know that.
Oh, deny.
Yeah, they had to. Right. Okay, Akali, that's going to the hands of Adaf, right? Adaf is also a very good Akali player.
But look at that, man. Omega Esports gets 3 power picks out their own. Oh, I thought I was going to go for a
That's
6.
also a power pick for Stronger. It's a very comfortable
True.
pick for him. I think
Connected.
Renekton for Horizon. That makes sense as well. So I think
All right.
everything has been checked so far. What I'm concerned about was DR Esports' openness to leave the Lucian over to Timelapse yesterday. He was very good on it. Remember, there was a time in where he wasn't reached and he was just out there dishing, John Wick's bullets over to his opponents. And I think it's going to continue with how the draft is ongoing. I'm going to analyze the whole draft. I'm the type of person that I really have to delve deep into it and need a couple of minutes. So, Leonit, maybe your take first before I give mine.
Oh man, Omega Esports, man. They got the Lucian, they got the Galio, they got the Janna, they got the Renekton. Only Zig is not here in the power pick side for Omega Esports. So this is a very powerful lineup. Not really sure with the Graves though. They did well with the Graves pick. So I'm not really convinced of the Graves pick yet. But yeah, I love Omega Esports team comp right now.
I feel like Graves is a very good pick right now because if they go for another melee champion, then they might get outranged by their opponents. Or actually not really, because the mid laner for DR Esports is Akali, so that's also a melee champion. So Graves, though, again, has been changed a bit during patch 2.4. And we saw him build Essence Reaver first item on this champion. He knows something out of the jungle champions. I saw his post about Riven jungle. This time he's out here to prove that Graves jungle is also very viable.
Yes, definitely. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time. Welcome to the Wild Rift. Welcome to game number 1 of our last series for this day. DR Esports going up against Omega Esports on the mid side. Priority is going to go to the Omega Esports, and everyone is going to fall to their respective lanes.
Yep, and on the top side, we see a matchup between Renekton and Camille of Devil's J and Horizon. So, normally I would favor Renekton in this matchup because the empowered second skill can shred the adaptive defenses in a snap. That's how it is. And you can use your dash well to avoid tactical sweeps because that's the laning kit of a Camille in the early game. Also worried that Devil J went for Ignite rather than going for Barrier because I know that one way or another Horizon Impressive and Arise could set up a dive over to Devil J at the 2 minute and 30 seconds mark. But for now, everything is quiet for both squads.
Yes, Edf is going to have a little bit of hard time here on the mid side though. But here it is at the top. Trades right here. It's going to be connecting onto Devil J. Horizon will come on top. Priority on Horizon side, but still 0-0 on the board.
Yep, and they will converge here on the bot side. I think the Crabs.
Cutler, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Who
It's already
got it?
taken, so blue
It's color
side.
blue. It's color
Right.
blue. Yeah.
Right. Your esports will get the bottom side. At the top side, Renekton will prep the crab for themselves. They have to get it to even things out.
Not only that, but because of the amount of pressure that Renekton has over the Camille right now, he's able to, help out, clear out the Scuttle Crab. And that's the reason why Impressive went straight to the bottom side
Right.
to maybe even get double Scuttle start. But Arisen has to be careful because Etaf is in the area.
True, and wise enough, Arisen will go back home. So does Camille. TPs are already coming in, getting their items, and they should be back into their lanes. It's still early in the game. The first Drake is going to be Mountain Drake, though, so this is going to be interesting, man.
What another thing that is very interesting is Impressive's way of playing the jungle. He just has a different read, right? And look at his Keystone Mastery right now. It's the face rush. So that means that once he gets the third proc or third hit onto any opponent, he will get a sudden boost onto his move speed. Not only that, also slow reduction as well. Arisen though, he's level 5, he'll be fine.
Yes, definitely. Double J, good trades right here, putting things into his favor. But the creep wave is going to go to the side of Omega Esports as they will get priority.
And Etaf still hasn't gone home, hasn't bought anything. I'm not sure if he went on to, steal a couple of gold on the mid side. Because if he did, no, he didn't, right? So at 2,500 gold, you won't be able to really buy a completed item. So he had to go for the 2 armor penetration items, right? The Caulfield Hammer and Serrated Dirk. I think that's the name of that item. And it's now clear. Etaf is not going for the utility first item. Rather, he wants to go for the punches, a la boxing. And I think right now, with 10 seconds to go, we are in for an action.
Yeah, Corky is going to be TPing back home. The Scuttler right here is going to be taken by DR Esports, so that will be an advantage onto their side if ever the clash will happen onto the mountain hit. I mean, the Drake hit right here. But yeah, Etaf is already starting the Dragon right here. He is kind of punctual at this point, as everyone, though, is going to be reaching this area. Etaf will back away. That's a very wise decision right there. Tensions are running high. So far, Renekton is going to be TPing back home. I think he wants to join this fight. This slow is going to be connecting, but they're already safe under the turret. So good so far by Mega Esports.
Yeah, they have a double marksman composition here, Omega Esports. And if this goes long, I believe that Omega Esports has the scaling advantage. But the Dragon?
Yeah, the Dragon, 4 champions right here on DR Esports side. It's already half HP down. You need to get down here if you want to contest for this, but too late, my friends. DR Esports will take the first Globe Dragon Slain moment of this game.
Yep.
And on the mid side, all that thought, man, it is going to connect. The Hextech Ultimatum Tidal Wave is going to be invested too. And those are 2 big ultimates right there.
Steal?
But, oh no, big steal right here by DR Esports, and they will take the Rift Herald. The HP bars of Omega is already down, so they will have to back away. Graves goes down, and so does the Galio. That will end in a 2-for-0 special in favor of DR Esports, and off the bat, they will use the Rift Herald right away for the top side.
Yep, top side is the prize for Etaf. Dragon, Rift Herald, and
first turret.
Even a first turret, first brick.
And first blood.
Yeah, first blood. Everything about this early game speaks DR Esports, and I feel like they need this boost because then again, the double marksman composition that Omega Esports currently is running will probably give DR Esports a huge amount of headaches come late game, right? But for now, if they continue to press on the pressure again with Gospel having that mid power spike, look at that. 2,700 gold invested on Mirmooo. It will transform into an item. I think in 2 minutes and 2 minutes and 30 seconds. That's the normal timing for an item to transform. And Rox wants to make sure that he has enough vision towards his opponent. His enchant boots is the Spooky Ghost or the Twin Ghost, and that's also very good if you're in the lead.
True, definitely. And look at that, man. With the gold injection, with the paycheck that DR Esports got, Camille has already completed the Triforce, and that's scary.
Yeah,
At the
sure.
top, X6
Wow.
ultimatum onto the Croc, and just like that, he gets erased. So Horizon is already down. Top start taking a pounding right here, and that will be enough for DR Esports. They got plates down, so that is good for them. 3K gold lead, DR Esports at 7 minutes in.
Yeah, and they know the cooldowns, right? Arise's ultimate is not yet up, especially not at level 8, in where it's only a level 1 ultimate, so they know how long it is before it goes up. They know their numbers. And once they knew that, hey, you know what, Horizon, even under the turret, we can dive this. That's the Sunspark synergy that we saw multiple times in their previous teams, Atap and Devil J, just making things happen in the Barrett side of the map.
Yes, definitely. At the bottom side, things are getting spicy for Omega Esports. They are being pushed away under the turret right now. They even used the culling to clear the wave. So DR Esports are totally in control on the Dragon lane also.
7 minutes and 49 seconds these are the timings in where people are starting to complete at least 1.5 item, or maybe even go for an enchant on their boots. Look at Gospel. Gospel went for not for tenacity, right? I think if he doesn't need tenacity at this point, I think it's safe to say that they have to go armor boots. And that's a very good decision for Gospel if you're looking at the composition that the Mega has right now. Now, the thing here is with the package being picked up this early, it might time out before the dragon fight even starts.
True. Graves is looking at the bottom side as the fight breaks loose. Corky will be able to get away. He should be okay. Dragon should be spawning next 15 seconds. Look at that, Horizon just being bullied off the lane. And another turret goes down in favor of DR Esports. That will extend the lead into 5K. That is bad at 8 minutes in for Omega Esports.
Definitely bad, right? 2 towers up only being secured here by DR Esports. And yet, the gold lead has ballooned to this much. And not only that, they also have a very good position in getting another dragon for themselves. Time lapse though.
Yeah, this is a Cloud Drake, so this is scary if ever you give this out for free for DR Esports. DR Esports are already in the area. Omega Esports themselves are in preparation already for the fight if ever this breaks out. The Dragon should be resetting right here. Pressure on the mid. That is going to be the key for their opening in the Dragon, but it is going to be Galio who will get the priority.
Galio almost always gets the priority against Akali, right? When it comes to wave clear, I think we know who has a better wave clear between the two. And important thing to note here is both the jungler and the mid laner for DR Esports has Stasis Ancient. We'll see how they're going to use this in this dragon fight.
Let's see. I think a dragon fight is going to come loose. Who will pull the trigger right here? Too late, Omega Esports. Wrap this one up and put a ribbon on it as DR Esports gets another gift. Globe Dragon Slaying moment. That's the second Drake. So Omega Esports will just opt for a trade here on the mid turret. The turret is already down. Renekton is going to be tanking for everyone. The gulling is going to be used right here. Will not hit on point, but mission accomplished for Omega Esports. They get a trade. The mid turret goes down.
I don't think they can go for the Baron. I know it's very squishy at this point, but there is a flank.
All right, this is a good position right here for Omega Esports. 3 champions are caught off guard on DR Esports side, but Omega Esports will not pursue as there it is. Camille is already doing Camille stuff at the bottom side. A few more pokes and this turret should go down. And no one is even here. DR Esports not letting everyone go home. So this is good. Split push pressure is on.
Yeah, that's Devil J special for you, right? Even back in summer season, you know that his role is to really win the 1v1, get those towers down, get the map advantage for your squad, and translate it into multiple objectives. So far, all the checklists that DR Esports came in and prepared with are slowly and surely being checked at the moment. Is there a win condition for Omega Esports? Definitely there is, especially with the late game really on the side of Omega Esports. So the question is, I feel like that the crowd control and the gauge isn't really there for Omega Esports. So forcing a mistake at this point is really going to be very difficult, especially with what's happening.
Talking about engagement, there it is. Hex 6 Ultimatum is going to be casted onto the Renekton, but no follow-up for DR Esports. So far, the following is going to be on point, but Gospel will be able to get out with the fruit right there. Tidal Wave is going to be casted right here, and it is time lapse starting to pop off. But here comes the cavalry from the Mega Esports side. Let's see, no, the Lucian goes down, so that's bad for Mega Esports. Stronger is going to be caught up right here by the Camille. Camille will not be able to go there on time. Even the Q is not going to be there, so the Janna will survive. This will end in a 1-for-1 trade, but that was... Oh, no! The Graves goes down. What a play right there by ETAP. Top turret is going to go down. Oh, this was down already, but another win by DR Esports that time. This is getting out of hand. Omega Esports will have to look for a way to stop the bleeding. 12 minutes and 40 seconds in.
And that's fairly hard to do, especially with Devil J being this far ahead of Horizon. I think that's almost 5K at half.
This Edaf played with fire
Devil
right
J,
there.
Devil J. Devil J is in
the Camille.
Yeah,
he's gonna be caught right there.
Yeah, that's he was against 3 people, I guess, a bit more than he can show. But you're right, DR Esports is just still ahead. Okay, at the end of the day, we should still give them the credit of how they play the early game. And at 13 minutes with this amount of gold in their pockets, they can just still continue to force fights. Now, Omega Esports has to find the right opening for time-lapse to really make his influence felt here. We saw it once, right? He was able to pick Brox at one point. However, there were early teleports that has been invested. Devil J when he came in, Adaf when he came in, that was just enough for Omega Esports superstar Dragon Laner to just go down. Look at the gold. It's all funneled on time lapse, so a lot of the weight is really on the shoulders of time lapse to carry this game for them.
Yes, definitely. So next 10 seconds. No, the Infernal Drake is already alive right here. Etaf though is in a tight spot right here. Renekton is gonna go in. Etaf will have to flash away. Tidal Wave is gonna be invested right here so that survive. The taunt is not gonna be connecting. Stasis will be forced onto Timelapse. Timelapse, you are lucky enough, my friend, to go into the back lines. Let's see who will win this one. Still 0-0. Omega Esports is going to be pushed away. As impressive. And Timelapse is already having to be done. Look at that. The Devil J split push. That was a 4v5. I didn't notice that, but well played right there by DR Esports. And because of that window, that pressure, blue team, DR Esports will get another Globe Dragon Slain moment. Infernal Drake for DR Esports.
Yeah, and this is no way Horizon's fault, right? It was DR Esports just capitalizing, camping Horizon on the top side, getting Devil J ahead. It is their game plan in this particular game, and it really translated so well for them to a point that Devil J was able to get an inhibitor turret uncontested. That's the strength of this player. That's DR Esports knowing their strengths and knowing their win conditions and sticking into it. Now they're going to send Devil J onto the bottom side of the map and make a play for the Baron. And I don't think Omega Esports has what it takes right now to at least contest.
Let's see. They're setting up for a kill onto Devil J. They want to punish this. Teach him a lesson. Horizon is already on the chase. The hunt is there. Time-lapse will cut the exit right here, but Devil J is fast enough. It's a 1v1 action right here, and Time-lapse doesn't want a piece of that. But the rest of the team is on to the Baron already. That is Graves already going down. Hex 6 Ultimatum plus the Wombo combo with the Tidal Wave at the backlines. It's going to be the Galio to try to take things into control. But no, he is going to go down. Camille with a double kill right there. Horizon, only one left to mourn for the team as they get obliterated by DR Esports. Now, DR Esports, they are going to brute force their way in for the win. And they win this one convincingly. Time to go to sleep. DR Esports wins game number 1.
Talk about sending a message Wait. Okay, may I make a request? I'm not sure what that post is called. That's a Dragon Ball reference. I hope the chat can help me out with this one, right? There's this 5-man post. I'm not sure. Rico, I need help! I'm Dragon Ball reference! And Yuko, those anime weebs out there, help me out on the chat or something. But yeah, that's about sending a message. Multiple badges, multiple emotes, right? At the end of it all. Yeah, Genio Force! Thank you, Direct.
Genio Force, yes,
Genio Force. If DR Esports can hear me, and I hope they can, please make a Genio Force post. That will be very awesome. But yeah, that was about sending a message to Omega Esports that, hey, you know what? This is not your group. This is a group that we will fight for, and if you want this, you have to earn it.
Yeah, man, challenge accepted. You dared them to get for a new skit at the end of the game, so they weren't sleeping this time. They went for the post. But anyways, here are the numbers of the game. It is 10-2 on the board. 4-1-3 on our MVP Devil J with the split push, messing up with the minds of Omega Esports. Yeah, man, talk us through the numbers.
No, most of that numbers. I feel like we had so much of those numbers during our match number 3. All in
let's
the
go to the
action.
highlights.
Yeah, let's go to the highlights. 0.94 plays of the game, ladies and gentlemen. Again, this is time-lapse. Finding that small window of getting an assassination onto Rocks. Rocks is so squishy. You can see the still the potential, or still the promise of drafting Lucian. Very heavily prioritized by Omega Esports is there, but boom. At this point, 12 minutes in, the damage is coming from almost everywhere. You have Akali on the draft, and I feel like if Omega Esports could redo the draft, they would probably go for Akali first rotation and deny it from the draft and give it to Horizon. Because I think that's almost always going to be a good plan if you're Omega Esports.
Right. This was the part where the split push is starting to punish Omega Esports. They were very busy here in the mid side, and they realized already Camille is at the top. Let's forget about this
21.
fight because our base is more important. Here's the last fight right here. Rampage onto the Lee Sin. This was crazy, man.
Yeah, it's crazy. What's even crazier is their posts. Man, I love their personalities. They are esports. And look at those. Look at those badges. They are sending a message. They even want to do a merry-go-round just to say, you know, Mega Esports is not, it's not over. This group is not for you to win. We are here. And we are currently lossless or flawless in terms of win-loss record. But wow.
Yeah, there you go, man. Master of the match is Devil J on the Camille. Crazy. The KDA is just 70% kill participation, but the split push, man, that adds up to the dimension of the game. It was messing up with the minds of Omega Esports that Omega Esports could not really do their game plan.
Not at that point anymore, right? I think that was 2 times in a row or 3 times in a row when we're in Devil J was able to get the best of Ryzen. And with this is what I would call the growing pain of integrating a new member.
True.
I think JLC is better when being played on the weak side of the map. And impressive. I was carefully looking at how he was doing his pathing, and he's more willing to play for time-lapse and Arise. And that's okay, right? I mean, that's the dilemma that you will have, and that's a good problem to have. Too many maps to feed. Who do you prioritize? And Arise's role at that point was to absorb pressure and make sure to not go down as easy as 1, 2, 3, right? And he didn't really make it easy for Devil J. He was just helped by Ataf. Ataf is really the real MVP, I believe.
True. Usually that's the deal breaker right there. X Factor is usually, if it's an even lane, the X Factor is your jungler. And that was it for that game. It was supposed to be Renekton's lane usually, but it was Devil J who was owning that because of the help of the jungler. Let's review the draft right here. Zed, again, Gragas, the Darius was banned, so it was denied onto Arisen, TF, Oriana, and Riven.
Okay, so TF, Oriana, and Riven. I feel like Oriana is a stretch. They could have
Right.
given Oriana away. I feel like Arise is so. Well, the thing here is Oriana, or Edaf also had a very good showing on Oriana, if I'm not mistaken. So that's a very understandable draft. Again, these are
Right.
two teams that are very, very knowledgeable on the game. Two veterans going at it going against each other, and it feels to me that they know how to win by the draft. And looking at the draft right now, it feels to me that Impressive and Omega Esports was very confident that they're not going to get punished in the early game.
True.
And that they did. They got punished heavily by GR Esports to a point that they could not reach their destination, the late
True.
game promised land for Omega Esports. So, yeah, still,
Yeah.
well played.
Yeah, I think that Omega Esports got the majority favor of this draft. They got Illusion, they got a Galio, they got the Renekton, Janna. I think the final pick on the Graves, I'm still not convinced if Graves is really that strong in this high level gaming where junglers really matter a lot. I think the kit of Graves, you mentioned that earlier, they don't have enough catch for the team, and that was the problem right there. I think that was the problem with the Graves pick.
I'm trying to think as well, because if it's the 2v2s that we're talking about, if Renekton and Graves goes up to face against Camille and Lee Sin, that's how I look at the draft, right? I also look at not just the 5v5, but the 2v2 skirmishes. And it feels to me that Graves is okay, had it been that Impressive played for Horizon. These are the times in where you will have a team discussion as to, wait, Horizon needs help. And Impressive is very good at that, right? He knows how to position himself to really get advantage of the counter gaps. And you know what's the best gap? It's the counter ganks, right? Because it throws up a lot of things that is going good for your opponents. 2v2 wise, Renekton and Graves against Camille and Lee Sin, I feel like it should favor the team that has the Renekton almost every time. But there were windows that were taken advantage of by DR Esports that they knew, hey, you know what? Impressive is not here. That's how the communication goes, right? Impressive is on the bot side. He showed up. Time to dive. That's it.
Right. Definitely. So yeah. Adjustments. Let's talk about the potential game number 2. Any adjustments that you want to do for Omega Esports to try to clinch the game number 2?
Well, first off, if they're going to play Horizon, I think they have to utilize Horizon's full potential and have him go carry. I know that Renekton is also a carry, but I mean, at least prioritize him on the draft. I know that Lucian and Galio is a very good or are very good champions on paper, but we have to remember that Horizon was just born for the champion.
True.
He was born to play Akali, I guess. He's a cheat code on Akali. So I would probably select Lucian and Akali and give away the Galio. Although Camille and Galio is actually very good as well because you pair it up with Ziggs and you have the Camille, Galio, and Ziggs. So I think overall, from the first half of the draft, Omega Esports did the right thing of going for the Lucian and Galio, and DR Esports countered with the right thing as well of denying the Akali and giving it to Edaf.
Yeah, and Edaf is a very good Akali player himself. So yeah, that was a very, very good pick right there. Kind of a hard mid matchup going up against a Galio, but in the right hands, Akali will still pop off as an assassin in the mid lane, right?
evenly matched draft, if you're going to ask me. Again,
True.
it all boils down as to where do you play your strengths, and
Mm-hmm.
it's raining cats and dogs right now. So I hope everyone out there watching are safe and are dry in your homes. But yeah, it's impressive. I feel like he could. I know he knows what he's doing, right? He could play for the team more than what happened earlier, and
Right.
it's not nitpicking his playstyle. I love his playstyle. Don't get me wrong, but
Mhm.
you're integrating something new for the squad in the Bryson. And if he's so used to JLC surrendering resources for impressive, it's not going to be the same thing for Horizon. I think that's the case.
Yeah, true. Because Horizon really wants to step up in the team fights. That's a good point right there. Maybe we'll see the Riven once again. But yeah, in that game, number 1, Camille just snowballed like crazy. She was unstoppable. If they don't have enough catch, you saw that at a certain point, they went for a setup on a kill onto the Camille on the bottom side. Renekton went in. Akali was just too fast. Lucian went for the punish, wanted to do the punish, but got a little pokes and just had to back away. It was really crazy that Akali at that point, it was really messing up with the plan of Omega Esports. They couldn't execute anymore.
Yeah, looking at Riven, it was actually bad by Omega as response to Devil J's ability to play the champion. So it feels like this two teams, they're playing a chess match. Just from the draft alone, there you can see that they know Akali would still be open after the first rotation.
Right.
And Darius, which is one of the champions that Horizon is formidable on. I think Horizon has 3 champions that can really work for him. That's the Darius, Renekton, and Akali. And I don't mind the Renekton pick for Horizon. Don't get me wrong, but
true.
Feels like that if that happens again, if Devil J and Fate's coordination, synergy, it's the individual skills won't matter because we're talking to V1.
Right, definitely. Renekton, that's the first time I've seen Horizon go for the Renekton. Did you see other games, the Horizon?
Oh yeah, definitely. I
You
think
did?
we casted Horizon under Renekton once.
All right.
Yeah. Because I remember I did emphasize that there was a highlight play by Horizon on the Renekton during the summer season. And that was prior to Renekton getting the buffs.
True.
Right? That was the Barney state. I would say.
Barney.
but yeah, that's the point, right? I think there was one. Yeah, I reckon it's the second time Horizon is going for that champion. And again, we're talking about pro players here. This players could play anything. It's just about the comfort. It's also about which lanes will the team play for. Right? Again, too many mouths to feed is not always a good thing.
True. I think I have a feeling that JLC will be playing in game number 2. Omega, this is game number 2. You cannot lose this. This is a winner go home game for them. So I think they're gonna go for their comfort lineup. I think there's a big chance that JLC is gonna be playing for game number 2. That we could be seeing lots of changes. If that happens, we will know for sure. In a bit, DR Esports, at the very least, Omega Esports was able to bring out the best of DR. I think DR Esports were serious in this draft, and I think this is their best draft because they are going up against Omega.
I'm just so excited to see game number 2 because I know that for a fact that Omega Esports will not go down without a fight. Especially it's a special day of their Dragon Laner time lapse.
Yeah, definitely.
Happy birthday again! Woohoo! Birthday
And let's not forget, we have new coach for Omega Esports. Definitely, they have an extra. They have an extra head for the right adjustments for game number 2. So game number 2 is going to be very interesting indeed.
I agree. Totally agree. Again, when it comes to Glazox's draft, he knows how to play Superstar junglers. SSK used to play for him. Raven in the mid side during his time in the Alliance was a very good Twisted Fate player. A very reliable Dragon laners and Golden Feet and Rich. So there's a lot of things to consider. I feel like with what happened during game number 1, Mega Esports will open up finally page number 2, 3, 4, and 5 on their playbook.
Most definitely. So yeah, kudos to DR Esports for waking up. They're the dragons, but I think Omega Esports, the dragon inside is already awake for this game number 2. So I'm really, really excited for game number 2. That's going to be happening in a bit. Speaking of game number 2, welcome to the Champ Select screen by Riot. Go. The bans are already here. TF Riven still is not going to be allowed. Oriana is still the same ban. Zed, Camille, Darius on the DR side. Omega Esports will go on the blue side.
And look at the amount of respect the DR Esports is showing Ryzen right now. DR Esports is going to pick up Kali on first rotation rather than going for the Galio and Lucian. Take away the most comfortable champion that Ryzen has in his playbook. But yeah, at the end of it all, though, this is Lee Sin still being made available for Impressive, a player that we have seen make things work over and over again on this champion, is now back on the Blind Monk.
Yes, definitely, but Impressive. Interestingly enough, it's going to be another Renekton onto the Ryzen. Let's see what changes, what happens in that lane. Olaf for DR Esports and Nami for the support.
Olaf, okay. Are we having 1, 2, second, 3 thoughts on this attack? Olaf. Okay, Olaf.
Please.
If they don't play fast, it's not going to work, right?
Right.
Feels like that Adap and the gang of DR Esports is willing to really go for the fast tempo. They're even willing to go for the Fizz, which is known for a very good champion in the mid game. Right. One item is good for him to just erase one champion. However, the answer here, Lulu for stronger. Wow.
Lulu with the Renekton, that's crazy. So yeah, man. I think Omega Esports is gonna go for a very good initiation right there with the Fizz, and then Nami is gonna help things out, and then Olaf goes in. That's what they're gonna go for. But I like the DR Esports. No, it should be Omega at the top side, right? So yeah, I like the Omega Esports lineup right here, man.
Okay, so wait, who do I favor more in this draft? I feel like I love Omega's draft more.
Right.
More to their identity. Impressive is going to be A-okay. We'll have a field day, honestly, just to stand toe-to-toe against the early game of Adaf and company. Fizz versus Galio. Galio can just make sure to clear the waves for him and his squad. And that's about it, right? You have an insurance in the late game, and even has 2 supports for your queen, Kaisa. Right. Not just the Lulu, but also the Galio. And if Impressive feels like doing the same thing as what we saw earlier, he could also do some peel kicks, peel Dragon Rage for him and his squad.
Yes, definitely a very interesting game number 2, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Wild Rift. Let's see, we are pretty even on the gold count and 0-0 still on the board. We should be seeing preparations for taking the Rift Scuttlers at 1 minute and 15 seconds. Olaf is already here on the bottom side. I think Lee Sin is comfy enough to go for the top side.
Still on the verge of trying to understand what are the win conditions for both the teams. But all I know is this is not going the distance. This is definitely not going 30 minutes, let alone 20 minutes. I feel like both the squads will, find the right opportunity to finish this early and fast. But if this goes the distance, though, I would always favor
set up at the top. There it is. Lee Sin goes in. Impressive will attempt a gank onto Devil J. Devil J sniffs that out. Here comes the Rise. The taunt is going to be connecting right here. Devil J will be half HP down. There's no more shroud available. The Sonic Wave is not going to connect, and that is bad for Omega Esports. They are in a tight spot right now. but Fizz is half HP down. So this is bad. And there it is. There was a ward right there. And that is first blood taken by Omega Esports on that Akali. Well played, Omega.
Yeah, and this is the Omega Esports that I expected to happen during the game number 1, right? In where Renekton of Horizon does get the priority over Devil J. But
the bubble is going to be connecting onto Timelapse, but the shield is going to be there. Gospel already very low at this point, so they cannot go aggressive in this dragon lane.
Right, and again, going back to my point there, Leonid, before I go out of my mind for the next couple of things that is happening. Again, Ryzen and Devil J, they're 1v1 during the early parts of the game number 1, and Ryzen was actually having an advantage, or getting an advantage, right? But there was no follow-up. And on the mid side, though,
Galio is gonna go down. Good job by the Olaf with the rotation here in the mid side, and DR Esports even things out 1-1. But it is Omega Esports with no, not 1k gold lead, pretty even gold still, but 1-1. Well played, DR Esports.
And the shuriken will hit. Will there be a follow-up? Oh, the perfect execution too is already used by Devil J, so I don't think there will be an execution whatsoever for Ryzen, especially with the Dominus still up and available for him and his champion. Now, the thing here is, again, Omega Esports did the right thing, getting the first blood, although there was a quick, slight misplay of the Sonic Wave not hitting the primary target, Devil J. There was still an opening for Impressive to get the first blood. That was immediately countered, though, by the rotation by Adaf and Attack on the mid side.
All right, look at this. Omega Esports on their aggression. They will catch DR Esports unprepared for this dragon, and this one is for free. Omega Esports gets the first Globe Dragon Slain moment, and that's the Mountain Drake.
Mountain Dragon, and feels like the DR Esports wasn't even prepared to take a trade. I think this is the first time I've seen a sequence of objectives that, goes 1 and then 2. It feels like, in 2.4, almost every team is willing to trade rather than just give 1 for free.
True. Definitely. It was Omega Esports. Kudos to them. They prepared early for the spawn of the objectives. Right here, though, your Esports are already in the pit. They're starting the Rift Herald already, but Edaf will take a lot of damage right here. That will take him out in the fight. So Rift Herald right here. Look at that. Renekton just erases the Fizz of this ball game, and it is Omega Esports with their second big objective of the game. Rift Herald is available right here for Omega Esports. Are they going to be using it at the top side? There for sure. There is going to be a fight right here. Look at that Acacian Rain bathing onto A-Top, and top turret is being taken right now. There's going to be a fight right here. Tidal Wave is going to be used right here. It's going to be on point, but it's not going to be enough to save the teammate as Olaf goes down. Devil J is in the area, but his HP bar is already very low. Alarice goes in with the hero's entrance. Renekton did go down, so that's 2 champions dead on both sides. But even so far, the turret did not go down. 4-3 on the board. Gospel is left alone on the bottom side to take the first turret of the game. DR Esports will win that one.
Gospel, continue to read the map for yourself. did that feel forced? I feel like. But yeah, read Omega Esports like a book and took a first brick on the bottom side. That's a very good win for DR Esports. As soon as you think that Omega Esports is running away with things, DR Esports will come up with a counter punch. Devil J was very patient with the flank onto that bush, and they made it work, right? I think the most important part there was they were able to defend the tower, and Gospel was able to get one on the bot side. Now, follow up with that, it feels like Devil J is now carefully playing the map because he knows Impressive is here.
Yeah, Devil J, 2 champions here from Omega Esports, but here comes Cavalry, my friends. Akali is gonna go down though, but Impressive will go down himself. This is a 1-for-1 trade so far, and I think that's gonna be it for that fight. 5-4 on the board, 7 minutes in.
Yep, and it was Adaf that was able to get the kill onto Impressive, which means that he now has the double buff. That's a very good thing to have whenever you're an assassin. Looking at the items, really nice. That's Leech Bane already completed on Adaf. Meanwhile, Impressive is going for Yumus instead of the Guardian Angel. What else should we look for here? Hey, it's the Black Fever for Ataf. This
Alright.
I would, vouch for, because I've seen Olaf that goes for the Death Stance, and I feel like it lacks damage if you go that route. So yeah, just go for the Black Cleaver, and
Uh-oh.
yeah,
Hold that thought, man. Oh, the culling is going to be used right here. Rift Herald, though, is going to be here. So that is going to make everyone busy. While bottom turret on DR Esports side is going to be taken down by the Kaisa. Gospel at the top still with Olaf. Olaf is going to be TPing back home. Mid turret is going to go down. So that's 2 turrets going down in favor of Mega Esports. That's a large paycheck going to them. And they will take the Drake. Ocean Drake as their bonus. Well played, Omega Esports.
this is the scare whenever you're playing an Olaf, right? If you're not winning the early game, you will fall off hard and so much, but it still is within the Olaf territory. You can still make it work after the first completed item, make it 2 completed items. They can force fights, but feels like Mega Esports really has this early game for themselves, getting multiple towers for them and their squad. And the most important tower on the mid side was broken apart that fast. That will just boost Omega Esports' chances to shut down any attempt of DR Esports to come back.
Yes, and if ever this goes into late game, you mentioned it earlier, they have a late game insurance. Just protect the Kaisa. So that's going to be very important. And they have 2 dragon buffs already at the top side. DR Esports, are they going to be bothered to defend this? No, they're just going to give that up. And that's going to be it. The Omega Esports takes the top turret down.
Top turret and that rush.
All right,
Nice
good
sniff.
job. Good sniff right there by Rox. And let's see, Omega Esports will back away from this point on.
Daf still needs to find a primary target. And the thing about Fizz is, who do he target? If he
Let's see.
goes for time lapse, there is stasis, there is wild growth. Maybe the Lulu go for stronger, and not be, I would say, be content in getting an assassination onto one person. Maybe Impressive. Impressive is also very squishy. But if his ultimate goes to a Rise or a Ryzen, it's going to be negated real fast by their tankiness. And a Rise also has a kit to just support whoever gets fished down.
True,
So
true.
it's going to be a very difficult game for Fizz.
We'll see if they can still try to save things right now. That Twin Shadow is not going to be connecting, but everyone knows where everyone is. They are now marching towards the top side. Etap, it's a very good flank right here. We will see Impressive right here. Impressive will try to get out. Grand Entrance is going to be committed right here, just to make sure Impressive is not chunked down, as the Baron is already available. So that's good investment by Omega Esports. On the bottom side, the Croc, though, is going to be caught alone in a bad spot, but he will survive. Still, Dominus is going to be casted right here. Tidal Wave is going to be on point. That is the Croc down. That culling is going to be used right here.
Oh, nice
so
dodge.
much defense from Omega Esports side. They are surviving this. As Lucian goes down, Edap is the one left for the team, but he should go down in a bit. That's your Oppo ace of the game, and Omega Esports is now marching towards the Baron.
That fight started with Horizon being caught by Fizz's ultimate. Edaf. And again, that's the question that I have, right? Who is the primary target? They tried on Horizon. Horizon just popped the Dominus and even got a kill off of that. Was even able to get a trade kill against Devil J. I know Devil J is not getting the game that he wants right now, contrary to what happened during game number 1. But that's the problem that was presented for DR Esports from the draft alone. We have seen double assassins work previously, but with Lulu, with Galio, it's just so difficult.
Man, I don't know if you saw this, but were this TP boots forced?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, it was
It
for
was
they were
a-
for before we were
It was
forced
as a
to buy it.
response for the Baron, because Omega Esports was threatening the Baron take, and
Mm-hmm.
DR Esports went for the teleports just to scare them off, and that they did.
Yes, but definitely that's gonna be very, very painful for
Big
DR
investment.
Esports. Yeah, it's a big investment for them. Dragon is alive right here. This is Cloud Drake. You don't want to give this away just for free. So I think there is gonna be a fight. Olaf goes in with the Ragnarok. Tidal Wave is gonna be summoned too, but although Olaf is already dead, and that is painful. That is how low Edaf is if ever the Olaf is not gonna be protected. Oh man, this is going south for DR Esports now. Omega Esports will have the HP bars to take this one better. And here, DR Esports, they spent a lot for this Baron. Let's see if they are going to go fight for this one. As at the back lines, the Fizz is going to be focused on by the Croc. Is already very low. The Fizz, though, will take down the jungler of Omega
Gospel.
Esports. Lee Sin is going to go down. Kaiser is going to go down too. Oh no, this is bad. Lulu goes down as Lucian is erasing everyone.
They can get an
off of
ace.
Omega Esports. That's 3 champions dead. And they're gonna go for the chase. That is gonna be on point right there. The stasis is gonna be forced onto Arise. Arise, are you gonna survive? That's the chase right there. And that's 4 champions. That's an unofficial ace by DR Esports. And now they are marching to the Baron. That was well worth it. Those boots buy right there. And there's another TP right here, and that will force DR Esports out.
Yeah, this is how you force people out of the Baron pit. Just teleport. That's enough. And with the Horizon's ultimate up and available, if DR Esports did try to continue and breed themselves out on the Baron pit, it will be very difficult for them to stop the Crocodile. Again, Dominus has magic damage, AoE damage, and his kit is just AoE. But we are going to see now Adaf be evolving from one fish to another fish to a bigger fish. But that was time lapse. I feel like it's the Kaisa syndrome. You go in without without the peel from your teammates because you just feel like you're very confident that you can do it. And at that point, he was caught out of position, and Daph was so ready for him, was able to assassinate him. That was all she wrote, right, for that fight.
All right, the Croc at the top side. The culling is going to be used right here. Horizon will be fast enough, will be able to escape. That ward, that was spotted by the ward right there you're seeing on the screen. So well played Omega Esports so far. But somehow, DR Esports won that fight. So that should be momentum headed towards their side. They know that they can win fights now. So DR Esports, let's see what their plan is in the next part of this game.
Yeah, confidence booster, indeed. And that's the point, right, Olaf? There still
Olaf
is a good timing, but
slow down.
They're just going to be pushed away. Okay, Devil J, look at Devil J. He's still on his Devil J room and space. Just
bottom
go
third. Yeah, bottom third is gonna did go down. I think that was already down earlier, but the threat is real.
Down.
So yeah, well, it forced 2 TPs from Omega Esports, and that saved the team because that was Omega Esports wanted to go for a punish right there onto the team of DR Esports. But and again, let's see, at this point, 15 minutes, 50 seconds in, it's still Omega on top of this game with a 6K gold lead. DR Esports know, though, they can take a fight in this game.
Cyril the Scrudge SG already available for Gospel, by the way. So calling and slow interactions really, really cool to have. Adaf, though, he could be in for a surprise. Impressive. Oh, great senses.
Will the dog sniff it out? Yeah?
Great senses, I would say. Wow. Look at this.
Uh-oh.
Yikes.
Yeah, a little bit more.
He went
that
in.
is
No
gonna be a kill right there, man. The TPs are here though, so that's a save. So they're gonna go for the chase right there. The ultimate Chunderwater is gonna connecting onto the Lee Sin. Lee Sin is erased just like that in front of us. So this is big for DR Esports. TPs are already coming in.
No cancel. Yeah, no, it's Horizon.
All right, but time lapse in the mid will get a turret of his own. So this is TP's once again forced by
Elder Dragon.
DR Esports though. DR Esports are gonna force the Elder Dragon take in exchange for their mid turret Elder Drake. Which do you think is much more worth it there, man? That's
Elder Dragon always.
We're not gonna have time to explain this to everyone though. The tidal wave is not gonna be connecting right here, but here comes everyone. Guys, that's a big kill right there, man. I think that is a bad fight by Omega Esports. The Baron is available. You cannot afford to give up those kills, but your Esports is not going for the Baron.
Yep, and look at this. SG already available means that Gospel can just slow down this melee champions.
All right, the taunt is not going to be connecting right here. Our Rise is going to fall down just like that. Impressive is going to be the next target right here. It is going to connect once again. And with the Chum the Waters and get out of this map. Lee Sin goes down. Renekton though is on for the hunt right here. And Dap is already very low, but here comes Akali. 1v1 with the Croc. With that, one more poke, and he's gonna go down while his teammates is poking down the Baron. DR Esports takes a 4-for-1 trade, and they will take the Baron as their reward.
And oh my! What? That's two Chum the Waters that he was able to connect onto Impressive, and Impressive, man. He tried to flash out the first one, and he thought he was successful, but millisecond, I would say millisecond late from flashing away from danger. And another thing, right? Impressive went for the safeguard, but still was clipped by the edge of the ball. That's how you play fetch, ladies and gentlemen. That's how you play fetch. And Tap and Dap and the rest of DR Esports is now online and just wants to punish Omega Esports here by taking multiple towers off of this Baron buff.
Yes, man. And this should even out the gold if ever they take a tower too in favor of DR Esports. I'm surprised you're still on your seat, man, but I was already jumping on my seat earlier. At the top side, very good wave right here. This is a healthy one by DR Esports. Will they be able to complete the push onto the inhibitor turret? No, I don't think so. They have enough damage right here. Tidal wave is going to be used right here. Mid turret is going to go down courtesy of the Fizz, and that should be it for the meantime. Bottom side, Akali, it has the space. Good kick right there. That's a good setup. That is what Omega Esports needs at this point. But the stasis is going to be on point. No, though, the Lucian still goes down. Bottom turret is going to go down. And the mid turret taking a pounding right here. DR Esports will go back home because they have two champions dead. Or an Ekton they did take down the Olaf. Here comes Omega Esports. Are they going to go for the punish? They are going to try for it.
Yes, but look at this. Omega Esports is just marched down the mid lane. They have their eyes on the prize with 20 minutes already on the game clock. We know that how long the death timers are right now. DR Gospel and DR Attack. 20 seconds in the death chamber. They want to end this, and they want this now.
Tidal wave is going to be casted right here. Now on to the Nexus right here. Nexus half HP down. Will they be able to defend this? 600, 500, a little more pokes. And look at that! DR Esports will defend this one, and they're now marching towards their own victory. Are you still on your seats, man?
Yes, I love my secret lab. I'm not going away from my seats. But now, 164 DR Esports is now going to march to the top lane and get a 2-0 victory against Omega Esports.
Oh, the banger of a game. Now the Nexus is already exposed. The timers are still there, so this one's an easy take. And that is how you win. Over Giants. Omega Esports go down, and here comes the winning pose with the Oppo teammates by DR Esports.
Oh my god!
Take a bow, my friends. You deserve it. Well played, DR Esports.
Oh my god, that was such a good win and also a good way to celebrate. I feel like everyone's having a laugh right now, but 164, my friends, is how it all ended. I don't want to break that down anymore. I just want to live with that excitement. Man, that was a very exciting way to end the game.
Yeah, I just lost my voice, man.
Good thing we're on the break, right? Good thing we're on the break. We're headed on a 5-day break or 4-day break, and we'll see you again on Friday for groups A and B.
That was crazy, man. I was already screaming on top of my lungs. That was an almost win by Omega Esports. They gave it everything they have. Woo! Man, you still have the task to break this down. Go ahead. I'll give the space for you.
Yeah, well, at first I thought that there were a few. I mean, the only opening that I can see Chum the Waters being utilized effectively is if it hits impressive, right? I did say if it hits time lapse, it will be for naught because of the very early stages enshot by for him and his for himself, and Lulu is always going to be there. If it hits the Lulu, then great. But if it hits impressive, even better. And that's what happens 2 times in a row, my friends. Adapt, right? Chum the Waters playing fetch and just cementing the win for DR Esports.
Yeah, man, look at that graph. Crazy. At the last part, DR Esports on a massive comeback. Well-deserved win right here over Omega Esports. Woo!
I love the idea though from Omega Esports. They were the team that was known to go for the kamikaze plays, the Hail Mary plays, even back in the the Asia Brawl days. They are going for the backdoor if needed. And I love their confidence. This is the Omega Esports that even if they go down with a loss, I'm so okay with it, right? Because that's the swag, that's the confidence that we need Omega Esports to have almost every time. And the Omega Esports did a very good job during game number 2. And as we look here,
yeah, this is the Oppo A94 plays of the game. We have a lot to break down in this game. Go ahead, auto lose.
All right. Well, this is the Baron fight. This is, I think, the first team fight loss by Omega Esports. Look at the Killer's Instinct, right? Straight to the hands of Gospel in the DAF, and Gospel having the time of his life on this Lucian. Again, 3-item Lucia with SG can just slow down. Look at the slows, my friend. This was a very good plan, okay? DAF was holding, and we were holding our breath here because we know that DAF, if he, oh my god, that's milliseconds away from not connecting or from being flashed out, and then that spelled doom, a lot of doom for Omega Esports. I think there is going to be another highlight from a DAF here, wherein it's going to connect onto the same person. Look at this! No way!
On point.
Oh my god, double kill. This is the very good kick from Impressive that basically was a game saver for Mega Esports. Had it not happened, DR Esports will just continue to march down. Last attempt, but yeah, go ahead.
This is the banger of a finisher, man. Boiled down to a base race right here. The Nexus was hanging by a thread. 100 HP left on the Nexus, I believe so.
164.
Yeah, there it is. That's the number of the night. Please vote for that number in the Lotto tomorrow.
Lottery, yeah, lottery numbers, my friends. Lottery numbers 164. If you are a DR Esports fan, and I know a lot of them are out there really supporting their squad. And look at this!
Yeah,
an
man.
Unexpected MVP.
Yeah, rocks. On the master of the match, the handsome guy right here, 17k DA, 85% of kill participation, 17 kills, man, that's crazy.
This is what happens when almost everyone is a candidate for MVP. Ataf has a case, Adaf has a case, Gospel has a case. So why not give it to the person that really made it all possible, and that's Rox on the support Nami. Staff of the Flowing Water as the first item, and then Harmonic Echoes plus the Ardent Sensor. They never really watched down, never really said that, you know what, this is already a loss. They trust their composition, they trust their team, and at their right timing, Adaf and Ataf found the openings and found the picks that they need.
Yeah, man. So, sad to say, that's the last fight for the week. That's the last fight for the evening. But it did not disappoint. I was jumping all over my seat earlier. Good thing my seat is strong. There we go.
I'm not letting go of this. I'm not letting go of Secret Ram. Hear the message, please.
Once again, great comeback. Great comeback. great close by DR Esports. Sadly, that's gonna be it for me and on Autolus. But don't go away. We are going to have an interview with the man himself. I'm not sure who we are gonna be interview. I think we're gonna go for EDAF, right, for the winners. But DR Esports, man, we will be hearing from them. What did they go through to go through this monster of an enemy, Omega Esports, man?
Yeah. I think we will do the interview right after the short break as we head over into the panel. It's really a very exciting game to close out the week number 2. Can't wait to see them in action again in week number 4. Leoric, it's a pleasure to cast with you here.
Yeah, man. My pleasure, man. Always a pleasure casting with you. That game was well worth it to lose my voice. And that's it for us this week. Don't go away. Panels will be back with the interview after this short break.
Yo, Mark 9. They really don't think we can keep doing this. They don't think we can keep making hits about cameras. But I'm the cameraman. But I'm the cameraman. Stay creamy.
Yeah, I started on a 50 mil lens. Now I'm about to bag 50 mil yen. I can shoot all day, I got stamina. Turtleneck on with my camera, yeah. Stay creamy, man, that's what they say. Shoes laced up and I came to play. Yeah, I'm first team, I'm a superstar. They call me Cream, like Abdul-Jabbar. Yeah, you have to face it, let's get back to basics. I'ma take the shot like it's a vaccination. I don't have the patience, I'ma shoot right now. Yeah, we undefeated and you gon' lose right now. Like click, 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 swish. I can switch it up anytime like this. I'm a videographer and I'm on the verse. So when I shoot my shot, I don't miss.
I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot.
Yeah, kid noon, I've been shooting my shot, ooh. The into it, I've been moving the rock, yeah. My shit's wet like I've been using a mop, ooh. You get there, yeah, I've been proving I'm wrong. I've been taking shots and now I'm starting to stutter. Vision getting blurry, I should check my shutter. I'm the cameraman, I need my camera madam. Shoot my shot like a Mansell Adams. I develop film, not feelings, ooh. I develop film, not feelings, ooh. I develop film, not feelings. Develop film, not feelings.
You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot.
I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings.
Welcome back, everybody, to the panelist desk. Rico over here with me is Otolus and Osiris, and they're hugging their secret lab chairs. More like because we were on edge because of that series that we just witnessed between DR Esports versus Omega. And just mind-blowing. I feel like that is the craziest game we've had so far in the fall season. And I just cannot wait to see this rivalry unfold. Osiris, you're laughing. I would like to ask, what is the evil laugh?
Throw him to him first. I'm still on a very high. So
Okay,
go ahead,
high.
Osiris.
Okay, Osiris.
I mean, that was so evil as it feels like it was Genie Forces being faced off with Omega. And I mean, that should be the standardized winning moment. Teams should have their own small skit or play, just have what we saw from Masters in Valorant. So I think I'm really loving how DR Esports are having those kind of skits or plays that kind of entertain us as well. I mean, they're really happy, but they contained it by sitting on their chair and they're turning their backs in, and what a surprise. I mean, this is a solid banger, and we are correct. This is the cherry on top as how well DR Esports and Omega played it teeth to teeth. And I mean, we expected this, but we unexpectedly, with the battle of the Nexus, with the base to base, with the coast to coast plays from top to bottom, everything is wild.
Yeah, this is game number 2 where Timelapse was slowly getting his footing on the right side of things, right? But this was the fight I feel like that decided almost everything. This was Timelapse going in with the killer's instinct onto the waiting hands of Gospel, no less. And that's, play the music. That's the wrestling music for Lucian, right? That's the entrance music, because he would just tear your team apart with the items, especially with Cyrilda's Grudge already available, more utility. This was when we were shouting of, you know what, they are melee champions, and with SG, it's just a very good utility.
Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. And again, gotta hand it to Edaf with all his crazy chum the waters. And this was the part where it looked pretty dicey because of that kick from Impressive. It was just so good.
It was. Yeah. It was very good. Definitely a game saver, right?
Yeah, it was really close at this point, and then you can see it once again that client trace chum the waters, that it finds the target, the homing chum the waters, I must say, and look for the right target. And he just gave a gift to Timelapse.
It was shaking.
Yeah,
it was shaking in the rift.
Yeah. And you can see even the Ragnarok just making sure that they can put the nail in the coffin. At that point, it was really another history play into the butts of fall season. And everyone agreed at this point that this is one of the exciting games that we saw. And repeatedly being surprised by Icon series. And we saw Group A and B. It was fairly close, a triple threat. But this time around, we are seeing double numbers across the board. And this is the surprise that we're getting for the last day.
Yeah, C and D are definitely one of the closest. And what we've witnessed, I feel like it's such a huge preview, a very intense preview of what's to come for Group D in the second round robin. But of course, we have a very special guest to get to know more about that match that we just witnessed. We have Edaf from DR Esports. He was the Fizz player from earlier. And hello, Edaf. Congratulations for winning that such an intense series.
Salamat po.
It was just like everybody. Oh, it's okay. We're just chill. We're just gonna relax. It's just like a very chill conversation. But we really want to know the breakdown of that match, especially game number 2. What were the comms looking like during the intense fights, especially during the base defense?
Yung last clash po talaga namin parang, kasi nga po yun nga din nasipa po si Gospel. Impressive, napakaganda ng kick. Tapos po, ang focus lang po namin doon, i-delay po namin yung minion kasi nakabaron po kami. I-delay po ni Rox yung minion, binabap niya po yung minion. Tapos po, nung nasa base na po, inaray ko po i-burst yung Kaisa kaso hindi po namatay. Tapos, yun nga po, yung Omega, pinilit na po nilang basagin yung nag-all-in na po sila sa throat. So luckily naman po, hindi nabasag at nanalo po kami. Yun po.
And you guys finished everybody off? Like, is like everybody talking in the comms like all over? Is that how it looked
Everyone
like?
shouting?
Pinaka-ops po talaga namin, priority po na namin, lahat po kami, minions lang po, kailangan namin mapatay yung minions para di sila makapush. Ayun po.
So full focus on that defense, on the minions. Really, really good job. Super intense. I bet it's super sweaty. How about you, Osiris or Otulus? Actually, let's go for Otulus first. What was there? Anything you'd like to ask Edaf?
All right. Well, first off, who does the choreography for your victory poses? Because that's very interesting. And are you willing to go for the Ginyu Force pose one of these days? Maybe that's a request for me.
Pwede naman po, pwede. Basta po panalo kami, magagawa po namin. Ano lang po,
Love it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Para lang, kasi nga po, ang tagal na po ng DR Esports, tapos first time po na yung makapasok sa PPGL. Kasi last po, kung summer, wala po kami nun. Kaya po parang, ini-enjoy lang po talaga namin itong PPGL. Kaya po, may posing pa kami, ganun. Masaya lang po kami. Lang po.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, that's great. Like, there's a lot of energy, a lot of personality, and we can tell you guys are having a lot of fun and winning at that too. How about you, Osiris? Anything you'd like to ask Edaf?
Hindi ko po siya marinig.
Okay. So yeah,
Ayun na po.
one question. It feels like you have the same surname with Etaf. So are you brothers or cousins or some? Are you somehow related?
Nagkataon lang po, hindi ko po alam. Pero pareho din po kami ng province. Hindi ko nga po alam, baka kamag-anak ko po siya.
I think it's fate. I think it's fate that it happened, right? Though both of them are having the same surname and both of them are having a very good performance for DR Esports.
Very cute. Etaf and Etaf. Well, before we let you go, of course, any shout outs, any dedication, any message to fans that you like to do on stream?
Una-una po, salamat po sa mga fans namin sa DR Esports. Simula po dati, kami po yung alam niyo naman po, kami po yung pinakaunang org dito sa Wild Rift. Dito po sa Pinas. Salamat po sa mga suporta sa wala po dati, hindi po bumitaw. Hanggang ngayon po nakapasok na kami sa PPGL. Salamat po. Thank you rin po sa wait lang. Thank you din po sa mga boss namin sa
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you po kay Boss Dance po, kay Boss Angela po, kay Boss Buds, sa lahat po sa management po. Salamat po. Titiwala pa rin po kayo sa amin. Salamat po sa patuloy na suporta sa amin. Galagalingan pa po namin sa susunod na laban namin. Asahan niyo po yan.
I love it. I love it. I love it. I'm sure the fans and as well as new fans, especially after tonight, are going to be looking forward to the second round robin as we see you guys match it up once more. Thank you very much again, Eda, for your time. And I'm sure you guys want to relax and celebrate with your team. So thank you again and take care.
Bye-bye. Congrats again.
Thank you. All right, there we go. We managed to see, their growth. They couldn't qualify summer season, and now look at them. They have defeated Omega, and I'm sure everyone is going to be so excited to see them back again in the second round robin. I'm still feeling my heartbeat really, really. Out to lose, you're laughing. Anything you'd like to share?
Secret lab. Never going
I love my secret lab. That's it. Yeah, secret.
Like is this the official pose now?
my not so secret love for secret lab is just over the top.
This is going nowhere. It's gonna sit in here, and it's gonna take it away from us. And we loved it. I mean, it got this back support for such oldies like me and
oldies.
I'm young.
I love how we were just laughing and like not saying anything about when I said oldies and when Osiris said oldies. We're just really funny. We're a really funny group, but I'm pretty sure a lot are very, very hyped after this weekend. I think the overall theme today has been the upsets. We've had a lot of 2-1s, we have had a lot of close games, and a lot of long games. Let's check out the standings, of course, and take a look back at the overall happenings for today. As we take a look at match 1 earlier, Mirmooo has managed to score their first point, 2-1, up against Fennel Adversity, which is another amazing upset. Match 2, though, Leonit Esports versus Lakan. It was them going 2-0 over them. Jamie's Esports, on the other hand, versus Chasing Dreams. It is still a 2-1. One of the longest games we've had so far in the fall season, by the way, 13 minutes. And of course, the match that you just witnessed, DR Esports versus Omega Esports. I'm sorry, it's 11 p.m. already. DR, yes, 2-0 with an amazing finale of that base defense on straight to the nexus of Omega Esports. Anyway, I have to ask you, Otaluz, which match has been, I guess aside from the DR Esports one versus Omega, which other match have you been so happy about today?
Invested in definitely Jamie's Esports and Chasing Dreams, because both of them just showed what they're made of, right? Even though the win went to the side of Chasing Dreams, Jamie's Esports can say that, hey, you know what, we belong into PPGL, we can take a win against the best teams. And that's the momentum that they will have to bank on, especially heading over to week number 4, wherein they will face against each other.
Yeah, and as for me, I enjoyed all games, to be honest. It was fairly close, and it is a very good setup moving into match 4. And I mean, this is what a banger to end my week.
Yeah, most definitely. Sunday, it's gonna keep us. It's gonna be in our minds, in our hearts, till the next, stage of the Icon series. But let's take a look as well at the Globe Cup standings and see how everyone has fared after the weekend. And of course, we get to see Lakan Esports and as well as Fennel Adversity already tied 2-1, by the way, with 150,000 Globe Cup points. And another tie follows with Leonit's Esports versus Mirmooo Esports with both 75,000 Globe Cup points. For Group D, we got the tippity top. This was that tiebreaker, air quote, with DR Esports now 3-0 undefeated with 225,000 Globe Cup points, followed by Omega with 150, Chasing Dreams with 75, and Jamie's Esports. They may have yet to score a point, but they still have a chance at the second round robin, which will happen in 2 weeks. So very excited to see how the scores, how the standings are going to move around as we head on over. Of course, for those of you who are fans of Group C and D, we'll have to wait a little bit more before we get to see them back on the screen, because next week it will be Groups A and B. But of course, we'd like to. It's been a long weekend. It's been a long day with a lot of intense matches. Otaluz, any final words before we end the show?
Just so happy with what we have seen so far in patch 2.4, right? Entering this weekend, we have so many questions that now leading into a week for Group A and B, right? At least now we have something to expect. And now it's going to be a different game altogether for Groups A and B because they have more time to prepare. Just an exciting time to be a Wild Rift fan overall.
Yeah, I mean, I can really see that you are happy with all of those laps a while ago. I mean, we are enjoying everything right now, and I mean, we are on the highest level of competition, and we are still enjoying this kind of games, and I'm excited for more. I mean, we are looking forward with those changes even further. Patch 2.4, this is the teaser. This is just the start. And what's going to be or what's going to happen for Group A and B with the 2.4 in?
Yeah, there's just so many other things. There's so much, a lot of things to look forward to for sure. Mind blown. It's setting the tone for sure for the upcoming weeks of the Wild Rift Icon series. But of course, that is all we have for today, as again, this has been an amazing run so far for this weekend at least. But of course, this tournament wouldn't be possible without our amazing sponsors. Thank you very much to PPGL, the largest multi-game esports tournament in the Philippines. And of course, big appreciation and hearts to Riot Games, Globe Telecom, and Minaski Philippines for organizing this tournament. And of course, with Globe Telecom, you can hashtag reinvent your Wild Rift journey like never before. Own the enhanced gaming experience on League of Legends Wild Rift with a new Riot Go promo. Register now to get exclusive champions, emotes, kill baubles, and more. Get it now via the Gcash app and Globe One app. And of course, thank you very much to Oppo. Experience gaming at full speed with Oppo A94. With its Helio P95 chipset, 6.43 inches full HD plus AMOLED screen display, 4,310 milliamperes and 30 watts VOOC flash charge 4.0, victories and ranking up will be easy peasy. Live life at full speed with the Oppo A94.
At syempre, nandito na ang sekreto ng mga gwapong gamers. Kahit buong araw na naglalaro, hindi mo ang na-GG, fresh pa rin. At para fresh all day, bring your clay game with new Master All-in-One Clay Face Wash. It cleans 99.9% of germs, controls oil up to 12 hours, and helps prevent pimples. Right here, so make sure you use Master, okay? All-in-one, bring your clay game with Master. Sekreto ng mga gwapo.
And love yourself by helping yourself to the best seat in the house. From Secret Lab, outfitted with a built-in adjustable lumbar support mechanism, fully adjustable armrest, and super supportive patent-pending cold cure foam for maximum comfort, helping every gamer secure that ace. By the way, I just saw on my Discord notice that the quiz is now up. So get your chance on this raffle entry to get the win. I swear, it's a very good chance.
Yes, it is. It is very, very good. And that's just super duper comfortable, perfect for gaming, and just, yeah. And the quiz, very curious how, because I haven't seen the quiz yet, but I'm sure Otolus and Osiris will tell me all about it when they see the quiz. I'm sure, because we've been very excited and very curious about that one. But of course, that is it. That wraps up our week 2 of our Wild Rift Icon series. Thank you again so much for tuning in to this week. And of course, that wraps up as well the first round robin of Group C and D. My name is Riku. Together with me is Otolus and Osiris. And we'll see you again next weekend for the continuation of Groups A and B. Good night and stay safe, everybody.
Yeah, I started on a 50 mil lens. Now I'm about to bag 50 mil yen. I can shoot all day, I got stamina. Turtleneck on with my camera, yeah. Stay creamy, man, that's what they say. Shoes laced up and I came to play. Yeah, I'm first team, I'm a superstar. They call me Cream, like Abdul-Jabbar. Yeah, you have to face it, let's get back to basics. I'ma take the shot like it's a vaccination. I don't have the patience, I'ma shoot right now. Yeah, we undefeated and you gon' lose right now. Like click, 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 swish. I can switch it up anytime like this. I'm a videographer and I'm on the verse. So when I shoot my shot, I don't miss.
I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot. Take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot. Take the shot. Take the shot. Pull up and take the shot. Take the shot. Take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot. Take the shot. Take the shot.
Yeah, kid noon, I've been shooting my shot, ooh. The into it, I've been moving the rock, yeah. My shit's wet like I've been using a mop, ooh. You get there, yeah, I've been proving I'm wrong. I've been taking shots and now I'm starting to stutter. Vision getting blurry, I should check my shutter. I'm the cameraman, I need my camera madam. Shoot my shot like a Mansell Adams.
I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Develop film, not feelings. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I